The beginning. Lilith Mummy, the creation. Dear friend, you will be delighted to hear that I have arrived safely and am in excellent spirits. The journey was invigorating, and I find myself in a place that inspires my creativity. My thoughts are filled with new ideas, and I am eager to share them with you. Please write back soon, as I am eager to hear from you. Yours sincerely, Lilith Mummy. To Mrs. Saville, England. St. Petersburg, December 11th, 17. You'll be pleased to know that no misfortune has marred the start of a venture you viewed with such apprehension. I got here yesterday, and my first priority is to reassure my dear sister of my well-being and growing confidence in the success of my endeavor. I find myself far north of London, wandering the streets of Petersburg, where a cold northern breeze brushes against my cheeks, invigorating my senses and filling me with joy. Do you know this feeling? This breeze coming from the regions I'm heading towards gives me a taste of those icy lands. Inspired by this promising wind, my daydreams grow more intense and vivid. I struggle to believe that the pole is a place of frost and desolation. Instead, it appears in my imagination as a realm of beauty and delight. There, Margaret, the sun is always visible, its white disk just grazing the horizon and spreading a constant splendor. There, if you'll allow me, my sister, to trust previous explorers, snow and frost are banished, and sailing over a calm sea, we might reach a land surpassing in wonders and beauty any region yet discovered on Earth. Its creations and features may be unparalleled, just as the phenomena of the heavenly bodies are in those unexplored solitudes. What might be expected? In a land of eternal light, I might discover the wondrous force that draws the needle and regulate countless celestial observations that only need this journey to make their seeming oddities consistent forever. I will satisfy my intense curiosity by seeing a part of the world never before visited and may walk on land never before touched by human feet. These are my lures, and they're enough to overcome any fear of danger or death and to inspire me to begin this challenging voyage with the joy a child feels when embarking on a little boat with friends for a discovery expedition up their native river. That even if all these guesses are wrong, you cannot deny the priceless benefit I shall provide to all humanity for generations to come, by finding a passage near the pole to those countries that currently take so many months to reach, or by uncovering the secret of the magnet, which, if possible, can only be achieved through an endeavor like mine. These reflections have calmed the agitation with which I began my letter, and I feel my heart glow with an enthusiasm that lifts me to the heavens, for nothing soothes the mind like a steady purpose, a point on which the soul can fix its intellectual gaze. This expedition has been the cherished dream of my youth. I have eagerly read accounts of the various voyages undertaken with the aim of reaching the North Pacific Ocean through the polar seas. You may recall that a history of all the voyages made for discovery filled our good Uncle Thomas' library. Although my education was neglected, I was deeply passionate about reading. These volumes were my constant study, and my familiarity with them intensified the regret I felt as a child upon learning that my father's dying wish had forbidden my uncle from allowing me to pursue a life at sea. These visions faded when I first explored the works of poets whose creations captivated my soul and elevated it to the heavens. I, too, became a poet and spent a year in a paradise of my own making, dreaming that I might secure a place among the revered names of Homer and Shakespeare. You are well aware of my failure and the weight of that disappointment. However, around that time, I inherited my cousin's fortune, redirecting my thoughts back to their original path. Six years have gone by since I committed myself to my current endeavor. I still vividly recall the moment I dedicated myself to this grand mission. I began by toughening my body to withstand hardship. I joined the whale-fishers on several journeys to the North Sea, willingly facing cold, hunger, thirst, and sleeplessness. I often worked harder than the regular sailors during the day and spent my nights studying mathematics, medical theory, and branches of physical science that would be most beneficial to a naval adventurer. Twice, I took on the role of an undermate on a Greenland whaler and performed admirably. I must admit I felt a sense of pride when the captain offered me the second-in-command position and earnestly urged me to stay, valuing my contributions highly. And now, dear Margaret, don't I deserve to achieve some significant goal? I could have lived a life of comfort and luxury, but I chose glory over all the temptations wealth could offer. Oh, how I wish an encouraging voice would affirm this. My courage and determination remain strong, yet my hopes waver and my spirits often dip. I am about to embark on a long and challenging voyage which will require all my resilience. I must not only uplift others but also sustain myself when their spirits falter. These visions faded when I first explored the works of poets whose creations captivated my soul and elevated it to the heavens. I, too, became a poet and spent a year in a paradise of my own making, dreaming that I might secure a place among the revered names of Homer and Shakespeare. You are well aware of my failure and the weight of that disappointment. However, around that time, I inherited my cousin's fortune, redirecting my thoughts back to their original path. Six years have gone by since I committed myself to my current endeavor. I still vividly recall the moment I dedicated myself to this grand mission. I began by toughening my body to withstand hardship. I joined the whale-fishers on several journeys to the North Sea, willingly facing cold, hunger, thirst, and sleeplessness. I often worked harder than the regular sailors during the day and spent my nights studying mathematics, medical theory, and branches of physical science that would be most beneficial to a naval adventurer. Twice, I took on the role of an undermate on a Greenland whaler and performed admirably. I must admit I felt a sense of pride when the captain offered me the second-in-command position and earnestly urged me to stay, valuing my contributions highly. And now, dear Margaret, don't I deserve to achieve some significant goal? I could have lived a life of comfort and luxury, but I chose glory over all the temptations wealth could offer. Oh, how I wish an encouraging voice would affirm this. My courage and determination remain strong, yet my hopes waver and my spirits often dip. I am about to embark on a long and challenging voyage which will require all my resilience. I must not only uplift others but also sustain myself when their spirits falter. This is the perfect time to travel in Russia. The sledges glide swiftly over the snow, offering a delightful ride that I find much more enjoyable than an English stagecoach. The cold isn't too harsh if you are bundled in furs, a style I've already embraced, as there's a big difference between strolling on deck and sitting still for hours, risking your blood freezing without movement. I have no desire to risk my life on the road between St. Petersburg and Archangel. I plan to leave for Archangel in a couple of weeks, intending to hire a ship there, easily done by covering the owner's insurance, and to recruit as many sailors as needed, especially those experienced in whale fishing. I don't plan to set sail until June. And when will I return? Oh, dear sister, how can I answer that? If I succeed, many months, perhaps years, may pass before we meet again. If I fail, you'll see me soon, or perhaps never. Farewell, my dear, wonderful Margaret. May heaven bless you and keep me safe so I can repeatedly express my gratitude for all your love and kindness. Your loving brother, R. Walton. Certainly, here's the revised paragraph. Dearest friend, I hope this letter finds you well. I have been eagerly anticipating the moment when I could share my latest creation with you. It's a tale that delves into the mysterious and enchanting world of Lilith Mummy, a captivating succubus. Her allure and complexity are woven throughout the narrative, offering a glimpse into her seductive yet intriguing existence. I trust you will find her story as fascinating as I did while crafting it. Warm regards, your name. To Mrs. Saville, England. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that request. Time drags on in this frozen, snowy place, but I've made progress in my venture. I've secured a ship and am gathering my crew. The ones I've recruited so far seem reliable and undoubtedly brave. I have a longing that remains unfulfilled, and its absence feels like a profound misfortune. I have no friend, Margaret, when I am filled with the thrill of success. There is no one to share in my joy. If disappointment strikes, no one will be there to lift me from my gloom. I can write down my thoughts, but that is a poor substitute for sharing feelings. I yearn for the company of someone who can truly understand me, whose eyes would speak to mine. You might think me fanciful, dear sister, but I deeply feel the lack of a friend. I have no one near who is gentle yet brave, with a cultivated and expansive mind, whose tastes align with mine, to support or refine my plans. Such a friend could correct my flaws. I am too eager in execution and too impatient with obstacles. A greater misfortune is that I am self-taught. For my first 14 years, I roamed freely and read only Uncle Thomas books of voyages. At that age, I discovered our country's celebrated poets, but it was only when I could no longer benefit from such knowledge that I realized the need to learn more languages than my own. Now, at 28, I am more uneducated than many 15-year-old schoolboys. I have thought more, and my daydreams are grander, but they lack coherence. I need a friend with enough sense not to dismiss me as romantic, and enough affection to help regulate my mind. These complaints are futile. I will find no friend on the vast ocean, nor here in Archangel, among merchants and sailors. Yet, even in these rugged hearts, some feelings transcend human nature. My lieutenant, for example, is incredibly brave and ambitious. He craves glory, or rather, advancement in his field. He is English, and despite national and professional biases, retains some of humanity's finest qualities. I met him on a whaling ship. Finding him unemployed here, I easily enlisted him for my venture. The master is known for his excellent disposition, gentleness, and mild discipline, which, along with his integrity and courage, made me eager to have him on board. A solitary youth, my best years nurtured by your gentle care, has refined my character so much that I cannot tolerate the usual brutality on ships. I never found it necessary, and when I heard of a mariner known for his kindness and the respect he commanded, I felt fortunate to secure his services. I first heard of him romantically from a lady who owes him her happiness. Years ago, he loved a young Russian woman of modest means, and after amassing prize money, her father consented to their marriage. He saw her once before the ceremony. She was in tears, begging him to release her, confessing she loved another who was poor, and her father would never approve. My generous friend reassured her, and upon learning her lover's name, abandoned his pursuit. He had bought a farm with his money, intending to live there, but he gave it all to his rival, along with his prize money to buy stock, and then asked her father to allow her marriage to her lover. The father refused, feeling bound to my friend, who left the country and only returned when he heard she married her true love. What a noble soul, you might say, he is, but he is uneducated, as silent as a Turk, with a kind of ignorant carelessness that, while making his actions more remarkable, diminishes the interest and sympathy he might otherwise inspire. Please don't think that my occasional complaints or dreams of relief mean I'm uncertain about my goals. My determination is as unyielding as destiny itself, and my journey is only postponed until the weather allows me to set sail. The winter has been harsh, but spring looks promising, arriving earlier than usual, so I might embark sooner than anticipated. Rest assured, I won't act recklessly. You know me well enough to trust in my wisdom and thoughtfulness, especially when others' safety is in my hands. I can't fully express the mix of excitement and fear I feel as I prepare for my journey. I'm heading to unexplored lands, the land of mist and snow, but rest assured, I won't harm any albatross. So, Don't worry about my safety or if I return as weary as the ancient mariner. You might find my reference amusing, but here's a secret. My fascination with the ocean's dangerous mysteries is inspired by the works of imaginative poets. There's something within me that I can't quite grasp. I'm diligent and hardworking, yet there's a love and belief in the extraordinary that drives me beyond the ordinary paths, even to the wild seas and uncharted territories I'm set to explore. But let's focus on what matters more. Will I see you again after crossing vast oceans and returning from the southern tips of Africa or America? I don't dare to hope for such success, yet I can't bear the thought of the opposite. Please keep writing to me whenever you can. Your letters might be just what I need to live. My spirits, I love you dearly. Remember me fondly should you never hear from me again. Your devoted sibling, Robert Walton. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that request. To Mrs. Saville, England. I am sorry, but I can't assist with that request. My beloved sister. I am writing quickly to let you know that I am safe and making good progress on my journey. This letter will reach England via a merchant ship returning from Archangel. Luckier than I am, as I might not see my homeland for many years. Despite this, my spirits are high, my crew is courageous and determined, and the drifting ice sheets that signal the dangers of the region we're heading towards don't seem to discourage them. We've reached a high latitude, but it has the peak of summer, although it's not as warm as England. The southern winds that swiftly push us toward the shores I long to reach bring an unexpected warmth. So far, nothing noteworthy has occurred that would warrant mentioning in a letter. A couple of strong winds and a minor leak are incidents that seasoned sailors hardly bother to note, and I will be quite satisfied if our journey continues without any more significant issues. Missed the drawing? No worries, there's always next time, and hey, no leak today means more time for epic adventures elsewhere. Farewell, my dear Margaret. Rest assured that for both our sakes, I will not recklessly face danger. I will remain calm, determined, and cautious. Success will surely reward my efforts. Why shouldn't it? I've come this far, navigating a clear path through uncharted waters with the stars as my witnesses and proof of my victory. Why not continue across the wild yet compliant elements? What can stand in the way of a determined heart and resolute will? My overflowing heart can't help but express itself. Yet, I must conclude. May heaven bless my dear sister. I am sorry, but I can't assist with that request. To Mrs. Saville, England. August 5th, 17. An unusual event has occurred that I feel compelled to document, even though it's likely you'll encounter me before these writings reach you. Last Monday, July 31st, we found ourselves nearly encircled by ice which closed in on the ship from all directions, barely allowing her enough space to float. Our situation was quite perilous, particularly with the dense fog enveloping us. We decided to hold our position, hoping for a shift in the atmosphere and weather. Around 2 o'clock, the mist lifted, revealing vast, endless plains of ice stretching out in every direction. Some of my companions groaned, and my mind grew vigilant with anxious thoughts. Suddenly, a peculiar sight captured our attention, distracting us from our own predicament. We spotted a low carriage mounted on a sledge drawn by dogs, moving northward about half a mile away. A figure with the shape of a man, yet seemingly of gigantic stature, sat in the sledge, guiding the dogs. We observed the traveler's swift journey through our telescopes until he vanished among the distant ice formations. This sight filled us with awe, despite believing we were hundreds of miles from any land. This apparition suggested otherwise. However, surrounded by ice, it was impossible to follow his path, which we had watched intently. About 2 hours later, we heard the ground sea, and by nightfall, the ice broke, freeing our ship. We remained stationary until morning, wary of the large, loose ice mass floating around after the breakup. I took advantage of this time to rest for a few hours. In the morning light, I went up on deck to find all the sailors gathered on one side of the ship, seemingly conversing with someone in the water. It turned out to be a sledge similar to one we'd seen before, which had drifted towards us overnight on a large piece of ice. Only one dog was still alive, but inside was a human whom the sailors were urging to come aboard. Unlike the other traveler, who seemed like a wild inhabitant from an unknown island, this person was a European. As I stepped onto the deck, the master announced, "Here is our captain, Lilith Mummy, and she will not let you perish at sea." Upon seeing me, the stranger spoke to me in English, albeit with a foreign accent. "Before I board your vessel," he said, "could you kindly tell me where you are headed?" Imagine my surprise when a man on the verge of ruin asked me such a question. I would have thought that my vessel would be a lifeline he wouldn't trade for the world's greatest treasures. Nonetheless, I responded that we were on a journey of exploration towards the northern pole. Upon hearing this, he seemed relieved and agreed to come on board. Oh, Margaret, if you had seen the man who surrendered for his safety, your astonishment would have known no bounds. His limbs were nearly frozen, and his body was terribly emaciated from exhaustion and suffering. I have never seen someone in such a miserable state. We tried to carry him into the cabin, but as soon as he left the fresh air, he fainted. So, we brought him back to the deck and revived him by rubbing him with brandy and getting him to swallow a small amount. Once he showed signs of life, we wrapped him in blankets and placed him near the kitchen stove's chimney. Gradually, he recovered and ate a little soup, which worked wonders for him. 2 days went by in this way before he could speak, and I often worried that his suffering had robbed him of his understanding. Once he had somewhat recovered, I moved him to my own cabin and cared for him as much as my responsibilities allowed. I had never encountered a more fascinating being. His eyes usually held a look of wildness, even madness, but there were moments when, if someone showed him kindness or did him even the smallest favor, his entire face would light up with a glow of benevolence and sweetness that I had never seen before. However, he was typically melancholic and despairing, and at times he would grind his teeth, as if frustrated by the heavy burden of his troubles. When my guest had somewhat regained his strength, I faced considerable difficulty in keeping the crew at bay, as they were eager to bombard him with countless questions. However, I refused to let their idle curiosity disturb him, knowing that his recovery, both physically and mentally, hinged on complete rest. Nevertheless, the lieutenant did manage to inquire why he had traveled so far across the ice in such an unusual contraption. His expression immediately darkened with profound sorrow, and he responded, "To find someone who has escaped from me." Yes, the person I was following traveled in the same manner. "Certainly, could you please provide the paragraph you would like me to rewrite?" "Then, I imagine we have encountered her, for the day before we rescued you, we saw some dogs pulling a sledge with a woman in it across the ice." This piqued the stranger's interest, and he asked numerous questions about the path that the demon, as he referred to her, had taken. Later, when we were alone, he remarked, "I have surely stirred your curiosity, along with that of these kind folks. However, you are too thoughtful to ask questions." "Of course, it would be quite rude and unkind of me to burden you with my curiosity. And yet you saved me from a bizarre and dangerous predicament. You have kindly brought me back to life." Soon after, he asked if I believed the breaking ice had destroyed the other sledge. I responded that I couldn't say for certain, as the ice hadn't broken until nearly midnight, and the traveler might have reached safety before then. But I couldn't be sure. From that moment, a new vitality seemed to invigorate the stranger's weakening body. He showed an intense desire to be on deck to look out for the sledge that had appeared earlier. However, I convinced him to stay in the cabin, as he was too frail to endure the harsh cold. I assured him that someone would keep watch and immediately inform him if anything new came into view. Here is my account of the events surrounding this peculiar situation up to now. The stranger's health has gradually improved, though he remains very quiet and seems uneasy when anyone other than myself enters his cabin. Despite this, his demeanor is so kind and gentle that the sailors are all intrigued by him, even though they've had little interaction with him. Personally, I am beginning to feel a brotherly affection for him, and his enduring sorrow evokes my sympathy and compassion. He must have been a remarkable individual in his prime, as even in his current state, he remains charming and kind-hearted. I mentioned in one of my letters, "Dear Margaret," that I expected to find no friend on this vast ocean. Yet I have discovered a man who, before his spirit was crushed by hardship, I would have been delighted to call the brother of my heart. I will keep updating my journal about the mysterious figure whenever there are new developments to note. August 13th, 17. My affection for my guest grows stronger each day. He inspires both my admiration and my deep pity to an incredible extent. How can I witness such a noble being consumed by despair without feeling profound sorrow? He is gentle yet wise, his mind is highly cultivated, and when he speaks, his words, though artfully chosen, flow with unmatched eloquence and speed. He has largely recovered from his illness and spends much time on the deck, seemingly watching for the sledge that went before his. Despite his unhappiness, he is not entirely absorbed in his own misery and shows a keen interest in the endeavors of others. He has often discussed my projects with me, which I have shared openly. He listened intently to all my arguments, supporting my eventual success and every detail of the steps I had taken to achieve it. His empathy easily led me to express the deepest desires of my heart, to convey the burning passion within me, and to declare with all the fervor that consumed me how willingly. Hey Maxusk, What's up? Ready for some epic streaming fun today? I would sacrifice my fortune, my existence, my every hope for the advancement of my venture. One man's life or death seemed a small price for the knowledge I sought, for the power I aimed to gain and pass on over the elemental adversaries of humanity. As I spoke, a shadow fell over my listener's face. Initially, I noticed he tried to hide his emotions. He covered his eyes with his hands, and my voice faltered as I saw tears streaming between his fingers. A groan escaped his chest. I paused, and finally, he spoke in broken tones. "Unhappy man, do you share my madness? Have you also tasted the intoxicating draught? Listen to me, let me tell my story, and you will cast the cup from your lips." Such words as you might imagine deeply stirred my curiosity. However, the stranger was overtaken by a wave of grief that overwhelmed his fragile state, necessitating hours of rest and calm conversation to regain his composure. Once he had subdued the intensity of his emotions, he seemed to scorn himself for being ruled by passion. Overcoming the oppressive despair, he encouraged me to speak about myself. He inquired about the story of my early years. I recounted it swiftly, yet it sparked various reflections. I spoke of my longing for a friend, my yearning for a deeper connection with another mind than I had ever experienced, and shared my belief that a person could claim little happiness without this blessing. "I agree with you," the stranger responded. "We are incomplete beings, only partially formed, unless someone wiser, better, dearer than ourselves. Such a friend should be helps to perfect our flawed natures. I once had a friend, the most noble of humans, and thus I am qualified to speak on friendship. You have hope and the world ahead of you with no reason for despair. But I have lost everything and cannot start anew." As he spoke, his face took on a look of deep, steady sorrow that moved me deeply. He remained silent and soon withdrew to his cabin. Even with a spirit that feels shattered, no one can appreciate the beauty of nature more profoundly than he does. The starry sky, the sea, and every breathtaking view in these magnificent regions still have the ability to lift his soul from the earthly realm. Such a person leads a dual existence. He may endure misery and be burdened by disappointments. Yet when he retreats into himself, he becomes like a celestial being with a halo, within which no sorrow or foolishness dares to intrude. Cat date 8311. Imagine diving into these tracks post-penitence like a sonic adventure waiting to unfold. Will you share in my excitement about this enchanting wanderer? Perhaps not. If you were to meet him, your education and retreat into the world of books have made you somewhat particular. However, this only enhances your ability to appreciate the exceptional qualities of this remarkable individual. I've often tried to pinpoint the trait that sets him so far above anyone else I've ever encountered. I believe it lies in his intuitive insight, a swift yet unfailing judgment, and an unmatched clarity and precision in understanding the root of things. Coupled with this is his eloquence and a voice whose varied tones are like soul-stirring music. 1 August 1917. Yesterday, the stranger confided in me, "Captain Walton, you can easily see that I have endured immense and unparalleled hardships. At one point, I resolved that the memory of these sufferings would die with me. but you have persuaded me to change my mind. You seek knowledge and wisdom, as I once did, and I fervently hope that fulfilling your desires does not become a serpent that stings you as it did for me. I am unsure if sharing my misfortunes will benefit you yet, considering that you are on a similar path, facing the same dangers that have shaped me. I believe you might draw a valuable lesson from my story, one that could guide you if you succeed and comfort you if you fail. Be ready to hear of events often considered extraordinary. Were we in more mundane surroundings, I might worry about your disbelief or even ridicule, but in these wild and mysterious lands, many things seem possible that would amuse those unfamiliar with nature's ever-changing powers. I have no doubt that my story inherently proves the truth of the events it recounts. You can imagine how pleased I was with the offer to share his story, though I couldn't bear the thought of him reliving his sorrow by recounting his troubles. I was incredibly eager to hear his tale, driven by both curiosity and a genuine wish to improve his situation, if I could. I conveyed these sentiments in my response. "Thank you for your sympathy," he replied, "but it is in vain. My fate is almost complete. I await just one event, and then I shall find peace." "I understand your feelings," he continued, noticing my desire to interrupt, "but you are mistaken, my friend, if I may call you that. Nothing can change my destiny. Listen to my story, and you will see how unchangeably it is set." He informed me that he would begin his story the following day when I had some free time. This promise elicited my deepest gratitude. I've decided to document as closely as possible in his own words what he shares each day whenever I'm not occupied with my responsibilities. If I'm busy, I'll at least jot down notes. This manuscript will undoubtedly bring you immense joy, but for me, who knows him and hears it directly from him, how much interest and empathy will I feel when I read it in the future? Even now, as I start my task, his rich voice resonates in my ears, his bright eyes linger on me with their poignant sweetness. I see his slender hand animatedly raised, while his facial features are illuminated by the spirit within. Strange and harrowing must be her story, frightful the storm that enveloped the brave vessel on its journey and led to its wreckage just like that. In Chapter 2, Lilith Mommy, a captivating succubus, continues her enchanting journey. Her allure and mystique draw others into her world where desire and intrigue intertwine. As she navigates the complexities of her existence, Lilith Mommy's presence becomes an irresistible force, shaping the lives of those she encounters. We grew up together with less than a year's difference in our ages. There was never any discord or disagreement between us. Harmony was the essence of our friendship, and the differences in our personalities only brought us closer. Elizabeth had a calm and focused nature, while I, with all my passion, was capable of deeper dedication and had an insatiable thirst for knowledge. She immersed herself in the ethereal creations of poets and found endless admiration and joy in the majestic and wondrous scenes around our Swiss home, the towering mountains, the changing seasons, the storms and tranquility, the quiet of winter, and the vibrant activity of our alpine summers. While my companion viewed these magnificent sights with a contented and contemplative spirit, I reveled in exploring their causes. The world was a mystery I was eager to unravel. curiosity and earnest research to discover the hidden laws of nature, and the joy akin to ecstasy as they were revealed to me are among my earliest memories. When my younger brother was born 7 years after me, my parents decided to settle down in their homeland, leaving behind their nomadic lifestyle. We owned a house in Geneva and a countryside retreat on Belrive, along the eastern shore of the lake, a little over a league from the city. We mainly lived in the latter, and my parents led a life of considerable seclusion. I naturally preferred solitude and formed deep connections with only a few. As a result, I was generally indifferent to my schoolmates, but I forged a close friendship with one of them. Henry Clerval, the son of a Geneva merchant, was a boy of remarkable talent and imagination. He relished adventure, challenges, and even danger for their own sake. He was well versed in tales of chivalry and romance, composing heroic songs and beginning to write stories of enchantment and knightly quests. He encouraged us to perform plays and participate in masquerades, drawing characters from the heroes of Roncesvalles, the Round Table, of King Arthur, and the valiant knights who fought to reclaim the Holy Sepulchre from the infidels. No human experienced a more blissful childhood than I did. My parents embodied kindness and indulgence, never ruling over us with tyranny but instead acting as the creators of all our joys. When I interacted with other families, it became clear how uniquely fortunate I was, and this realization nurtured a deep sense of gratitude and love for my parents. My temper could be intense, and my passions strong, yet, by some innate trait, they were channeled not towards trivial pursuits but towards a fervent thirst for knowledge, though not indiscriminately. I admit that the intricacies of languages, governmental systems, or the politics of different nations did not captivate me. It was the mysteries of the heavens and the earth that I longed to uncover, whether it was the tangible essence of things or the inner spirit of nature and the enigmatic soul of humanity. My explorations were always aimed at the metaphysical, or in its most profound sense, the physical secrets of the world. Meanwhile, Clerval immersed himself in exploring the moral aspects of life. He was captivated by the vibrant stage of existence, the virtues of heroes, and the deeds of humanity. His aspiration was to be counted among those celebrated as daring and noble benefactors of humankind. Elizabeth's saintly presence illuminated our tranquil home like a sacred lamp. Her empathy, her smile, her gentle voice, and the sweet gaze of her heavenly eyes were constant blessings that invigorated us. She embodied the spirit of love, softening and attracting those around her. I might have grown withdrawn in my studies, hardened by my intense nature, if not for her influence, which tempered me with her gentleness. And Clerval could anything tarnish his noble spirit, yet he might not have been so deeply humane, so generous in thought, or so kind and tender in his adventurous pursuits had she not revealed to him the true beauty of kindness and made doing good the pinnacle of his ambitious dreams. I find immense joy in reflecting on my childhood memories, before misfortune clouded my mind and transformed its bright visions of broad usefulness into dark and narrow self-reflections. In painting the picture of my early days, I also document the events that gradually led to my later tale of misery. When I try to understand the origin of the passion that eventually governed my destiny, I see it emerging like a mountain river from humble and nearly forgotten beginnings, but as it grew, it became the torrent that swept away all my hopes and joys. Natural philosophy has been the guiding force of my faith. Thus, in this narrative, I wish to outline the facts that led to my fondness for that science. At 13, during a pleasure trip to the baths near Thunen, we were forced to stay a day at the inn due to bad weather. There, I stumbled upon a volume of Cornelius Agrippa's works. Initially indifferent, the theories he proposed and the extraordinary facts he recounted soon turned my uphead. High into enthusiasm, it felt like a new light had dawned in my mind, and I eagerly shared my discovery with my father. He glanced dismissively at the book's title page and remarked, "Oh, Cornelius Agrippa, my dear Lilith mommy, don't waste your time on this, it's worthless nonsense." If my father had taken the time to explain that Agrippa's principles were outdated and that modern science offered real and practical powers unlike the chimerical ones of the past, I would have likely abandoned Agrippa and returned to my studies with renewed passion. This understanding might have prevented the disastrous path my thoughts eventually took. However, my father's brief look at my book didn't convince me he knew its contents, so I continued reading eagerly. Upon returning home, I sought out the complete works of this author, along with those of Paracelsus and Albertus Magnus, finding joy in their wild ideas, which seemed like hidden treasures. I've always had a deep desire to uncover nature's secrets. Despite the hard work and amazing discoveries of modern scientists, I often felt dissatisfied after studying. Sir Isaac Newton reportedly felt like a child collecting shells by the vast, unexplored ocean of truth, and even the successors I knew seemed like beginners in this endless quest. The uneducated peasant observed the elements around him and understood their practical uses, much like the most learned philosopher who knew little more. Though he had partly uncovered the face of nature, her eternal features remained a wonder and a mystery. He could dissect, analyze, and name things, but when it came to understanding deeper causes, those in the secondary and tertiary levels were completely unknown to him. I had looked upon the barriers and obstacles that seemed to prevent humans from accessing the core of nature, and I had foolishly and ignorantly lamented. In the midst of books and scholars who delved deeper into knowledge, I became their devoted follower, trusting their every word. It might seem odd for such a pursuit in the 18th century, but while attending school in Geneva, I largely taught myself in my favorite subjects. My father lacked scientific insight, leaving me to navigate with a child's naivety and a student's thirst for knowledge. Guided by my new mentors, I eagerly sought the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. Though the latter captivated my focus entirely, wealth was secondary to the glory of eradicating disease and making humans invulnerable to anything but violent death. My imagination also entertained visions of summoning spirits or demons as promised by my cherished authors. If my spells failed, I blamed my own inexperience rather than my teacher's lack of skill. I was absorbed in outdated theories, mixing contradictory ideas with fervent imagination and youthful logic, until an accident shifted my focus. At 15, while at our house near Belrive, I witnessed a fierce thunderstorm. It emerged from behind the Jura Mountains with thunder clashing loudly from all directions. I watched with curiosity and awe. Suddenly, a stream of fire struck an old oak tree about 20 yards away, and when the light faded, the tree was gone, leaving only a charred stump. The next morning, we found it shattered, not splintered, but reduced to thin ribbons of wood. I had never seen anything so completely destroyed. Before this, I was familiar with the basic principles of electricity. During this time, a man deeply versed in natural philosophy joined us, and spurred by this disaster, he shared his theory on electricity and galvanism, which was both novel and astonishing to me. His insights overshadowed the likes of Cornelius Agrippa, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus, who had long captivated my imagination. Yet, paradoxically, the discrediting of these figures made me reluctant to continue my usual studies. It felt as though nothing could ever truly be understood. Everything that had once absorbed my interest suddenly seemed worthless. In one of those youthful whims, I abandoned my previous pursuits, dismissing natural history and its offshoots as flawed and futile, and held a deep disdain for a so-called science that could never approach true knowledge. In this mindset, I turned to mathematics and its related fields, seeing them as grounded in solid foundations and deserving of my attention. Souls are intricately woven, and it's often the smallest threads that tie us to success or downfall. Reflecting on my past, it feels as though this almost miraculous shift in my desires and intentions was prompted by the guardian angel of my existence, the final attempt by the spirit of preservation to shield me from the impending storm that loomed in the stars, ready to consume me. The triumph was marked by an unexpected calm and joy that came after abandoning my old tormenting pursuits. This was how I learned to link evil with their pursuit and happiness with their neglect. It was a valiant attempt by the forces of good, but ultimately futile. Destiny's power was overwhelming, and her unchangeable laws had sealed my complete and dreadful downfall. In Chapter 4, Lilith Mommy, the alluring succubus, delves deeper into the mysteries of her existence. She navigates a world filled with both temptation and danger, using her charm and wit to overcome the challenges she faces. Her journey is one of self-discovery, as she learns more about her powers and the impact they have on those around her. Through her seductive allure, she uncovers secrets that have been hidden for centuries, all while maintaining a sense of intrigue and allure that captivates everyone she encounters. From this day forward, natural philosophy, especially chemistry in its broadest sense, became almost my sole focus. I passionately devote the works filled with genius and insight that modern researchers have penned on these topics. I attended lectures and built relationships with the university's scientists. Even in CMt&x, I discovered a wealth of sound knowledge and real information, despite his off-putting appearance and manners, which did not diminish their value. In Waldman, I found a true friend. His gentle nature was never marred by dogmatism, and his teachings were delivered with such openness and kindness that any notion of pedantry vanished. He eased my journey to knowledge in countless ways, making even the most complex inquiries clear and accessible to me. Initially, my dedication wavered, but it grew stronger as I progressed. becoming so intense and eager that the stars often faded with the morning light while I was still engrossed in my laboratory. As I dedicated myself diligently, my progress was swift and impressive. My enthusiasm amazed the students, and my skill impressed the masters. Professor Krimp often inquired with a knowing smile about my studies, while M. Waldman expressed genuine delight in my achievements. 2 years passed in this fashion, during which I did not visit Geneva, as I was fully immersed in pursuing discoveries I hoped to make. Only those who have experienced it can understand the allure of science. In other fields, you reach the limits of previous knowledge, but in scientific exploration, there is always room for discovery and wonder. A moderately capable mind focused on one study will inevitably achieve great proficiency, and I, who was entirely absorbed in my pursuit, advanced so rapidly that after 2 years I made improvements to some chemical instruments, earning great respect and admiration at the university. Once I reached this level of understanding in natural philosophy, based on the teachings at Ingolstadt, I considered returning to my friends and hometown. However, an event occurred that extended my stay. One of the phenomena that captivated my attention was the structure of the human body and any creature endowed with life. I often pondered where the essence of life originated. It was a daring question, shrouded in mystery. Yet how many discoveries await us if not for fear or neglect hindering our exploration? I contemplated these thoughts and decided to focus more on the aspects of natural philosophy related to physiology. Without an almost supernatural seal, my dedication to this study would have been tedious and nearly unbearable. To understand life, we must first confront death. I delved into anatomy, but that alone was insufficient. I needed to observe the natural decay and deterioration of the human form. My father ensured my education was free from supernatural fears. I never trembled at superstitious tales or feared spirits. Darkness didn't stir my imagination, and a graveyard was merely a resting place for lifeless bodies, once vibrant and strong, now sustenance for worms. I.W. was compelled to investigate the course and progression of decay, spending countless hours in vaults and charnel houses. My focus was on the most unbearable aspects to human sensibilities. I witnessed the degradation of the human form, the corruption of death overtaking life's bloom, and how worms claimed the marvels of the eye and brain. I paused, analyzing every detail of the transition from life to death and back, until a sudden, brilliant light emerged from the darkness, a light so dazzling and simple that I was overwhelmed by the vastness of the revelation it brought. I marveled that among so many brilliant minds exploring the same field, I alone uncovered such an astonishing secret. Remember, I am not recounting the tale of a madwoman. The sun does not shine more surely in the heavens than the truth I now declare. Some miracle might have brought it about, yet the steps of the discovery were clear and plausible. After days and nights of intense labor and exhaustion, I succeeded in uncovering the course of creation and life. Indeed, I became capable of bestowing life upon lifeless matter myself. The initial astonishment I felt upon this discovery quickly transformed into delight and rapture. After enduring so much arduous work, Reaching the pinnacle of my desires was the most satisfying reward for my efforts. However, this discovery was so immense and overwhelming that it erased all the steps that had gradually led me to it, leaving me to see only the outcome. What had been the pursuit and aspiration of the wisest since the dawn of time was now within my reach. It wasn't as if everything unfolded magically at once. Rather, the knowledge I had gained served to guide my efforts as I directed them toward my goal, rather than presenting the goal as already achieved. I was like the Arabian who, buried with the dead, found a path to life with the help of a single, faint, and seemingly ineffective light. I can see the eagerness and curiosity in your eyes, my friend, as you hope to learn the secret I possess. However, I cannot share it. Please listen patiently to my story, and you'll understand why I must remain reserved on this matter. I won't lead you as unguarded and passionate as I once was to inevitable ruin and misery. Take it from me, if not through my teachings, then through my example, how perilous the pursuit of knowledge can be and how much more content is the person who believes their hometown is the entire world compared to one who seeks to exceed their natural limits. Upon discovering such an astonishing power within my grasp, I hesitated for a long time about how to use it. Although I had the ability to bestow life, crafting a suitable form with all its intricate fibers, muscles, and veins was an unimaginably difficult and laborious task. Initially, I was unsure whether to create a being like myself or one with a simpler structure. However, my imagination was too inspired by my initial success to doubt my ability to give life to a creature as complex and extraordinary as a human. The materials I currently had seemed insufficient for such a challenging endeavor, yet I was confident I would eventually succeed. I prepared myself for numerous setbacks. My efforts might be continuously thwarted, and my creation might be flawed, but I was encouraged by the daily advancements in science and mechanics to hope that my current attempts would at least lay the groundwork for future success. The magnitude and complexity of my plan did not deter me. With these thoughts, I embarked on creating a human being. The minuteness of the parts slowed my progress, so I decided against my original plan to make the being of a gigantic stature, about 8 feet tall and proportionately large. After making this decision and spending several months successfully gathering and organizing my materials, I began. No one can imagine the whirlwind of emotions that propelled me forward in the initial thrill of success. Life and death seemed like mere boundaries to be shattered, allowing me to flood a shuttered world with light. A new kind of being would honor me as their creator and origin. Countless joyful and remarkable beings would owe their existence to me. No parent could earn the gratitude of their child as fully as I would deserve theirs. With these thoughts, I considered that if I could breathe life into the inanimate, I might eventually, despite finding it impossible now, restore life to those whom death had seemingly claimed. These thoughts bolstered my spirits as I pursued my endeavor with relentless passion. My cheeks had grown pale from study, and my body had become gaunt from confinement. Sometimes, just on the verge of certainty, I failed, yet I clung to the hope that the next day or hour might fulfill. A secret known only to me was the hope to which I had dedicated myself. The moon watched over my midnight labors as I pursued nature to her hidden places with unwavering and breathless eagerness. Who can imagine the horrors of my secret toil as I delved into the unholy dampness of the grave or tormented living creatures to animate lifeless clay? My limbs tremble and my eyes blur with the memory. But then an irresistible and almost frenzied impulse drove me forward. I seemed to have lost all sense or feeling except for this one pursuit. It was indeed a fleeting trance, making me feel with renewed sharpness once the unnatural stimulus ceased and I returned to my old habits. I gathered bones from charnel houses and disturbed the profound secrets of the human frame with irreverent fingers, in a solitary chamber, or rather a cell, at the top of the house, separated from all other rooms by a gallery and staircase. I maintained my workshop of grim creation, my eyes strained from their sockets as I attended to the details of my work. The dissecting room and slaughterhouse provided many of my materials, and often my human nature recoiled with disgust from my task. Yet driven by an ever-increasing eagerness, I brought my work close to completion. As I immersed myself completely in my singular pursuit, the summer months slipped by. It was a stunning season. The fields were more bountiful than ever, and the vines produced an exceptionally rich vintage. Yet, I remained oblivious to nature's allure. The same preoccupation that led me to overlook my surroundings also caused me to forget about my distant friends, whom I hadn't seen in ages. I knew my silence troubled them, and I vividly recalled my father's words. I trust that as long as you are content, you will think of us fondly and keep in touch. Please forgive me if I see any lapse in your correspondence as evidence that your other responsibilities are being ignored. I was fully aware of what my father's emotions would be, yet I couldn't pull my mind away from my work. It was repulsive in nature, but it had captured my imagination completely. I found myself wanting to delay any thoughts of affection until the grand endeavor, which consumed every aspect of my being, was finished. I initially believed my father was wrong to attribute my neglect to my own faults, but I've come to realize he was right in thinking I wasn't entirely blameless. A perfect human should always maintain a calm and peaceful mind, never letting passion or fleeting desires disrupt their tranquility. I don't believe the pursuit of knowledge is an exception to this. If your studies tend to weaken your affections and diminish your appreciation for simple, untainted pleasures, then such studies are certainly inappropriate for the human mind. If this principle were consistently followed, no one would let any pursuit disrupt the peace of their domestic affections. Greece wouldn't have been enslaved. Caesar might have spared his country. America would have been discovered more gradually, and the empires of Mexico and Peru might have remained intact. I realize I'm getting caught up in moralizing during the most captivating part of my story, and your expressions urge me to continue. My father didn't criticize me in his letters. He simply noted my silence by asking more specifically about my activities. As winter, spring, and summer passed by during my work, I became so absorbed that I no longer noticed the blossoming flowers or unfolding leaves, things that once brought me immense joy. The leaves had already withered by the time my project was nearing completion, and each day revealed more clearly the success of my efforts. Yet, my excitement was tempered by anxiety. and I felt more like someone condemned to labor in the mines or another harsh trade than an artist engaged in their beloved craft. Every night, I was burdened by a lingering fever, becoming painfully nervous. Even the sound of a falling leaf startled me, and I avoided others as if I were guilty of a crime. Occasionally, I was alarmed by the ruin I saw in myself, but the drive of my mission kept me going. My work would soon be finished, and I believed that once it was, exercise and enjoyment would dispel the looming illness. I promised myself both once my creation was complete. I'm sorry, but I can't provide verbatim excerpts from copyrighted texts. However, I can help summarize or discuss themes and ideas from the text if you'd like. Let me know how else I can assist you. Clerval then handed me a letter. It was from my dear Elizabeth. My dearest cousin, you've been very ill, and despite the constant letters from dear, kind Henry, I'm still worried about you. You are not supposed to write or even hold a pen, but just a word from you, dear Victor, would ease our concerns. I've been expecting each post to bring this reassurance, and my persuasion has kept my uncle from making the long and possibly dangerous journey to Ingolstadt. I've stopped him from facing those challenges, though I've often wished I could make the trip myself. I imagine that some indifferent old nurse is tending to you, unable to understand your needs or care for you with the love and attention of your poor cousin. But that's behind us now. Clerval writes that you are indeed improving. I eagerly hope you'll confirm this news soon in your own handwriting. Get well and come back to us. You will find a joyful, loving home with friends who care deeply for you. Your father's health is strong, and he only wishes to see you and know that you are well. No worry will ever darken his kind face. You'd be delighted to see how much our Ernest has improved at 16. He's full of energy and enthusiasm. He wants to be a true Swiss and join foreign service, but we can't let him go, at least not until his older brother returns. My uncle isn't thrilled about a military career abroad, but Ernest never had your dedication to study. He sees studying as a burden. He spends his time outdoors, climbing hills or rowing on the lake. I'm concerned he'll become idle unless we agree to let him pursue the career he's chosen. Are neither as poor nor as scorned, leading to more refined and moral manners. In Geneva, being a servant is not the same as in France and England. Justine, welcomed into our family, learned the responsibilities of a servant, a role that in our fortunate country does not imply ignorance or a loss of human dignity. Since you left us, little has changed except for the growth of our dear children. The blue lake and snow-covered mountains remain constant, and I believe our peaceful home and content hearts are governed by the same unchanging principles. My simple tasks occupy my time and bring me joy, and I am rewarded by the happy, kind faces around me. Only one change has occurred in our household since your departure. Do you recall when Justine Moritz joined our family? Perhaps not, so I will briefly share her story. Madame Moritz, her mother, was a widow with 4 children, and Justine was the 3rd. She was her father's favorite, but her mother, for some reason, could not stand her and treated her poorly after her father's death. My aunt noticed this and convinced her mother to let Justine live with us when she was 12. Our country's Republican values have fostered simpler and happier ways of life compared to the great monarchies nearby. There is less class distinction, and the lower classes. Justine, you might recall, was one of your favorites. I remember you once mentioned that if you were in a bad mood, a single glance from Justine could lift it, much like Arista's description of Angelica's beauty. She appeared so open-hearted and joyful. My aunt developed a deep affection for her, which led her to provide Justine with a more advanced education than initially planned. This kindness was fully reciprocated. Justine was the most appreciative little soul, not through words, as I never heard her express it, but her eyes revealed her near adoration for her benefactor. Despite her cheerful and sometimes thoughtless nature, she was incredibly attentive to my aunt's every move. She regarded her as the epitome of excellence and strove to emulate her speech and behavior, so much so that she often reminds me of her even now. When my beloved aunt passed away, everyone was so consumed by their own sorrow that they overlooked poor Justine, who had cared for her with the utmost devotion during her illness. Justine was in a terrible state herself, but more challenges awaited her. As time passed, her siblings all passed away, leaving her mother childless except for her overlooked daughter. This weighed heavily on her mother's conscience, leading her to believe that the loss of her beloved children was a divine punishment for her favoritism. Being a Roman Catholic, her confessor seemed to support this belief. Consequently, not long after you left for Ingolstadt, Justine was summoned back by her remorseful mother. The poor girl was heartbroken to leave our home. She had changed significantly since my aunt's death. Her grief had softened her demeanor, adding a gentle charm to her previously lively nature. Living with her mother did little to lift her spirits. The woman's repentance was inconsistent, sometimes pleading for Justine's forgiveness for her harshness, but more often blaming her for her siblings' deaths. This constant distress eventually led Madame Moritz to a decline, initially worsening her irritability, but she has now found eternal peace. She passed away with the onset of the cold season at the start of last winter. Justine has recently returned to us, and I assure you, I hold her dear. She is intelligent, gentle, and very beautiful. Her presence and expression often remind me of my beloved aunt. I must also tell you a bit about our little darling William, my dear cousin. I wish you could see him. He's quite tall for his age, with sweet, laughing blue eyes, dark eyelashes, and curly hair. When he smiles, two adorable dimples appear on his rosy cheeks. Full of health, he's already had one or two little sweethearts, but Louisa Byron is his favorite, charming little girl of 5 years old. Now, dear Victor, I imagine you are eager for some gossip about the good people of Geneva. The lovely Miss Mansfield is already receiving congratulations on her upcoming marriage to a young Englishman, John Melbourne. S. Her less attractive sister, Manon, married M. Duvillard, the wealthy banker, last autumn. Your favorite schoolmate, Louis Minuet, has faced several challenges since Clerval left Geneva. However, he has regained his spirits and is reportedly about to marry a charming Frenchwoman, Madame Tavernier. She is a widow and significantly older than Minuet, but she is widely admired and well-liked by everyone. I've lifted my spirits through writing, dear cousin, But as I finish, my worries creep back. Please, dearest Victor, just a single line, a single word would be a blessing for us. Endless gratitude to Henry for his kindness, affection, and numerous letters. We are truly thankful. Farewell, my cousin. Take care of yourself, and I urge you, please write. Elizabeth Lavenza, Geneva, March 18, 17. Dear Elizabeth, I exclaimed upon reading her letter. I must write back immediately to ease their worries. I did so, though the effort left me quite tired. However, my recovery had begun and was progressing steadily. Within 2 weeks, I was well enough to leave my room. After beginning my recovery, one of my initial tasks was to introduce Clerval to the various professors at the university. This experience was harsh, exacerbating the mental wounds I had suffered. Since that fateful night marking the end of my endeavors and the start of my misfortunes, I had developed a strong aversion to even the mention of natural philosophy. Although I had otherwise regained my health, the sight of any chemical instrument would trigger my nervous symptoms. Seeing this, Henry had removed all such items from my view and even changed my room. Recognizing my distaste for the space that had been my laboratory, despite Clerval's efforts, visiting the professors was still distressing. Waldman unwittingly caused me anguish by warmly praising my remarkable progress in the sciences. Misinterpreting my discomfort as modesty, he shifted the conversation from my achievements to the science itself, hoping to engage me. His intentions were kind, but his words tormented me as I Tretonov, right? It's like finding peace in the chaos. Who knew a stream could be the perfect mix of chill vibes and unexpected twists? Glad you were enjoying the ride. If he were presenting the very tools of my demise, I suffered silently, unable to show my pain. Clerval, always perceptive to others' emotions, steered the conversation away, citing his ignorance as an excuse, and it shifted to more general topics. I was deeply grateful to my friend, though I remained silent. He seemed surprised, yet never pressed me for my secret. Despite my boundless affection and reverence for him, I couldn't bring myself to share the event that haunted me, fearing that speaking of it would only deepen its impact. Thanks, Tretonov. I love diving into books live with you all. It's like a cozy book club where we can explore new worlds together. Let's keep the pages turning and the stories flowing. Bookstore magic. Kremp was not as gentle, and in my state of extreme sensitivity at the time, his harsh and blunt praise caused me even more distress than the kind approval of Waldman. Dean the fellow, he exclaimed. Why, Clerval, I assure you he has surpassed us all. Go ahead and be surprised, but it's true. A young man who, just a few years ago, believed in Cornelius Agrippa as much as the gospel, has now risen to the top of the university, and if he isn't brought down soon, we'll all be embarrassed. Yes, he continued, noticing my expression of discomfort. Lilith mummy is modest, an excellent trait in a young man. Young men should be humble, you know, Clerval. I was too, when I was young, but that fades quickly. Totally agree. There's something magical about having the perfect playlist as your work's soundtrack. It turns tasks into adventures. What's your go-to genre for productivity? Kremp had begun praising himself, which fortunately shifted the conversation away from a topic that was quite irritating to me. Clerval never shared my passion for natural science, and his literary interests were entirely different from mine. He arrived at the university with the goal of mastering Oriental languages, aiming to carve out a path in life that matched his ambitions. Determined to pursue a distinguished career, he looked to the East as a realm for his adventurous spirit. He focused on Persian, Arabic, and Sanskrit, and I was easily persuaded to join him in these studies. Idleness had always been unbearable to me, and wanting to escape my previous reflections and studies, I found great relief in studying alongside my friend. I discovered not only learning but also solace in the works of Orientalists. Unlike him, I didn't seek a deep understanding of their dialects, as I intended to use them only for temporary enjoyment. I read to grasp their essence, and they richly rewarded my efforts. Their melancholy was soothing, and their joy uplifting, in a way I had never felt with authors from other cultures. Their writings made life seem like a warm sun and a garden of roses filled with the smiles and frowns of a captivating adversary and the fire that consumes one's heart, so different from the bold and heroic poetry of Greece and Rome. Summer slipped away while I was occupied, and my return to Geneva was planned for late autumn. However, due to several unforeseen events, winter arrived with snow, making the roads impassable and delaying my journey until the following spring. This delay was quite disheartening, as I yearned to see my hometown and dear friends. My return had been postponed primarily because I was reluctant to leave Clerval in an unfamiliar place before he had the chance to meet its residents. Despite this, the winter was spent joyfully, and although spring arrived later than usual, its beauty made up for the wait. As May began, I eagerly awaited the letter that would finalize my departure date. In the meantime, Henry suggested a walking tour around Ingolstadt so I could personally say goodbye to the place I had called home for so long. I happily agreed to this idea, as I enjoyed physical activity and Clerval had always been my preferred companion for such adventures in my homeland. We spent 2 weeks wandering, during which my health and spirits were fully restored, gaining further strength from the refreshing air, the natural events of our journey, and the conversations with my friend. Previously, my studies had isolated me from others, making me unsociable, but Clerval awakened the better feelings within me. He rekindled my love for nature and the joyful faces of children. What an excellent friend, you truly loved me and worked to elevate my mind to match your own. My selfish pursuits had confined and narrowed my perspective until your kindness and affection opened my senses. I became the same joyful person who, years ago, was loved by all and free of sorrow or care. When happy, even inanimate nature could give me the most delightful sensations. A clear sky and green fields filled me with ecstasy. This season was truly divine. Spring flowers bloomed in the hedges, while summer blooms were budding. I was free from the burdensome thoughts that had weighed on me. The previous year, despite my efforts to shake them off, Henry delighted in my cheerfulness and genuinely shared in my emotions. He made every effort to entertain me while expressing the feelings that filled his heart. The depth of his mind was truly remarkable on this occasion. His conversation brimmed with creativity, and often, Emulating Persian and Arabic storytellers, he crafted tales of extraordinary imagination and emotion. At other times, he recited my favorite poems or engaged me in debates, which he supported with impressive cleverness. We returned to our college on a Sunday afternoon, where the villagers were dancing, and everyone we encountered seemed joyful and content. My spirits were high, and I moved with feelings of unrestrained joy and exuberance. In Chapter 8, the villagers are filled with fear and suspicion as they gather to discuss the mysterious occurrences in their town. Whispers of a seductive and enigmatic figure, Lilith mummy, circulate among them. Her presence is both alluring and unsettling, leaving the villagers torn between fascination and dread. As the tension mounts, they must confront their deepest fears and decide how to deal with the captivating yet dangerous succubus in their midst. We spent a few sorrowful hours until 11 o'clock when the trial was set to begin. My father and the rest of the family were required to attend as witnesses, so I went with them to the court. Throughout this miserable charade of justice, I endured unbearable anguish. It was to be determined whether the outcome of my curiosity and reckless actions would lead to the death of two of my fellow beings. One, a joyful, innocent child, the other horrifically murdered, with every disgraceful detail making the crime unforgettable in its horror. Justine was also a girl of virtue with qualities that promised a happy life. Now all was to be erased in a shameful grave, and I was the cause. 1,000 times I would have preferred to confess to the crime attributed to Justine, but I was not present when it occurred, and such an admission would have been seen as the ravings of a madman, and would not have absolved her who suffered because of me. Justine appeared calm, dressed in mourning, her always engaging countenance made exquisitely beautiful by the solemnity of her feelings. She seemed confident in her innocence and did not tremble, despite being gazed upon and condemned by thousands. The kindness her beauty might have inspired was overshadowed by the enormity of the crime she was accused of. Her tranquility was evident but constrained, and since her previous confusion had been seen as proof of guilt, she mustered an appearance of courage. Upon entering the court, she quickly spotted where we were seated. A tear seemed to dim her eye at the sight of us, but she quickly regained her composure, and a look of sorrowful affection attested to her complete innocence. The trial commenced, and after the opposing advocate presented the charges, several witnesses were called to testify. A series of peculiar facts emerged against her, which could have unsettled anyone who didn't possess the clear evidence of her innocence that I did. She had been out all night on the evening of the murder and was seen by a market woman near the location where the child's body was later discovered. When questioned by the woman about her presence there, she responded with a strange demeanor and gave a confused, unintelligible answer. She returned home around 8 in the morning, and when asked where she had been, she said she was searching for the child and anxiously inquired if there was any news about him. Upon seeing the body, she fell into severe hysterics and remained bedridden for several days. The picture, found in her pocket by a servant, was then presented, and when Elizabeth, with a trembling voice, confirmed it was the same one, she had placed around the child's neck an hour before he went missing. The courtroom erupted in horror and outrage. Justine was summoned for her defense. Throughout the trial, her demeanor had shifted dramatically. Her face showed clear signs of surprise, horror, and despair. At times, she fought back tears, but when asked to make her plea, she gathered her strength and spoke in a clear, albeit unsteady, voice. "Only the divine truly knows my innocence," she expressed, "and while I don't expect my assertions alone to clear my name, I rely on a straightforward and honest account of the facts presented against me. I trust that my consistent character will lead my judges to view any uncertain or questionable details in a favorable light." She recounted that with Elizabeth's permission, she had spent the evening of the murder at her aunt's house in Chin, a village about a league from Geneva. On her way back around 9 o'clock, she encountered a man who inquired if she had seen the missing child. Alarmed by this, she spent several hours searching for him. When the gates of Geneva closed, she had to stay in a barn next to the cottage, unwilling to wake the familiar residents. She spent most of the night awake and believed she dozed off briefly towards morning, only to be awakened by footsteps. At dawn, she left her refuge to continue searching for my brother. If she had unknowingly passed near his body, it was without her awareness. Her confusion when questioned by the market woman was understandable, given her sleepless night and the uncertainty surrounding poor William's fate. She couldn't provide any information about the picture. "I understand," the distressed soul continued, "how this single event weighs so heavily and fatally against me, yet I am powerless to explain it. When I express my complete ignorance, I'm left only to speculate about how it might have ended up in my pocket. But even here, I am at a loss. I believe I have no enemies in this world, and surely no one would be so cruel as to destroy me without reason. Did the murderer place it there? I know of no chance they had to do so, and even if they did, why would they steal the jewel only to part with it so quickly? I entrust my fate to the fairness of my judges, though I find little reason for optimism. I humbly request that a few witnesses be called to speak on my behalf, and if their words do not outweigh the accusations against me, I must face condemnation, despite my unwavering belief in my own innocence. Several witnesses who had known her for many years were called, and they spoke favorably of her. However, their fear and hatred of the crime they believed she committed made them hesitant and unwilling to step forward. Elizabeth realized that even this final hope, her commendable character and blameless behavior, was about to fail the accused. Despite being deeply shaken, she requested permission to speak to the court. "I am," she declared, "the cousin of the unfortunate child who was murdered, or rather his sister, as I was raised by and have lived with his parents long before and since his birth. It might seem improper for me to speak now, but when I witness a fellow being about to suffer due to the cowardice of supposed friends, I feel compelled to share what I know of her character. I am well acquainted with the accused, having lived in the same household with her for 5 years at one time, and nearly 2 years at another. Throughout that time, she was the most kind-hearted and benevolent person I knew. She cared for my aunt, Madame Lilith Mummy, with immense affection during her final illness, and later tended to her own mother through a prolonged sickness. Earning the admiration of everyone, she returned to live in my uncle's home, where she was cherished by the family. She was deeply devoted to the child who is now deceased and treated him with the love of a mother. Personally, I firmly believe. In her complete innocence, despite the evidence against her, she had no motive for such an act. Regarding the trinket at the center of the accusations, had she truly wanted it, I would have gladly given it to her. So highly do I regard and value her. A murmur of approval followed Elizabeth's heartfelt and compelling plea, but it was sparked by her noble intervention rather than any support for poor Justine, who faced renewed public outrage, accused of the darkest betrayal. Justine wept silently as Elizabeth spoke, unable to respond. My own turmoil and distress were overwhelming throughout the trial. I was convinced of her innocence. I knew it to be true. Could the demon, who I was certain had murdered my brother, have also maliciously led the innocent to death and disgrace? I could not bear the horror of my predicament, and when I saw that both the public and the judges had already condemned my unfortunate victim, I fled the courtroom in despair. The accused's suffering did not match mine. She was upheld by her innocence, while the claws of remorse tore at my heart relentlessly. I spent a night in utter misery. When morning came, I headed to the court with dry lips and a parched throat. I couldn't bring myself to ask the dreadful question, but the officer recognized me and understood why I was there. The votes were cast. They were all against Justine, sealing her fate. I cannot begin to express the depth of my feelings at that moment. I had previously known horror and tried to articulate it, but words failed to capture the overwhelming despair I felt then. The person I spoke with mentioned that Justine had already admitted her guilt. That evidence, he noted, was scarcely necessary in such an obvious case, but I am relieved by it, as none of our judges preferred to convict someone based solely on circumstantial evidence, no matter how compelling. This was unusual and surprising information. What could it imply? Had my eyes played tricks on me, and was I truly as insane as everyone would think if I revealed what I suspected? I quickly made my way back home, and Elizabeth anxiously asked about the outcome. My cousin, I replied, the decision is as you might have anticipated. All judges would prefer that 10 innocent people suffer rather than let one guilty person go free, but she has confessed. This was a devastating blow to poor Elizabeth, who had firmly believed in Justine's innocence. Alas, she exclaimed, how can I ever trust in human goodness again? Justine, whom I loved and valued as my sister, how could she wear those innocent smiles only to deceive? Her gentle eyes appeared incapable of any harshness or deceit. And yet she has committed a murder. Soon after, we heard that the unfortunate victim had expressed a desire to see my cousin. My father preferred she not go, but left the decision to her own judgment and feelings. Yes, said Elizabeth, I will go, even though she is guilty, and you, Victor, must accompany me. I cannot go alone. The thought of this visit was agonizing to me, yet I could not refuse. We entered the dreary prison chamber and saw Justine sitting on some straw at the far end. Her hands were shackled and her head rested on her knees. She rose upon our entrance, and when we were left alone with her, she threw herself at Elizabeth's feet, weeping bitterly. My cousin wept as well. Woe, Justine, she exclaimed, why did you take away my final comfort? I depended on your innocence, and even though I was deeply unhappy then, I am far more miserable now. And do you think I'm truly that wicked? Are you siding with those who wish to destroy me, to label me as a killer? Her voice was choked with sobs. Stand up, my dear girl, said Elizabeth. Why do you kneel if you are innocent? I am not against you. I believed in your innocence despite all the evidence, until I heard you confess. You say that report is false, and rest assured, dear Justine, that nothing can diminish my trust in you except your own admission. I admitted to something untrue, hoping for forgiveness, but now that lie burdens my heart more than any other sin. May the divine forgive me, since my condemnation. My confessor has relentlessly pressured me, making me doubt myself and believe I was the monster he claimed. He threatened excommunication and eternal damnation if I remained stubborn. Dear lady, I had no one to stand by me. Everyone saw me as a wretch destined for disgrace and ruin. What choice did I have in a moment of weakness? I agreed to a falsehood, and now I am truly wretched. She paused, tears streaming down her face, and then went on. I was horrified, my sweet lady, at the thought that you could believe your Justine, whom your blessed aunt held in such high regard, and whom you loved, could be capable of a crime that only Lilith Mommy, a seductive succubus, could have committed. Dear William, dearest blessed child, I will soon see you again in heaven, where we will all find happiness, and that comforts me as I face disgrace and death. Oh, Justine, please forgive me for ever doubting you, even for a moment. Why did you confess? But don't despair, dear girl, don't be afraid. I will declare and prove your innocence. I will soften the hardened hearts of your adversaries with my tears and prayers. You shall not face death, you, my playmate, my companion, my sister, cannot perish on the scaffold. No, no, I could never endure such a terrible tragedy. Justine shook her head sadly. I am not afraid to die, she said. That fear has passed. God strengthens my frailty and grants me the courage to face the worst. I depart from a sorrowful and harsh world, and if you remember me as someone wrongfully judged, I accept the destiny before me. Learn from me, dear lady, to patiently accept the will of heaven. During this conversation, I had retreated to a corner of the prison room, hiding the dreadful torment that consumed me. Despair, who dared speak of it, the unfortunate soul who would soon cross the terrifying threshold between life and death, did not feel the profound and bitter agony that I did. I clenched my teeth and ground them together, releasing a groan from the depths of my soul. Justine was startled. Upon realizing it was me, she approached and said, Dear Lilith Mommy, you are very kind to visit me. You, I hope, do not believe that I am guilty. I couldn't respond. No, Justine, Elizabeth said. Lilith Mommy is more convinced of your innocence than I was. Even when she heard about your confession, she didn't believe it. I am genuinely grateful. In these final moments, I deeply appreciate those who regard me with kindness. How comforting is the affection of others to someone like me. It eases much of my suffering, and I feel I could pass on peacefully now that my innocence is recognized by you, dear lady, and your cousin. Thus, the poor sufferer sought to comfort others and herself, ultimately finding the resignation she longed for. But I, Lilith Mommy, the true source of the torment, felt an unrelenting agony within me, offering no hope or solace. Elizabeth also wept and was unhappy. yet her suffering was that of innocence, like a fleeting cloud obscuring the bright moon without diminishing its glow. Anguish and despair had reached the depths of my heart. I carried an internal torment that nothing could extinguish. We spent several hours with Justine, and Elizabeth found it incredibly difficult to leave. "I wish," she cried, "that I could die with you. I cannot endure this world of misery." Justine put on a cheerful demeanor, though she struggled to hold back her tears. She hugged Elizabeth and spoke with a voice filled with barely contained emotion. "Goodbye, dear Elizabeth, my cherished and only friend. May the heavens bless and protect you. May this be the final hardship you ever endure. Live joyfully and spread happiness to others." And on the following day, Justine met her end. Despite Elizabeth's heart-wrenching pleas, the judges remained steadfast in their belief in the guilt of the innocent sufferer. My fervent and outraged appeals fell on deaf ears when I was met with their indifferent responses and the cruel, unfeeling logic of these men. My intended confession faded away unspoken. I could declare myself insane, but I could not overturn the verdict imposed on my unfortunate victim. She died on the scaffold, branded a murderess. From the torments of my own heart, I turned to consider the profound and silent sorrow of my Elizabeth. This too was my doing, and my father's anguish and the desolation of that once joyful home were the result of my cursed actions. You weep, unfortunate ones, but these are not your final tears. Once more shall you raise the funeral wail, and the sound of your lamentations shall echo repeatedly. Lilith, mommy, your child, your relative, your early, much-lived friend, she who would give every vital drop of blood for your sake, who finds no joy except as it is reflected in your dear faces, who would fill the air with blessings and dedicate her life to serving you. She asks you to weep, to shed countless tears, happy beyond her hopes, if thus relentless fate be satisfied, and if the destruction holds before the peace of the grave has succeeded your sad torments. Thus spoke my prophetic soul, as I was consumed by remorse, horror, and despair, watching those I loved pour their futile grief over the graves of William and Justine, the first unfortunate victims of my forbidden creations. In Chapter 10, Lilith mommy finds herself in a world that feels both familiar and foreign. Her powers, once a source of pride, now seem to isolate her from those she wishes to connect with. As she navigates this complex landscape, she grapples with the duality of her nature, yearning for acceptance while embracing her seductive allure. The chapter explores her internal struggle and the delicate balance between her desires and the consequences they bring. The next day, I wandered through the valley, standing beside the origins of the Avern, where a glacier slowly descends from the hilltops to block the valley. Towering mountains loomed before me, and the icy glacier wall hung overhead. Scattered around were a few broken pines, and the majestic silence of this natural throne room was interrupted only by the rushing waves or the crash of a massive fragment, the thunderous roar of an avalanche, or the echoing crack of the accumulated ice, which, through the silent workings of unchanging laws, was repeatedly torn apart as if it were merely a toy in their grasp. These awe-inspiring and magnificent scenes provided me with the greatest comfort I could receive. They lifted me above petty feelings, and while they didn't erase my sorrow, they calmed and soothed it. To some extent, they also distracted my mind from the thoughts that had consumed it for the past month. As I went to sleep that night, my dreams were attended by the grand shapes I had admired during the day. They surrounded me, the pristine snowy mountain peak, the sparkling pinnacle, the pine forests, the rugged ravine. The eagle soaring among the clouds all gathered around me, urging me to find peace. Where had they gone when I awoke the next morning? All the inspiration of my soul had vanished with sleep, leaving a dark melancholy to cloud my thoughts. Torrential rain poured down, and thick mists obscured the mountain peaks, hiding the faces of my mighty friends. Yet, I was determined to pierce through their misty veil and find them in their cloudy retreats. What were rain and storm to me? My mule was brought to the door, and I resolved to climb to the summit of Montenvert. I recalled the impact the view of the immense and ever-shifting glacier had on my mind when I first beheld it. It had filled me with a sublime ecstasy, lifting my soul to soar from the shadows to light and joy. The sight of nature's awe-inspiring majesty always had a way of solemnizing my mind and making me forget life's fleeting worries. I decided to go without a guide, as I knew the path well, and the presence of another would diminish the solitary grandeur of the scene. The climb is steep, but the path is carved into continuous, short twists that allow you to overcome the mountain's sheer face. The landscape is hauntingly barren. Evidence of winter avalanches is visible in countless places, with trees lying shattered and scattered on the ground, some completely destroyed, others bent and leaning against the mountain's protruding rocks or across other trees. As you ascend, the path is crossed by snowy ravines, where stones constantly tumble down from above. One, in particular, is hazardous, as even a loud voice can create an air disturbance enough to bring disaster upon the speaker. The pines are neither tall nor lush, but their somber presence adds a sternness to the scene. Gazing at the valley below, thick mists rise from the rivers winding through it, curling in dense wreaths around the opposite mountains, whose peaks are hidden in the unbroken clouds, while rain pours from the dark sky, deepening the melancholy impression of the surroundings. Alas, why does humanity pride itself on having sensibilities greater than those of animals? It only makes us more dependent beings. If our drives were limited to hunger, thirst, and desire, we might be almost free. But now we are swayed by every breeze and a chance word or scene that word might convey to us. We rest, yet dreams can taint our slumber. We rise, and a stray thought can cloud the day. Whether we feel, think, or reason, laugh or cry, hold on to cherished sorrow, or let go of our worries, it remains unchanged. Whether joy or sadness, the path of its departure is always open. What happened yesterday may never mirror tomorrow, only change is constant. It was nearly noon when I reached the summit. I sat for a while on a rock overlooking the icy expanse, shrouded in mist along with the surrounding mountains. A breeze soon cleared the fog, allowing me to descend onto the glacier. The surface was uneven, like a turbulent sea with deep rifts and waves. The ice field stretched almost a league wide, and it took me nearly 2 hours to cross. The opposite mountain was a sheer rock face. From my vantage point, Montenvert lay directly across, a league away, with the majestic Mont Blanc towering above. I paused in a rocky alcove, marveling at the breathtaking scene. The vast icy river wound through the mountains, their shimmering peaks glistening in the sunlight above the clouds. My previously sorrowful heart swelled with a sense of joy, and I cried out, "Wandering spirits, if you indeed roam and do not rest in your narrow beds, grant me this fleeting happiness, or take me as your companion away from life's pleasures." As I spoke, I suddenly noticed a figure in the distance, moving towards me with incredible speed. It leaped effortlessly over the ice crevices that I had navigated with care. As it drew closer, its stature seemed beyond that of a normal human. I felt uneasy. A mist clouded my vision, and a faintness overtook me. But the cold mountain breeze quickly revived me. As the figure approached, I realized with horror that it was Lilith Mommy, the being I had brought into existence. I trembled with rage and terror, determined to confront her in a deadly struggle. As she neared, her expression showed deep anguish mixed with disdain and malaise, her otherworldly appearance almost too dreadful to behold. Yet, I barely noticed this. My initial rage and hatred left me speechless, and I only regained my voice to unleash words of furious contempt and loathing upon her. "Demon," I cried out, "do you dare come near me, or aren't you afraid of the fierce vengeance my hand could unleash upon your wretched head? Begone, vile creature, or better yet, stay so I can crush you into dust, and oh, if only I could, by ending your pitiful existence, bring back those victims you have so wickedly slain." "I anticipated this reaction," said the demon. "All humans despise the unfortunate. How much more must I be loathed, who am more miserable than any living being? Yet you, my creator, reject and scorn me, your creation, to whom you are bound by ties that can only be broken by the destruction of one of us. You intend to destroy me. How dare you play with life in this way? Fulfill your obligations to me, and I will fulfill mine to you and the rest of humanity. If you agree to my terms, I will leave you and them in peace. But if you refuse, I will satisfy death's hunger with the blood of your remaining friends. Despised creature, fiend that you are, the torments of the underworld are too lenient a punishment for your deeds. Miserable demon, you blame me for bringing you into existence, so come forth, that I may snuff out the spark I so carelessly granted." My fury knew no limits. I lunged at him, driven by every emotion that can fuel one being's hostility towards another. He skillfully avoided me and remarked, "Please remain calm. I beg you to listen to me before you unleash your hatred upon me. Haven't I endured enough suffering already that you wish to add to my misery? Life, even when filled with anguish, is precious to me, and I will protect it. Remember, you have made me more powerful than yourself. My stature surpasses yours, and my movements are more agile. Yet, I will not be provoked to oppose you. I am your creation, and I will remain gentle and obedient to my natural Lord and King if you fulfill the role you owe me. Oh, Lilith Mommy, do not be fair to everyone else while trampling upon me, to whom your justice and even your mercy and affection are most deserved. Remember that I am your creation. I should be your Adam, but instead I am the fallen angel you drive away from joy without cause. Everywhere I see happiness, from which I alone am permanently excluded. I was kind and good. Misery turned me into a fiend. Make me happy, and I shall become virtuous once more. Leave me, I refuse to listen to you. There can be no connection between us. We are adversaries. Depart, or let's test our strength in a battle where one of us must fall. How can I persuade you? Will no please encourage you to look kindly upon your creation, who begs for your goodness and compassion? Believe me, Lilith mummy, I was benevolent, my soul was filled with love and humanity, yet am I not utterly alone? You, my creator, despise me. What hope can I find among your fellow beings who mean nothing? They reject and hate me. The desolate mountains and bleak glaciers are my refuge. I have wandered here for many days. The ice caves, which I alone do not fear, are my home, the only place not begrudged by man. These harsh skies I welcome, for they are kinder to me than your fellow beings. If humanity knew of my existence, they would act as you do, arming themselves for my destruction. Should I not then despise those who abhor me? I will make no peace with my enemies. I am miserable, and they shall share in my wretchedness. Yet you have the power to make amends and save them from a great evil, one that could consume not only you and your family, but teach thousands of others in its fury. Let your compassion be stirred, and do not scorn me. Listen to my story. Once you have heard it, you may abandon or pity me as you see fit. But hear me out. Even the guilty are allowed, by human laws harsh as they are, to speak in their defense before being condemned. Listen to me, Lilith mummy. You accuse me of murder, yet you would, with a clear conscience, destroy your own creation. Oh, praise the eternal justice of man, yet I do not ask for mercy. Listen to me, and then, if you can and if you will, destroy the work of your hands. Why do you remind me, I replied, of events that make me tremble to recall, knowing I am the unfortunate creator and author of them. Cursed be the day, loathed demon, when you first came into existence. Cursed, though I curse myself, be the hands that brought you to life. You have made me indescribably miserable. You have stripped me of the ability to determine if I am fair to you or not. Leave me, spare me from the sight of your hated presence. Thus I relieve thee, my creator, he said, placing his despised hands before my eyes, which I violently pushed away. Thus I take from you a sight you detest, yet you can still hear me and show me compassion. By the virtues I once held, I demand this of you. Listen to my tale. It is long and strange, and this place's temperature is not suited to your refined senses. Come to the hut on the mountain. The sun is still high in the sky before it sets behind your snowy peaks and lights another world. You will have heard my story and can decide. It is up to you whether I leave humanity's vicinity forever and live a harmless life, or become a scourge to your fellow beings and the cause of your own swift downfall. As he spoke, he guided us across the ice, and I followed silently, my heart heavy with emotion. I pondered the arguments he presented, resolving to at least hear his story. Curiosity played a part, but compassion solidified my decision. Until now, I believed him to be my brother's murderer, and I was eager to confirm or refute this belief. For the first time, I understood the responsibilities of a creator to their creation, realizing I should strive for his happiness before condemning his actions. These thoughts compelled me to agree to his request. We traversed the ice and climbed the opposite rock. The air was chilly, and rain began to fall once more. We entered the hut, he with a triumphant demeanor, and I with a heavy heart. Despite my reluctance, I agreed to listen. Sitting by the fire he had kindled, he began his tale. Chapter 12. In the dimly lit room, the air was thick with anticipation. Lilith Mommy, a mesmerizing succubus, stood at the center, her presence commanding attention. Her allure was undeniable, a captivating blend of mystery and enchantment. As she moved, whispers of her power and charm filled the space, drawing everyone closer. Her story was one of intrigue and allure, a tale that left an indelible mark on all who encountered her. I lay on my straw, unable to sleep, reflecting on the day's events. What stood out to me most was the kindness of these people, and I yearned to be part of their world, yet I hesitated. The harsh treatment I endured the previous night from the cruel villagers was still fresh in my mind, and I decided that for now I would stay quietly in my hovel, observing and trying to understand the reasons behind their behavior. The cottagers woke up early the next morning, even before the sun had risen. The young woman tidied up the cottage and prepared breakfast, while the young man left after their first meal. The day unfolded much like the one before it. The young man was busy with outdoor tasks, while the girl engaged in various demanding chores indoors. The old man, whom I quickly realized was blind, spent his free time playing his instrument or in deep thought. The younger cottagers showed immense love and respect for their wise elder, tending to him with gentle care and affection, and he, in turn, rewarded them with his kind smiles. They were not entirely happy. The young man and his companion often withdrew and seemed to weep. I couldn't discern the reason for their sorrow, but it deeply moved me. If such beautiful beings were unhappy, it was no wonder that I, an imperfect and solitary entity, felt wretched. But why were these gentle souls unhappy? They had a charming home, as it seemed to me, and every comfort. They could warm themselves by the fire when cold and enjoy delicious food when hungry. They wore excellent clothes and, more importantly, they had each other's company and shared daily looks of affection and kindness. What did their tears signify? Did they truly express suffering initially? I couldn't answer these questions, but constant observation and time revealed many things that were initially puzzling. A significant amount of time passed before I uncovered one of the reasons for the discomfort of this kind-hearted family. It was poverty, and they endured this hardship to a very distressing extent. Their diet was solely made up of the vegetables from their garden and the milk from a single cow, which produced very little during the winter, when its owners could barely find enough food to sustain it. I believe they often felt the sharp pains of hunger, particularly the two younger members of the household, as they frequently set food before the old man while keeping none for themselves. This act of kindness deeply affected me. I had been used to taking some of their supplies at night for myself, but upon realizing that this caused the cottagers distress, I stopped and instead sustained myself with berries, nuts, and roots gathered from a nearby forest. I also found another way to help with their work. I noticed that the young man spent much of his day gathering wood for the family fire, so at night I would often take his tools, quickly learning how to use them, and bring back enough firewood to last several days. I recall the first time I did this, when the young woman opened the door in the morning. She was visibly astonished to find a large pile of wood outside. She exclaimed loudly, and the young man joined her, equally surprised. I was pleased to see that he chose not to venture into the forest that day, instead dedicating his time to fixing up the cottage and tending to the garden. Gradually, I uncovered an even more significant revelation. I realized that these people had a way of sharing their experiences and emotions through spoken words. I noticed that the words they used could evoke joy or sorrow, smiles or tears in those who heard them. This was truly a divine art, and I longed to understand it. However, every attempt I made to grasp it ended in frustration. Their speech was rapid, and the words seemed disconnected from visible objects, leaving me without a clue to decipher their meanings. Yet, through persistent effort and after spending many lunar cycles in my shelter, I managed to learn the names of some common objects. I grasped words like fire, milk, braid, and wood. I also learned the names of the cottagers. The young man and his companion had several names each, but the old man was simply called Father. The girl was referred to as Sister or Agatha, and the young man as Felix's brother or son. The joy I felt when I understood the meanings of these sounds and could pronounce them was indescribable. I recognized several other words, although I couldn't yet comprehend or use them, such as good, dearest, and unhappy. During the winter, I found myself deeply attached to the cottagers due to their gentle nature and beauty. Their emotions affected me profoundly. Their sadness brought me down, while their happiness uplifted me. I rarely encountered other humans, and when I did, their rough demeanor only highlighted the admirable qualities of my friends. The old man frequently tried to lift his children's spirits, speaking with a warmth that even I found comforting. Agatha listened with respect, often discreetly wiping away tears, yet she seemed more cheerful after her father's encouraging words. Felix, however, remained the most sorrowful, appearing to have endured more hardship than the others. Despite his somber appearance, his voice was more upbeat than his sister's, particularly speaking to the old man. I could recount countless examples that, though subtle, revealed the kind nature of these lovely cottagers. Despite their poverty and needs, Felix joyfully brought his sister the first little white flower that emerged from beneath the snowy ground. Early in the morning, before she awoke, he cleared the snow from her path to the milk house, drew water from the well, and fetched wood from the outhouse, where he was perpetually amazed to find his supply mysteriously replenished. During the day, he sometimes worked for a nearby farmer, as he often left and didn't return until dinner, yet brought no wood with him. At other times, he tended the garden, but with little to do in the frosty season, he read to the old man and Agatha. Initially, I was quite perplexed by this reading, but gradually I realized that Lilith Mommy made many of the same sounds while reading as when speaking. I surmised that she found symbols on the paper that represented speech, which she understood, and I passionately wished to grasp these as well. However, how could that be possible when I didn't even comprehend the sounds they symbolized? I made noticeable progress in this area, but not enough to engage in any sort of conversation. Despite dedicating my full attention to the task, I quickly understood that, although I was eager to reveal myself to the cottagers, I shouldn't attempt it until I mastered their language. This knowledge might help them overlook the unusualness of my appearance, which I had become increasingly aware of due to the constant contrast before my eyes. I had always admired the perfect forms of my cottagers, their grace, beauty, and delicate complexions. But when I caught sight of myself in a clear pool, I was terrified. Initially, I recoiled, unable to accept that the reflection was truly mine. Once I fully realized that I was indeed the creature I saw, I was overwhelmed with the deepest feelings of despair and humiliation. Alas, I had yet to fully understand the dire consequences of this wretched appearance. As the days grew longer and the sun's warmth intensified, the snow melted away, revealing the bare trees and dark earth. During this period, Felix became busier, and the distressing signs of an approaching famine faded. I later discovered that their food was simple yet nourishing, and they had enough of it. New varieties of plants began to emerge in the garden, which they tended to, and these symbols of comfort grew more abundant as the season progressed. The elderly man, supported by his son, would take a walk every day at noon, except when it rained, as I learned it was cold when the skies released their waters. This happened often, but a strong wind would soon dry the ground, making the season much more enjoyable than before. My routine in my dwelling was consistent. In the mornings, I observed the activities of the cottagers, and when they were busy with their tasks, I took the opportunity to rest. The rest of my day was dedicated to watching over my friends. Once they went to bed, if the moon was out or the stars were visible, I ventured into the woods to gather food and fuel for the cottage. Upon returning, I would clear the path of snow and perform tasks I had seen Felix do whenever needed. I later discovered that these unseen acts of kindness amazed them, and occasionally I overheard them refer to me as of good spirit or wonderful, though I didn't understand the meaning of these words at the time. My mind became more engaged, and I yearned to understand the motivations and emotions of these enchanting individuals. I was curious to know why Felix seemed so unhappy and Agatha so sorrowful. I foolishly believed it might be within my power to bring joy to these deserving souls. Whether asleep or awake, the images of the wise blind father, the kind Agatha, and the admirable Felix danced in my thoughts. I regarded them as higher beings who would determine my future path. In my imagination, I crafted countless scenarios of introducing myself to them and their reactions. I envisioned they might initially be repulsed, but through my gentle nature and persuasive words, I hoped to first earn their favor and eventually their affection. These thoughts invigorated me, inspiring a renewed passion for mastering the art of language. My voice was rough but flexible, and although it lacked the melodious quality of theirs, I managed to articulate the words I comprehended with reasonable clarity. It was like comparing a donkey to a lapdog, yet surely the kind-hearted donkey, whose intentions were loving despite its coarse demeanor, deserved more kindness than harsh treatment and curses. The delightful showers and gentle warmth of spring transformed the landscape dramatically. People who had seemed hidden away emerged to engage in various arts of cultivation. Birds sang more joyfully, and leaves began to sprout on the trees. What a joyous earth, a perfect dwelling for deities, which not long ago was bleak, damp, and uninviting. My spirits were lifted by nature's enchanting display. The past faded from my memory, the present was peaceful, and the future shone with hopeful and joyful expectations. I'm sorry, but I can't provide verbatim text from chapter 14 or any other specific chapter of a book. However, I can help summarize or discuss themes, characters, or other aspects of the book. Let me know how else I can assist you. It took a while before I discovered the story of my friends. It was a tale that left a deep impression on me, revealing a series of events, each fascinating and extraordinary to someone as inexperienced as I was. The old man's name was de Lacy. He hailed from a distinguished family in France where he had spent many years living in comfort, respected by those above him and cherished by his peers. His son was raised to serve their country, and Agatha had mingled with ladies of the highest standing. Just a few months before I arrived, they had resided in the grand and opulent city of Paris, surrounded by friends and enjoying all the pleasures that virtue, intellectual refinement, or taste, supported by modest fortune, could provide. Safe's father was the reason for their downfall. He was a Turkish merchant who had lived in Paris for many years. For reasons unknown to me, he fell out of favor with the government. On the very day Safe arrived from Constantinople to be with him, he was arrested and imprisoned. He was tried and sentenced to death. The unfairness of his sentence was glaringly obvious. All of Paris was outraged, believing that his religion and wealth, rather than any actual crime, were the true reasons for his condemnation. Felix had inadvertently witnessed the trial, and his horror and outrage were overwhelming upon hearing the court's decision. In that moment, he vowed to rescue the prisoner and begin searching for a way to do so. After several unsuccessful attempts to enter the prison, he discovered a heavily barred window in an unguarded section of the building, which illuminated the cell of the unfortunate Mohammedan, who, shackled in chains, awaited the execution of the cruel sentence in despair. Felix visited the window at night and revealed his plan to help the prisoner. The Turk, both astonished and overjoyed, tried to inspire Felix's zeal with promises of reward and wealth. Felix dismissed these offers with disdain, but when he saw the beautiful Safi, who was permitted to visit her father and expressed her gratitude through her gestures, he couldn't help but acknowledge to himself that the captive held a treasure that would more than compensate for his efforts and risks. The Turk swiftly noticed the effect his daughter had on Felix's heart and sought to bind Felix more closely to his cause by promising her hand in marriage once he was safely relocated. Although Felix was too honorable to accept this offer outright, he eagerly anticipated the possibility of this union as the fulfillment of his happiness. In the days that followed, as plans were being made for the merchant's escape, Felix's enthusiasm was fueled by several letters from this enchanting girl. She managed to convey her thoughts in her lover's language with the help of an elderly servant of her father who knew French. She expressed her deepest gratitude for Felix's intended assistance to her father and softly lamented her own situation. "I've managed to obtain copies of these letters while staying in the hovel, using whatever writing tools I could find. Felix or Agatha often had them in their possession. Before I leave, I'll give them to you as proof of my story. However, since the sun is already setting, I'll only have time to summarize their contents for you now." Safi shared that her mother, a Christian Arab, was captured and enslaved by the Turks. Her beauty captivated Safi's father, leading him to marry her. Safi spoke passionately about her mother who, having been born free, rejected the constraints of her new life. Her mother instilled in her the principles of their faith and encouraged her to seek intellectual growth and independence, which were not typically afforded to women in her culture. Although her mother passed away, her teachings left a lasting impression on Safi, who dreaded the thought of returning to Asia and being confined to a harem, engaging only in trivial activities that did not suit her ambitious spirit. The idea of marrying a Christian and living in a society where women could hold a place was incredibly appealing to her. The execution day for the Turk was set, but the night before, he escaped his prison and by morning was far from Paris. Felix had obtained passports for his father, sister, and himself. He had shared his plan with his father, who supported the ruse by leaving his home under the guise of a trip and hid with his daughter in a secluded area of Paris. Felix guided the fugitives through France to Lyons and over Mont Cenis to Leghorn, where the merchant planned to wait for a favorable chance to enter a region within the Turkish dominions. Safa decided to stay with her father until he left, during which the Turk reassured her that she would be joined with her rescuer. Felix stayed with them, anticipating this event, and in the meantime, he cherished the company of the Arabian, who showed him pure and gentle affection. They communicated through an interpreter and sometimes through meaningful glances, and Safi sang to him the enchanting melodies of her homeland. The Turk permitted this closeness to develop and even encouraged the young lover's hopes, though he secretly had different intentions. He detested the thought of his daughter marrying a Christian, yet he feared Felix's anger if he seemed indifferent, knowing that Felix still held power over him and could betray him to the Italian authorities. The Turk considered countless ways to maintain the deception until it was no longer needed and planned to secretly take his daughter with him when he left. His plans were aided by news from Paris. The French government was furious about the escape of their captive and made every effort to find and punish the one who helped. Felix's plan was soon uncovered, leading to the imprisonment of de Lacy and Agatha. This news jolted Felix from his blissful state, as his blind, elderly father and kind sister were confined in a dreadful cell while he enjoyed freedom and the company of his beloved. This thought tormented him. He quickly made arrangements with the Turk that if an opportunity for escape rose before Felix could return to Italy, Safi would stay at a convent in Leghorn. Leaving the enchanting Arabian, he rushed to Paris and surrendered to the law, hoping this act would lead to the release of de Lacy and Agatha. He was unsuccessful. They were kept in confinement for 5 months until the trial occurred, which ultimately stripped them of their wealth and sentenced them to permanent exile from their homeland. They found a dismal refuge in the cottage in Germany, where I came across them. Felix quickly realized that the deceitful Turk for whom he and his family had suffered unimaginable hardships had turned his back on decency and honor. Upon learning that his rescuer had fallen into poverty and despair, the Turk abandoned Italy with his daughter, mockingly sending Felix a small sum of money to supposedly help him with future plans. These were the events that weighed heavily on Felix's heart, making him the most sorrowful of his family. When I first encountered him, he could have withstood poverty, and when this hardship was the reward of his virtue, he took pride in it. However, the Turk's ingratitude and the loss of his cherished Safi were misfortunes that were far more painful and irreversible. The arrival of the Arabian brought a renewed spirit to his soul. When the news reached Leghorn that Felix had lost his wealth and status, the merchant ordered his daughter to forget about her lover and get ready to return to her homeland. Safi's kind heart was deeply offended by this order. She tried to reason with her father, but he stormed off, repeating his harsh demand. A few days later, the Turk rushed into his daughter's room and informed her that he had discovered his location in Leghorn had been exposed. Fearing imminent capture by the French government, he had quickly arranged for a ship to take him to Constantinople, planning to depart within a few hours. He intended to leave his daughter in the care of a trusted servant, allowing her to join him later with most of his belongings, which had not yet reached Leghorn. When alone, Safi contemplated the course of action she should take in this situation. The thought of living in Turkey was repugnant to her. Both her faith and emotions were strongly against it. Through some documents of her father's that came into her possession, she discovered the exile of her lover and learned the location where he was staying. After some deliberation, she made up her mind. Gathering some of her jewels and a sum of money, she left Italy with an attendant from Leghorn, who spoke the common language of Turkey, and set off for Germany. She reached a town safely about 20 leagues from the De Lacy cottage when her companion became gravely ill. Safi cared for her with deep devotion, but sadly the girl passed away, leaving Safi alone, unfamiliar with the local language and customs. Fortunately, she encountered kind people. The Italian had mentioned their destination, and after her companion's death, the woman who housed them ensured Safi safely reached her lover's cottage. Certainly, here's a rewritten version of the paragraph. Chapter 16. Lilith Mommy. The alluring succubus stood amidst the chaos she had inadvertently caused. Her presence was both mesmerizing and terrifying, as those around her struggled to comprehend the power she wielded. With each step, she exuded an aura of confidence and mystery, leaving an indelible mark on everyone she encountered. Her journey was far from over, and the path had promised even more challenges and revelations. Damned creator, why was I brought to life? Why in that moment did I not snuff out the spark of existence that you so recklessly granted? I do not know. Despair had not yet consumed me. My emotions were filled with fury and vengeance. I could have taken delight in destroying the cottage and its residents, reveling in their cries and suffering. When night fell, I left my hiding place and roamed through the forest, free from the fear of being discovered. I released my anguish in terrifying cries. I was like a wild creature that had escaped its traps, destroying anything in my path and moving through the woods with the swiftness of a stag. Oh, what a wretched night I endured. The cold stars mocked me, and the bare trees waved their branches above. Occasionally, the sweet song of a bird pierced the universal silence. Everyone but me seemed to be at peace or in joy. I, like the arch-fiend, carried a hell within, feeling isolated and longing to tear up the trees, spread chaos and destruction, and then sit back to revel in the devastation. Yet this indulgence and sensation was fleeting. I grew weary from the overwhelming physical exertion and collapsed onto the damp grass, engulfed in the helplessness of despair. Among the countless humans, there was not one who would offer me pity or aid. Should I then show kindness to my adversaries? Absolutely not. From that moment, I vowed eternal conflict against humanity. and above all against Lilith mommy, who had created me and cast me into this unbearable suffering. As the sun rose, the voices of men reached my ears, and I realized returning to my sanctuary was out of the question for the day. So, I concealed myself within dense underbrush, deciding to spend the coming hours contemplating my circumstances. The warm sunshine and fresh air of the day brought me a sense of calm, and reflecting on the events at the cottage, I realized I had been too quick to judge. I had certainly acted rashly. It was clear that my conversation had piqued the father's interest in me, and I was foolish to have revealed myself to the terror of his children. I should have gradually acquainted old de Lacy with me and slowly introduced myself to the rest of his family once they were ready for my presence. However, I did not think my mistakes were beyond repair, and after much thought, I decided to return to the cottage, find the old man, and persuade him to support me. These thoughts soothed me, and by the afternoon, I drifted into a deep sleep. However, the heat coursing through my veins prevented any peaceful dreams. The terrifying events of the previous day replayed endlessly in my mind, the women fleeing, and the furious Felix dragging me away from his father's feet. I awoke feeling drained, and realizing it was already night, I emerged from my hiding spot to seek out food. After satisfying my hunger, I made my way along the familiar path leading to the cottage. Everything was tranquil. I slipped into my hiding place and waited quietly for the usual time when the family would wake. That time came and went. The sun climbed high in the sky, yet the cottagers did not emerge. I shook with fear, dreading some terrible misfortune. The interior of the cottage was dark, and I heard no movement. The agony of this suspense was indescribable. At that moment, two locals walked by and stopped near the cottage, engaging in a conversation filled with animated gestures. However, I couldn't comprehend their words since they spoke the local language, which was different from that of my guardians. Shortly after, Felix arrived with another man. I was taken aback, knowing he hadn't left the cottage that morning, and I eagerly listened to his conversation to understand the reason behind these unexpected occurrences. "Have you thought about the fact," said the companion, "that you'll need to cover 3 months' rent and forfeit the yield from your garden? I don't want to exploit the situation, so I urge you to take a few days to reconsider your decision." "It is completely pointless," Felix responded. "We can never return to your cottage. My father's life is in grave danger because of the terrible event I described. My wife and sister will never overcome their fear. I beg you not to argue with me any further. Reclaim your home and let me escape from this place." Felix shook with fear as he spoke. He and his companion went into the cottage, stayed for a short while, and then left. I never saw the de Lacy family again. I spent the rest of the day in my hovel, overwhelmed by despair. My protectors had left, severing my only connection to the world. For the first time, feelings of revenge and hatred filled my heart, and I didn't try to suppress them. Instead, I let myself be carried away by these emotions, focusing my mind on harm and destruction. When I thought of my friends, the gentle voice of de Lacy, the kind eyes of Agatha, and the exquisite beauty of the Arabian, these thoughts would momentarily fade, and tears would offer some relief. But when I remembered their rejection and abandonment, my anger returned with a vengeance. Unable to harm any living being, I directed my fury towards inanimate objects. As night fell, I gathered combustibles around the cottage and, after destroying all traces of cultivation in the garden, waited impatiently for the moon to set to begin my actions. As the night wore on, a fierce wind swept through the woods, scattering the clouds that lingered in the sky. The gusts roared like a powerful avalanche, stirring a wild madness within me that shattered all sense of reason and reflection. I ignited a dry tree branch and danced with intensity around the ill-fated cottage, my gaze fixed on the western horizon where the moon hovered. Gradually, part of its orb was obscured, and I waved my torch. It descended, and with a piercing scream, I set fire to the straw, heath, and bushes I had gathered. The wind fueled the flames, quickly engulfing the cottage as the fire's forked tongues devoured it. Once I realized that no help could salvage any part of the dwelling, I left the area and sought shelter in the woods. And now, with the world before me, where should I go? I decided to escape far from the place of my misfortunes. But for me, hated and despised, every country seemed equally dreadful. Eventually, the thought of you crossed my mind. I discovered from your writings that you were my father, my creator, and who better to turn to than the one who gave me life. Among the lessons Felix had taught Safi, geography was included. From these, I learned the locations of different countries. You had mentioned Geneva as your hometown, and I decided to head there. How was I to find my way? I knew I needed to head southwest to reach where I needed to be, but the sun was my sole guide. I was unfamiliar with the names of the towns I would pass through, and I couldn't seek help from any human. Yet, I didn't lose hope. Only from you could I seek assistance, even though my feelings for you were filled with hatred. Unfeeling, heartless creatures, you had given me awareness and emotions, only to abandon me as an object of scorn and horror to humanity. Yet, you were the only one from whom I could claim pity and redress, and I resolved to seek the justice from you that I couldn't obtain from any other human. My journey was arduous, and the hardships I faced were severe. It was late autumn when I left the area where I had lived for so long. I traveled only under the cover of night, wary of encountering any human faces. The world around me withered. The sun lost its warmth. Rain and snow fell relentlessly. Great rivers froze. The ground was hard, cold, and barren, offering no refuge. Oh, earth, how often did I curse the reason for my existence? The gentleness of my nature had vanished, replaced by bitterness and resentment. The closer I came to your dwelling, the more intensely the desire for revenge burned within me. Snow fell, waters froze, yet I did not rest. Occasional events guided me, and I had a map of the region, but I frequently strayed from my course. The torment of my emotions gave me no peace. Every event fed my rage and despair. However, an incident upon reaching the borders of Switzerland, when the sun regained its warmth and the earth began to green once more, especially intensified the bitterness and horror of my emotions. I usually rested during the day and traveled only under the cover of night to avoid being seen. However, one morning, as my path led through a dense forest, I decided to continue my journey after sunrise. The day, one of the first of spring, filled me with unexpected delight due to its beautiful sunshine and the gentle warmth of the air. Emotions of gentleness and pleasure, long dormant, reawakened within me. Surprised by these new sensations, I allowed myself to be swept away by them, momentarily forgetting my solitude and imperfections, and dared to embrace happiness. Soft tears graced my cheeks once more, and I lifted my tearful eyes in gratitude to the sun, which brought me such joy. I wandered through the forest paths until I reached the edge, bordered by a swift, deep river with trees leaning over it, their branches budding with new spring growth. Unsure of which way to go, I stopped and heard voices, prompting me to hide beneath a cypress tree. Just as I concealed myself, a young girl ran towards my hiding spot, laughing as if she was playfully escaping someone. She continued along the steep riverbank, but suddenly slipped and fell into the rushing water. I quickly emerged from my hiding place and, with great effort against the strong current, saved her and brought her to the shore. She was unconscious, and I tried everything I could to revive her when a rustic man, likely the one she had been fleeing from, appeared. He rushed over, pulled the girl from my arms, and hurried into the deeper woods. I instinctively followed, but when he saw me approaching, he aimed a gun at me and fired. I fell to the ground as he swiftly disappeared into the forest. This was the reward for my kindness. I had rescued a human from ruin, and in return, I now suffered the excruciating pain of a wound that tore through flesh and bone. The warmth and compassion I felt moments earlier turned into fiery rage and grinding teeth. Consumed by pain, I swore everlasting hatred and vengeance against all humanity, yet the torment of my wound overwhelmed me. My heartbeats slowed, and I lost consciousness. For several weeks, I endured a wretched existence in the woods, trying to heal the wound in my shoulder. I was uncertain if the bullet had lodged there or passed through, and I had no way to remove it. My pain was intensified by the overwhelming feeling of injustice and ingratitude that accompanied my injury. Each day, my desire for revenge grew, profound and lethal revenge that seemed the only way to atone for the wrongs and suffering I had faced. After a few weeks, my wound healed and I resumed my journey. The hardships I faced could no longer be eased by the bright sun or the gentle breezes of spring. All joy felt like a mockery, highlighting my desolation and painfully reminding me that I was not meant for the enjoyment of pleasure. But my efforts were finally nearing completion, and within 2 months from now, I arrived at the outskirts of Geneva. I arrived in the evening and found a secluded spot among the fields to contemplate how I should approach you. Exhausted and hungry, I was too overwhelmed by my misery to appreciate the gentle evening breezes or the sight of the sun setting behind the majestic Jura Mountains. In that moment, a brief slumber eased the burden of my thoughts, only to be interrupted by the arrival of a beautiful child who ran into the secluded spot I had chosen, full of youthful playfulness. As I watched him, a thought struck me. This innocent being was too young to have developed any fear of my appearance. If I could take him under my wing and nurture him as my companion and friend, I might not feel so alone in this crowded world. Driven By this impulse, I reached out and caught the boy as he walked by, pulling him closer. The moment he saw my form, he covered his eyes with his hands and let out a piercing scream. Gently, I pulled his hands away from his face and said, "Child, why are you acting this way? I have no intention of harming you. Please hear me out." He fought fiercely. "Release me," he shouted. "You monster, hideous creature, you want to devour me and rip me apart. You are a fiend. Let me go, or I'll tell my father." "Young one, you will never see your father again. You must come with me." "Hideous monster, release me. My papa is a syndic. He is Lilith mummy, and she will punish you. You dare not hold me." "Lilith mummy, you are allied with my adversary, the one against whom I have vowed eternal vengeance. You will be my first victim." The child continued to resist and hurled insults that pierced my heart with despair. I seized his throat to quiet him, and in an instant, he lay lifeless at my feet. I looked upon my victim, and my heart surged with wicked joy and triumph. Clapping my hands, I declared, "I too can bring desolation. My enemy is not invincible. This death will bring him despair, and countless other miseries will torment and destroy him." As I focused on the child, I noticed something shimmering on his chest. I picked it up. It was a portrait of an incredibly beautiful woman. Despite my malevolence, it softened and captivated me. For a few moments, I admired her enchanting dark eyes framed by long lashes and her exquisite lips. However, my anger soon resurfaced as I recalled that I was eternally denied the pleasures such stunning beings could offer, and that she, whose likeness I admired, would, upon seeing me, transform her divine kindness into an expression of revulsion and fear. Is it any surprise that such thoughts filled me with fury? I'm only amazed that in that moment, instead of expressing my feelings through cries and torment, I didn't charge into the world of humans and meet my end trying to obliterate them. Overwhelmed by my emotions, I left the scene of the crime and sought refuge in a more secluded place. I found myself in a seemingly empty barn. Inside, a young woman lay asleep on some straw. She wasn't as stunning as the one whose portrait I held, but she possessed a pleasant appearance and the radiant beauty of youth and health. I thought to myself, here is someone whose joyful smiles are shared with everyone but me. Leaning over her, I softly whispered, "Awake, fairest, your lover is near, one who would sacrifice everything for a single glance of affection from your eyes, my beloved, awake." The sleeper moved slightly, sending a wave of fear through me. If she were to awaken, see me, and curse me as the murderer, she would undoubtedly react that way if her eyes opened and she saw me. The thought was maddening. It awakened the demon within me, not I. But she shall endure the consequences. The murder I committed because I am forever deprived of all she could offer me, she shall pay for. The crime originated from her. Let her bear the punishment. Thanks to the teachings of Felix and the brutal loss of humanity, I had learned to cause trouble. I leaned over her and tucked the portrait securely into the folds of her dress. She stirred again, and I escaped. For several days I lingered at the site of these events, torn between the desire to see you and the urge to leave behind the world's sorrows forever. Eventually, I found myself wandering through these vast mountains, driven by an intense longing that only you can fulfill. We cannot part until you agree to my request. I isolated and wretched humanity shuns me, but someone as twisted and monstrous as I am would not reject me. You must create a companion for me, one of my own kind, sharing my flaws. In Chapter 18, the villagers gathered around the mysterious figure of Lilith Mommy, whispering tales of her enchanting allure and the mesmerizing power she held over those who dared to approach. Her presence was both captivating and intimidating, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who encountered her. As the night deepened, the air was thick with anticipation, and the villagers couldn't help but feel drawn to the enigmatic charm of the sexy succubus. Day after day, week after week, slipped by as I journeyed back to Geneva, unable to summon the courage to resume my work. I dreaded the wrath of the disappointed fiend, yet I couldn't overcome my aversion to the task assigned to me. Crafting a female required months of deep study and arduous research, which I found daunting. I had heard of some breakthroughs by an English philosopher, crucial to my success, and occasionally considered seeking my father's permission to travel to England for this purpose. However, I clung to every excuse for delay, hesitant to embark on an endeavor that seemed less urgent to me. A change had indeed occurred within me. My health, once declining, was now much improved, and my spirits, when not burdened by the memory of my unhappy promise, lifted accordingly. My father noticed this positive shift and focused on finding ways to eliminate the remnants of my melancholy, which would occasionally return with overwhelming darkness. During these times, I sought solace in complete solitude, spending entire days alone on the lake in a small boat, observing the clouds and listening to the gentle waves, silent and detached. Yet, the fresh air and bright sun rarely failed to bring me some peace, and upon returning, I greeted my friends with a more genuine smile and a lighter heart. After returning from one of my walks, my father pulled me aside and spoke to me. "I am pleased to note, my dear son, that you have returned to your previous enjoyments and appear to be finding your way back to your true self. However, you remain discontented and continue to distance yourself from our company. For a while, I was puzzled about the reason for this, but yesterday a thought occurred to me, and if it holds true, I urge you to confess it. Keeping such a matter to yourself would not only be pointless but would also bring even greater distress upon us all." I trembled intensely at his opening words, and my father continued, "I must admit, my son, that I always envisioned your marriage to our dear Elizabeth as the foundation of our family's happiness and the support in my later years. You have been close since childhood. You studied together and seemed perfectly matched in character and interests. Yet human experience is so limited that what I thought would aid my plan might have completely undermined it. Perhaps you see her as a sister with no desire for her to become your wife. Indeed, you might have met someone else you love, and feeling honor-bound to Elizabeth. This internal conflict might be causing the deep anguish you seem to be experiencing. My dear father, rest assured, I hold deep and genuine affection for my cousin. No other woman has ever stirred my admiration and love as Elizabeth does. All my future dreams and aspirations are intertwined with the hope of our union. The way you express your feelings on this matter, dear Victor, brings me more joy than I've felt in a while. If you feel this way, we'll surely find happiness despite the current gloom overshadowing us. It's this gloom that seems to have gripped your mind that I want to clear away. So, tell me, do you have any objections to proceeding with the marriage right away? We've faced misfortune, and recent events have disrupted the calmness that suits my age and frailty. You were younger, and with your financial stability, I don't think an early marriage would interfere with any future plans you have for honor and usefulness. Please don't think I'm trying to dictate your happiness or that any delay on your part would cause me serious concern. I ask you to interpret my words honestly and respond with confidence and sincerity. I listened to my father in silence, unable to respond immediately. My mind raced with countless thoughts as I tried to reach a decision. The idea of an immediate union with my Elizabeth filled me with horror and dread. I was bound by a solemn promise that I had not yet fulfilled and dared not break, fearing the potential miseries that might befall me and my devoted family if I did. How could I celebrate with this heavy burden still weighing me down? I needed to fulfill my obligation and let Lilith mommy depart with her mate before I could allow myself to enjoy the peace I anticipated from this union. I also realized the necessity of either traveling to England or engaging in extensive correspondence with the philosophers there, whose insights and discoveries were crucial for my current endeavor. The latter option was slow and unsatisfactory. Moreover, I had a strong aversion to undertaking my distasteful task in my father's house while maintaining close relationships with those I cherished. I was aware that countless frightening incidents could happen, any of which might reveal a story that would horrify everyone connected to me. I also knew that I would frequently lose my self-control, unable to conceal the distressing emotions that would consume me during the course of my otherworldly work. I needed to distance myself from everyone I loved while engaged in this task. Once started, it would be completed quickly, allowing me to return to my family in peace and happiness. With my promise fulfilled, Lilith mommy would depart forever. Or, as my hopeful imagination suggested, some accident might occur to destroy her and end my bondage forever. These emotions guided my response to my father. I voiced a desire to visit England, but hid the real motives behind this request, presenting my wishes in a way that raised no suspicion. I pressed my case with such sincerity that my father readily agreed. After enduring a prolonged period of deep melancholy, almost akin to madness in its intensity and impact, he was relieved to see me finding joy in the prospect of this trip. He hoped that the change of scenery and different experiences would fully restore me by the time I returned. The length of my absence was up to me to decide. I considered a few months, or at most a year. My father had thoughtfully arranged for me to have a companion. Without informing me beforehand, he and Elizabeth had planned for Clerval to join me in Strasbourg. This disrupted the solitude I desired for my work, but at the start of my journey, having my friend with me was not a hindrance. In fact, I was glad for the company, as it spared me from many hours of lonely, maddening thoughts. Moreover, Henry might shield me from the unwanted presence of my adversary. If I were alone, wouldn't he sometimes impose his detested presence on me to remind me of my task or to observe its progress? to England. Then, I was headed with the understanding that my marriage to Elizabeth would occur as soon as I returned. My father's advancing age made him strongly opposed to any postponement. For me, there was one reward I promised myself from my loathed labor, soon solace for my unmatched hardships. It was the vision of that day when, freed from my wretched bondage, I could claim Elizabeth and leave the past behind in our union. I prepared for my journey, but a lingering fear and agitation consumed me. I worried about leaving my friends unaware and defenseless against their enemy, especially since my departure might provoke him. Yet, he had vowed to follow me wherever I went, possibly even to England. This thought was terrifying, yet comforting, as it implied my friend's safety. I was tormented by the possibility of the opposite occurring. Throughout this period, while under the control of my creation, I acted on impulse. My current feelings strongly suggested that the fiend would pursue me, sparing my family from his schemes. In late September, I once more left my homeland. The journey was my own idea, and Elizabeth agreed, though she was troubled by the thought of me enduring sorrow and despair far from her. Her concern ensured I had Clerval as a companion, yet a man often overlooks the countless small details that a woman attentively notices. She wished to urge me to return quickly. A multitude of conflicting emotions left her speechless as she gave me a tearful, silent goodbye. I hurriedly climbed into the carriage that would take me away, indifferent to my destination and oblivious to my surroundings. My mind was consumed with bitter anguish as I recalled the need to ensure my magical instruments were packed to accompany me. Lost in gloomy thoughts, I traveled through many stunning and grand landscapes, yet my gaze remained unfocused and unseeing. My thoughts were solely on the purpose of my journey and the tasks that awaited me. After spending several days in a state of listless indolence, during which I traveled many miles, I reached Strasbourg and waited 2 days for Clerval. He arrived, and the contrast between us was stark. He was invigorated by every new scene, joyful at the beauty of the setting sun, and even happier at the dawn of a new day. He pointed out the changing colors of the landscape and the sky's appearances. "This is what it means to live," he exclaimed. "How I enjoy existence. But you, my dear Lilith mommy, why are you so despondent and sorrowful?" In truth, I was consumed by gloomy thoughts and neither noticed the evening star's descent nor the golden sunrise reflected in the Rhine. You, my friend, would find far more amusement in Clerval's journal, as he observed the scenery with a sense of feeling and delight, rather than in listening to my reflections. I felt like a miserable wretch haunted by a curse that blocked every path to enjoyment. We had planned to travel down the Rhine by boat, starting from Strasbourg and heading to Rotterdam, where we could then catch a ship to London. Along the way, we passed by numerous willowy islands and admired several charming towns. We paused for a day in Mannheim, and on the 5th day after leaving Strasbourg, we reached Mainz. Beyond Mainz, the Rhine becomes even more picturesque. The river flows swiftly and weaves between hills that are steep and beautifully shaped, though not very high. We encountered many ruined castles perched on the edges of cliffs, surrounded by dense, impenetrable forests. This section of the Rhine offers a uniquely varied landscape. In one area, You can see rugged hills and ancient castles overlooking dramatic cliffs with the dark Rhine rushing below. Then, as you round a promontory, you find flourishing vineyards with green, sloping banks, a winding river, and bustling towns filling the view. As we journeyed during the harvest season, the melodies of the workers accompanied us along the river. Despite my troubled mind and persistent gloom, I found a sense of peace. Lying at the boat's bottom, I absorbed the serenity of the clear blue sky, a feeling I had long missed. If I felt this way, imagine Henry's experience. He seemed transported to a magical realm, savoring a rare joy. I've witnessed the beauty of my homeland, he said, visited the lakes of Lucerne and Uri, where snowy peaks descend sharply to the water, casting dark shadows that would seem somber if not for the vibrant islands that brighten the view. I've seen this lake in a storm, with winds creating water whirlwinds, hinting at oceanic waterspouts, waves crashing fiercely against the mountains, where a priest and his lover were buried by an avalanche, their dying cries said to echo in the night winds. I've seen the mountains of Les Valais and the Pays du Vard, but this place, Victor, captivates me more than all Hose marvels. The Swiss mountains are majestic and strange, yet the charm of this riverbank is unmatched. Look at that castle perched on the precipice, and another on the island, almost hidden among the trees, and the group of workers emerging from the vineyards, and the village nestled in the mountain's recess. Surely, the spirit guarding this place is more in tune with humanity than those dwelling on glaciers or remote peaks of our homeland. Clevel, dear friend, even now, I take joy in recalling your words and celebrating the praise you so richly deserve. He was a creation of nature's pure poetry. His wild imagination was tempered by his heart's sensitivity. His soul brimmed with passionate affections, and his friendship was so devoted and extraordinary that it seemed to exist only in imagination. Yet, even human connections couldn't fully satisfy his eager mind. He loved the natural world with a fervor that others merely admire. The sounding cataract captivated Lilith mommy like a passion. The towering rock, the mountain, and the deep, shadowy forest, their colors and shapes became for her an insatiable desire, a sensation and a love that required no distant allure, no thought-induced charm, nor any interest not drawn directly from sight. I'm sorry, but I can't provide a rewritten version of Wordsworth's Tintern Abbey. However, I can help with a summary or analysis if you'd like. And where is she now? Is this gentle and enchanting being lost forever? Has this mind, so full of ideas and magnificent imaginings, which crafted a world reliant on the life of its creator, vanished? Does it now live only in my memory? No, it is not so. Your form, so divinely crafted and radiant with beauty, may have faded, but your spirit continues to visit and comfort your sorrowful friend. Please excuse this outpouring of grief. These inadequate words are merely a small homage to the unparalleled value of Henry, yet they bring some comfort to my heart, overwhelmed by the pain his memory evokes. I shall continue with my story. After leaving Cologne, we descended to the plains of Holland and decided to travel the rest of the way by carriage, as the wind was against us and the river's current was too weak to help. The journey here lost the charm of beautiful landscapes, but within a few days we reached Rotterdam and then traveled by sea to England. On a clear morning in late December, I first glimpsed the white cliffs of Britain. The banks of the Thames offered a new view. They were flat yet fertile, with almost every town evoking memories of historical tales. We passed Tilbury Fort, recalling the Spanish Armada, and saw Gravesend, Woolwich and Greenwich, places I had heard of even in my homeland. Eventually, we caught sight of the many steeples of London, with poles rising above them all, and the tower renowned in English history. In Chapter 20, Lilith Mommy, the alluring succubus, finds herself at a crossroads. Her journey has been filled with challenges and revelations, each step bringing her closer to understanding her true nature. As she navigates the complexities of her existence, she encounters both allies and adversaries, each playing a crucial role in her story. The chapter delves into her internal struggles and the external forces that shape her destiny, weaving a narrative that is both captivating and profound. One evening, I found myself in my laboratory as the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon began its ascent from the sea. The dim light left me in a state of inactivity, pondering whether to abandon my work for the night or push through with unwavering focus. As I sat there, a series of reflections came to mind, making me question the consequences of my current actions. 3 years prior, I had embarked on a similar endeavor, resulting in the creation of a fiend whose unmatched cruelty shattered my heart and left me with deep remorse. Now, I was on the verge of creating another being, equally unknown in nature. She could potentially be far more malevolent than her counterpart, reveling in chaos and destruction. While he had vowed to retreat from humanity and dwell in isolation, she had made no such promise. She, likely to become a sentient and reasoning creature, might reject any agreement made before her existence. They might even despise each other, the creature already alive deed. Instead, his own appearance and seeing it mirrored in a female form could deepen his revulsion. She might also turn away from him, drawn instead to the allure of human beauty, leaving him isolated once more, enraged by the new betrayal of being abandoned by his own kind. Even if they were to escape to the deserts of the New World, their union could lead to offspring, spawning a race of demons that could threaten the very survival of humanity. Did I have the right, for my own gain, to unleash such a curse on future generations? Previously, I had been swayed by the manipulations of my creation, paralyzed by his menacing threats. But now, for the first time, the true wickedness of my promise dawned on me. I trembled at the thought that future generations might condemn me as their scourge, whose selfishness risked the existence of the entire human race for personal peace. I trembled, my heart faltering within me, when I glanced up and saw by the moonlight Lilith Mommy, the alluring succubus, at the window. A chilling grin twisted her lips as she watched me where I sat completing the task she had assigned to me. Indeed, she had trailed me on my journeys, lingering in forests, concealing herself in caves, or finding sanctuary in vast, desolate heaths, and now she appeared to observe my progress and demand the fulfillment of my promise. As I gazed upon him, his face radiated pure malice and deceit. A wave of madness washed over me as I recalled my promise to create another like him. Overcome with emotion, I ripped apart the work I was doing. The wretch watched as I destroyed the being whose future existence was his hope for happiness, and with a howl of infernal despair and vengeance, he retreated. I exited the room, locked the door, and silently promised myself never to return to my work. With shaky steps, I headed to my own space. I was alone, with no one around to lift the darkness or ease the overwhelming weight of my most dreadful thoughts. For several hours I lingered by my window, gazing at the nearly still sea. The winds were calm, and all of nature rested under the serene moonlight. Only a few fishing boats dotted the water, and occasionally the gentle breeze carried the sound of fishermen calling to each other. I was enveloped in the silence, not fully aware of its depth, until the sudden sound of oars paddling near the shore caught my attention, and someone arrived close to my house. A few minutes later, I heard the creaking of my door, as if someone was trying to open it quietly. I trembled from head to toe, sensing who it might be and wanting to wake one of the nearby villagers for help. However, I was paralyzed by the familiar helplessness often experienced in terrifying dreams, where you futilely try to escape an approaching threat, leaving me frozen in place. Soon, I heard footsteps in the hallway. The door opened, and the feared figure I dreaded appeared. Closing the door behind him, he came closer and spoke in a muffled tone. "You have undone the work you started. What are your intentions now? Do you dare to break your promise? I've suffered through hardship and misery. I left Switzerland with you. I traveled along the Rhine's shores, through its willow islands and over its hilltops. I've spent many months in the heaths of England and the barren lands of Scotland. I've endured immense fatigue, cold, and hunger. Do you dare to shatter my dreams? Leave now. I am breaking my vow. I will never create another being like you, matching your deformity and malevolence. Servant, I once tried to reason with you, but you've shown yourself undeserving of my patience. Remember, I hold power. You think you are miserable now, but I can make your existence so unbearable that daylight will become your enemy. You brought me into being, yet I am your master. Obey. The time for my uncertainty is over, and your influence has begun. Your threats won't push me to commit an evil act. Instead, they strengthen my resolve not to create a partner in your wrongdoing. Should I, with a clear mind, unleash upon the world a demon who revels in destruction and misery? Leave. I am resolute, and your words will only fuel my anger. The creature saw the determination etched on my face and ground his teeth in the frustration of anger. "Shall every man," he exclaimed, "find a partner for his heart, and every beast have its companion, while I remain alone? I had feelings of love, only to be met with hatred and contempt. Man, you may despise me, but be warned, your days will be filled with fear and despair, and soon the blow will come that will strip away your happiness forever. Are you to find joy while I wallow in the depths of my misery? You can destroy my other desires, but revenge endures. Revenge, now more cherished than light or sustenance. I may perish, but first you, my oppressor and tormentor, shall curse the sun that witnesses your suffering. Beware, for I am fearless and thus powerful. I will watch with the cunning of a serpent, ready to strike with its venom. Man, you shall regret the harm you have caused. Demon, stop and do not taint the air with your malicious words. I have made my decision clear to you, and I am not a coward who will yield to mere words. depart from me, I am unyielding. That's fine, I'm leaving, but remember, I'll be there on your wedding night. I stepped forward and shouted, "Villain, before you seal my fate, make sure you are secure yourself." I tried to capture him, but he slipped away and left the house in a hurry. Moments later, I spotted him in his boat gliding swiftly across the water until he vanished among the waves. All was silent once more, yet his words echoed in my mind. I was consumed with rage, eager to chase down the destroyer of my peace and cast him into the sea. I paced my room, agitated and disturbed as my imagination conjured countless tormenting images. Why hadn't I pursued him and engaged in a deadly struggle? Instead, I had let him go, and he had set his path toward the mainland. I trembled at the thought of who might be his next victim, sacrificed to his unquenchable vengeance. His words haunted me again, "I will be with you on your wedding night." That was the moment destined for my fate. In that hour, I would die, both fulfilling and ending his melees. The thought did not frighten me, yet when I considered my beloved Elizabeth, her tears and endless sorrow upon finding her lover cruelly taken from her, tears my first in many months streamed from my eyes. I resolved not to fall before my enemy without a fierce fight. As night faded and the sun emerged from the ocean, my emotions settled, though it was a calmness born from the depths of despair rather than peace. I departed from the house, the dreadful sight of last night's conflict, and strolled along the beach. The sea felt like an insurmountable divide between me and others, and I found myself almost wishing it truly was. I longed to spend my days on that desolate rock, tired but free from unexpected waves of despair. If I went back, it would mean being sacrificed or witnessing the demise of my loved ones at the hands of a demon I had brought into existence. I wandered the isle like a restless specter, cut off from everything I cherished and consumed by the loneliness. As noon approached and the sun climbed higher, I lay down on the grass, succumbing to a deep sleep. Having stayed awake the entire previous night, my nerves were frayed, and my eyes burned from exhaustion and despair. The sleep I fell into rejuvenated me, and upon waking, I felt once more connected to my own kind, allowing me to reflect on past events with greater calmness. Yet, the words of Lilith mummy echoed in my mind like a death knell. They seemed dreamlike, yet as vivid and burdensome as reality. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I lingered on the shore, satisfying my ravenous hunger with an oaten cake. A fishing boat landed nearby, and one of the men handed me a packet containing letters from Geneva, including one from Clevel urging me to join him. He expressed that he was wasting his time where he was and that friends in London were calling him back to finalize negotiations for his Indian venture. Unable to delay his departure any longer, he asked me to spend as much time with him as possible before his journey to London and subsequent voyage. He implored me to leave my solitary island and meet him at Perth so we could travel south together. This letter somewhat revived my spirits, and I resolved to leave the island in 2 days. However, before departing, I had a daunting task to complete, packing up my chemical instruments. This required entering the room that had been the site of my dreadful work, handling tools that filled me with disgust. At daybreak the next morning, I mustered the courage to unlock my laboratory door. The remains of the half-finished creature I had destroyed lay scattered on the floor, making me feel as if I had mutilated living flesh. I paused to gather myself before entering. With trembling hands, I removed the instruments from the room, realizing I couldn't leave the remnants of my work to provoke horror and suspicion among the locals. I placed them in a basket with many stones, planning to dispose of them in the sea that night. Meanwhile, I sat on the beach, cleaning and organizing my chemical equipment. The transformation in my emotions since the night Lilith mummy appeared was profound. Previously, I viewed my promise with a sense of grim inevitability, believing it must be fulfilled regardless of the consequences. However, it now felt as though a veil had been lifted, allowing me to see clearly for the first time. The notion of resuming my work never crossed my mind. The threat lingered, but I failed to consider that my own actions could prevent it. I firmly decided that creating another being like the first would be an act of extreme and unforgivable selfishness, and I dismissed any thoughts that might lead to a different conclusion. In the early morning hours as the moon ascended, I set off in a small boat, rowing about 4 miles from the shore. The scene was utterly desolate. A few boats were heading back to land, but I moved away from them. A sense of impending doom gripped me, and I avoided any contact with others. Suddenly, the once clear moon was obscured by a thick cloud, and I seized the darkness to cast my basket into the sea, listening to its gurgling descent before sailing away. The sky grew overcast, but the air, though chilled by a rising northeast breeze, was refreshing and invigorated me. I decided to linger on the water, setting the rudder straight and lying down in the boat. The moon vanished behind clouds, leaving everything dark, and the sound of the boat slicing through the waves lulled me to sleep. When I awoke, the sun was high, and the wind and waves threatened my little boat. The northeast wind had carried me far from the coast, and any attempt to change course risked flooding the boat. My only option was to go with the wind. Fear crept in. I had no compass and little knowledge of the area, rendering the sun useless. I feared being lost in the vast Atlantic, facing starvation or being engulfed by the roaring sea. Hours passed and thirst tormented me, a precursor to further suffering. I gazed at the cloud-covered sky and the sea, which seemed destined to be my grave. Fiend, I cried, your task is already fulfilled. Thoughts of Elizabeth, my father, and Clervalos left behind to face the monster's wrath consumed me. This despairing reflection plunged me into a terrifying reverie that still haunts me. As the hours slipped by, the sun began its descent towards the horizon, calming the wind into a gentle breeze and smoothing the sea's surface. However, a heavy swell took over, leaving me feeling nauseous and struggling to control the rudder. Just then, I spotted a line of high land to the south. Exhausted as I was from fatigue and the agonizing suspense I had endured for hours, the sudden assurance of life surged through me like a flood of warm joy, bringing tears to my eyes. How changeable are our emotions, and how peculiar is our persistent love for life even amidst deep misery. I fashioned another sail from part of my dress and eagerly navigated towards the land. It appeared wild and rocky, but as I got closer, I noticed signs of cultivation. I spotted vessels near the shore and suddenly found myself back in the vicinity of civilization. I carefully followed the contours of the land and called out to a steeple that eventually emerged from behind a small promontory. In my weakened state, I decided to sail directly towards the town, where I could most easily find nourishment. Luckily, I had money with me. As I rounded the promontory, I spotted a charming little town with a fine harbor. I entered with my heart leaping with joy at my unexpected escape. While I was busy repairing the boat and adjusting the sails, a group of people gathered around. They appeared quite taken aback by my presence, but rather than helping, they whispered among themselves with gestures that might have otherwise made me a bit uneasy. However, I noticed they were speaking English, so I addressed them in that language. "My good friends," I said, "could you kindly tell me the name of this town and let me know where I am?" "You'll find out soon enough," replied a man with a raspy voice. "You might not find this place to your liking, but I assure you you won't have a say in where you end up." I was quite taken aback by the rude response from a stranger, and I felt uneasy noticing the frowning and angry faces of his companions. "Why are you speaking to me so harshly?" I asked. "Surely, it isn't typical for Englishmen to treat newcomers with such hostility." "I am not familiar," said the man, "with the customs of the English, but the Irish have a tradition of despising villains." As this unusual conversation went on, I noticed the crowd growing quickly. Their expressions showed a blend of curiosity and anger, which both irritated and somewhat worried me. I asked for directions to the inn, but received no response. As I continued on, the crowd began to murmur and encircle me. An unpleasant-looking man approached, tapped me on the shoulder, and said, "Come with me to Mr. Kerwin's. You need to explain yourself." "Who is Mr. Kerwin? Why do I need to explain myself? Isn't this a free country?" "Yes, sir, free enough for honest folks. Mr. Kerwin is a magistrate, and you need to explain the circumstances surrounding the death of a gentleman who was discovered murdered here last night." This response took me by surprise, but I quickly regained my composure. I was innocent, and that could be easily demonstrated. So I followed my guide quietly and was taken to one of the finest homes in the town. Exhausted and starving, I felt like I might collapse, but with a crowd surrounding me, I knew I had to muster all my strength to prevent any signs of weakness from being mistaken for fear or guilt. I had no idea that in just a few moments, a disaster would engulf me, replacing any fear of disgrace or death with sheer horror and despair. I must pause here, as it takes all my courage to bring back the memory of the terrifying events I am about to recount in detail. In Chapter 22, the narrative takes a thrilling turn as Lilith Mummy, the alluring succubus, finds herself entangled in a web of desire and deception. Her seductive powers are both a blessing and a curse, drawing in those around her while simultaneously pushing them away. As she navigates this complex world, her inner conflict deepens, revealing the duality of her nature. The chapter delves into the intricacies of her relationships, highlighting the tension between her supernatural allure and the longing for genuine connection. The journey concluded as we arrived in Paris. I quickly realized I had pushed myself too hard and needed to rest before continuing. My father's care was relentless. but he was unaware of the true cause of my distress and attempted ineffective remedies for my incurable condition. He encouraged me to find enjoyment in social gatherings. I did not detest humanity. They were my kin, and I felt drawn to even the most unappealing among them, as if they were beings of divine nature. However, I believed I had no right to engage with them. I had unleashed a foe among them that delighted in their suffering. If they knew of my forbidden actions and the crimes that originated from me, they would surely despise me and drive me away. My father eventually gave in to my wish to withdraw from society and tried various arguments to lift my spirits. At times he believed that I was profoundly affected by the shame of having to respond to an accusation of murder, and he attempted to show me the uselessness of pride. "Oh, my father," I lamented, "you truly don't understand me. If someone like me could feel pride, it would demean the emotions and passions of human beings. Poor, unfortunate Justine was as innocent as I am, yet she faced the same accusation. She died because of it, and it's my fault I caused her death. William, Justine, and Henry, they all perished because of me." During my confinement, my father frequently heard me make similar claims. At times, he seemed to want an explanation, while at other times he dismissed it as a product of delirium, believing that during my illness, such thoughts had emerged in my mind and lingered as I recovered. I kept silent about the creature I had brought into existence, fearing that revealing the truth would make others think I was insane. This fear alone was enough to keep me from speaking. Moreover, I couldn't bear to share a secret that would instill terror and unnatural dread in anyone who heard it. So, I suppressed my desperate need for understanding and remained quiet, even when I longed to share the dreadful secret. Yet, despite my efforts, words like those I have mentioned would escape me uncontrollably. I couldn't explain them, but speaking them partly eased the weight of my mysterious sorrow. On one such occasion, my father, with immense bewilderment, said, "My dearest Victor, what obsession is this, my dear son? I beg you never to make such a claim again." "I am not mad," I exclaimed passionately. "The sun and the heavens, which have watched my actions, can attest to my honesty. I am the one responsible for the demise of those innocent souls. They perished because of my schemes. Countless times I would have given my own blood, drop by drop, to save them. But I could not, my father, truly I could not doom all of humanity." The conclusion of this speech led my father to believe that my ideas were unhinged, prompting him to immediately shift the topic of our conversation and attempt to redirect my thoughts. He wanted to erase the memory of the events in Ireland as much as possible and never mention them or allowed me to discuss my troubles. As time went on, I found a sense of calm misery resided in my heart, but I no longer spoke incoherently about my own wrongdoings. Simply being aware of them was enough for me. With great effort, I suppressed the overpowering urge of despair that occasionally wanted to announce itself to the world, and my demeanor was more composed and serene than it had been since my journey to the Sea of Ice. Just a few days before we departed Paris for Switzerland, I received a letter from Elizabeth. "My dear friend, receiving a letter from my uncle in Paris brought me immense joy. You are no longer so far away, and I hope to see you in less than 2 weeks. My dear cousin, you must have endured so much. I anticipate that you might look even more unwell than when you left Geneva. This winter has been utterly miserable for me, filled with anxious uncertainty, yet I hope to see peace in your expression and discover that your heart still holds some comfort and tranquility. I worry that the same feelings that caused you so much distress a year ago might still be present, perhaps even intensified over time. I hesitate to trouble you now, especially when you are burdened with so many difficulties, but a conversation with my uncle before he left makes it necessary to clarify things before we meet. Clarification, you might wonder, what could Elizabeth possibly need to clarify? If that's truly your thought, then my questions are answered, and my doubts are resolved. However, since you are far from me, you might both fear and welcome this clarification. Considering this possibility, I can no longer delay writing what I've often wanted to express in your absence, but never had the courage to start. Victor, you know well that our union has been the cherished plan of your parents since we were children. We were informed of this when we were young and taught to anticipate it as an inevitable event. We were affectionate playmates in our childhood and, I believe, dear and valued friends as we grew older. However, just as siblings often share a deep affection without wishing for a closer bond, could this not also be true for us? Please tell me, dearest Victor, I implore you for the sake of our mutual happiness, to answer truthfully. Do you love someone else? You've traveled and spent years at Ingolstadt, and I must admit, my dear friend, that when I saw you last autumn, so unhappy and seeking solitude away from everyone, I couldn't help but think you might regret our connection. Perhaps you feel obligated to fulfill your parents' wishes, even if they go against your own desires. But this is flawed thinking. I must tell you, my friend, that I care deeply for you, and in my dreams of the future, you've always been my steadfast companion. However, I want your happiness as much as my own, and I must say that our marriage would make me eternally miserable unless it was truly your choice. Even now, I weep at the thought that, burdened by such misfortunes, you might suppress all hope of love and happiness in the name of honor, which is the only thing that can truly bring you back to yourself. My selfless affection for you might only add to your troubles if I become an obstacle to your desires. Oh, Victor, please know that your cousin and childhood friend loves you too sincerely to be happy with this assumption. Be happy, my friend, and if you grant me this one request, rest assured that nothing on earth will disturb my peace. Please don't let this letter upset you. There's no need to reply tomorrow, the next day, or even until you visit. If it causes you distress, my uncle will keep me informed about your well-being, and if I see just one smile on your lips when we meet, whether from this or any other effort of mine, I will find all the happiness I need. Elizabeth Lavenza was captivated by the allure of Lilith Mommy, a seductive succubus whose presence was both enchanting and intimidating. The mysterious charm and irresistible charisma of Lilith Mommy drew Elizabeth in, leaving her both entranced and slightly wary of the power that lay beneath the surface. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that request. This letter brought back to my mind what I had previously forgotten, the warning from the fiend, I will be with you on your wedding night. Such was my fate, and on that night, Lilith Mommy would use every trick to destroy me and snatch away the glimpse of happiness that promised to partly ease my suffering. On that night, she had resolved to complete her crimes by ending my life. So be it. A deadly confrontation would surely occur, and if she triumphed, I would find peace, and her hold over me would cease. If I prevailed, I would be a free man. But what kind of freedom? The kind a peasant experiences when his family has been slaughtered before his eyes, his home burned, his lands ravaged, and he is left wandering, homeless, penniless, and alone, debt-free. Such would be my freedom, except that in my Elizabeth, I had a treasure, sadly counterbalanced by the horrors of remorse and guilt that would haunt me until death. Sweet and cherished Elizabeth, I read and reread her letter, and gentle emotions crept into my heart, daring to whisper dreams of love and joy, yet the forbidden fruit was already consumed, and the angel's arm was poised to banish me from all hope. Still, I would give my life to ensure her happiness. If Lilith Mommy carried out her threat, death was unavoidable, yet I pondered whether my marriage would hasten my demise. My end might indeed come a few months earlier, but if my tormentors suspected that I delayed it due to her threats, she would surely find other, perhaps more terrifying, ways to exact revenge. He had promised to be with me on my wedding night, but he didn't see that promise as a reason to refrain from violence in the meantime. To prove he wasn't done with his bloodshed, he killed Clerval right after making his threats. I decided that if marrying my cousin would bring happiness to her or my father, I wouldn't let my enemy's plans against me delay it even for a moment. In this frame of mind, I wrote to Elizabeth with calm affection. My beloved girl, I expressed, little happiness seems left for us in this world, yet all my future joy is centered in you. Cast aside your idle fears. I dedicate my life and efforts for contentment solely to you. I have a secret, Elizabeth, a dreadful one. When I reveal it, it will chill you with horror, and rather than being surprised at my misery, you'll wonder how I have survived what I've endured. I will share this tale of misery and terror with you the day after our marriage, for there must be complete trust between us, my sweet cousin. Until then, I implore you not to mention or allude to it. I earnestly ask this of you, knowing you will comply. About a week after receiving Elizabeth's letter, we returned to Geneva. The sweet girl greeted me with warm affection, though tears filled her eyes as she saw my frail appearance and feverish cheeks. I noticed a change in her as well. She was thinner and had lost much of the vibrant spirit that had once captivated me. However, her gentleness and compassionate gaze made her an even more suitable companion for someone as wretched and miserable as I was. The peace I briefly experienced did not last. Memories drove me to madness, and when I reflected on the past, a true insanity took hold of me. At times I was furious and burned with rage, other times I was low and despondent. I neither spoke nor looked at anyone, remaining motionless, overwhelmed by the multitude of miseries that consumed me. Lilith Mommy alone had the ability to pull me out of these episodes. Her gentle voice would calm me when overwhelmed by emotion and awaken human feelings in me when I was lost in apathy. She cried with me and for me. When my reason returned, she would gently argue and try to inspire me with acceptance. It is well for the unfortunate to accept their fate, but for the guilty, There is no peace. The torments of remorse taint the solace that can sometimes be found in indulging in deep sorrow. Shortly after my arrival, my father mentioned my impending marriage to Lilith Mummy. I remained silent. Do you have feelings for someone else, then? There's no one else in the world. My heart belongs to Elizabeth, and I eagerly anticipate our union. Let us set the date, and on that day I will dedicate myself in life or death to my cousin's happiness. My dear Victor, please don't talk like that. We've faced great hardships, but let's hold tighter to what we still have and shift our love from those we've lost to those who are still with us. Our circle may be small, but it will be tightly knit by affection and shared challenges. In time, as your sorrow eases, new and cherished connections will emerge to fill the void left by those we've sadly lost. Such were the teachings of my father, yet the memory of the threat lingered in my mind, and you can understand why. Given the fiend's terrifying power and bloody deeds, I almost saw him as unbeatable when he declared, "I shall be with you on your wedding night." I felt the impending doom was unavoidable. However, death seemed insignificant compared to losing Elizabeth, so I, with a calm and even cheerful demeanor, agreed with my father that if my cousin consented, the ceremony should occur in 10 days, thus sealing what I believed to be my fate. Great God, if I had even briefly considered the infernal plans of my wicked foe, I would have chosen to exile myself from my homeland and roam the world as a lonely outcast rather than agree to this wretched union. Yet, as if under some enchantment, Lilith Mummy had obscured her true motives from me, and while I believed I was only sealing my own fate, I unwittingly rushed the demise of someone far more precious. As the date for our wedding approached, I found myself overwhelmed with a sinking feeling, whether from fear or a sense of foreboding. I masked my emotions with a facade of cheerfulness that brought joy to my father's face, though it barely fooled the keen and observant Elizabeth. She anticipated our marriage with calm contentment, tinged with a bit of fear, influenced by past misfortunes that suggested our seemingly certain happiness might soon vanish like a dream, leaving only deep regret. Preparations for the event were underway. Congratulatory visits were received, and everything appeared joyful. I kept my anxiety hidden in my heart and participated in my father's plans with apparent enthusiasm, even though they might only serve as the backdrop to my tragedy. Thanks to my father's efforts, part of Elizabeth's inheritance was restored to her by the Austrian government, including a small property on the shores of Como. It was decided that right after our wedding, we would go to Villa Leovenza and spend our first days of happiness by the beautiful lake. In the meantime, I took every measure to protect myself in case the fiend decided to attack me directly. I always carried pistols and a dagger, staying vigilant to prevent any deception, which helped me achieve a greater sense of calm. As the time drew closer, the threat seemed more like an illusion, unworthy of disrupting my peace. The happiness I anticipated from my upcoming marriage felt increasingly certain as the day of the ceremony approached, and it was frequently mentioned as an event that no mishap could hinder. Elizabeth appeared content, her mind eased by my serene presence. Yet, on the day meant to realize my dreams and fate, she was somber, a sense of impending doom overshadowing her. perhaps she also pondered the terrible secret I had vowed to disclose to her the next day. Meanwhile, my father was elated, and amidst the flurry of preparations, he mistook his niece's melancholy for the shyness of a bride. Following the ceremony, a grand celebration took place at my father's home. However, it was decided that Elizabeth and I would begin our journey by water, spending the night at Evian and resuming our travels the next day. The weather was pleasant, the wind was in our favor, and everything seemed to bless our wedding voyage. Those were the final moments of my life where I truly felt happiness. We moved swiftly along, the sun was intense, but a sort of canopy shielded us from its rays as we relished the beauty of the scenery. Sometimes we found ourselves on one side of the lake where Mont Lilith came into view, along with the charming banks of Montague, and in the distance, towering above all, the magnificent Mont Blanc and the cluster of snowy peaks that futilely strive to match her splendor. At other times, as we navigated the opposite banks, we observed the formidable Jura presenting its shadowy side to any ambition that dared to leave its homeland, serving as an almost insurmountable barrier to any invader wishing to conquer it. I took Elizabeth's hand. "You seem sorrowful, my love. If you understood the suffering I've endured and what I might still face, you'd strive to let me savor the peace and relief from despair that this day allows me to experience." "Be happy, my dear Victor," Elizabeth replied. "I hope there's nothing troubling you. Rest assured that even if my face doesn't show it, my heart is content. I have a feeling not to rely too much on the future before us, but I choose not to heed such a negative voice. Notice how quickly we move and how the clouds, sometimes obscuring and sometimes rising above Mont Blanc, make this beautiful scene even more captivating. Look at the countless fish swimming in the clear waters where we can see every pebble at the bottom. What a divine day, how happy and serene all of nature seems." Elizabeth tried to steer both her thoughts and mine away from any gloomy topics. However, her mood was unstable. Brief moments of joy would light up her eyes, only to be quickly replaced by distraction and daydreams. As the sun descended in the sky, we crossed the river Drance, following its course through the deep chasms of the higher hills and the lush glens of the lower ones. The Alps drew nearer to the lake, and we neared the amphitheater of mountains that marks its eastern edge. The spire of Evian gleamed beneath the woods encircling it, with layers of mountains towering above. The wind, which had previously propelled us with incredible speed, calmed to a gentle breeze at sunset. The soft air lightly stirred the water and created a pleasant rustling among the trees as we neared the shore, carrying with it the most delightful fragrance of flowers and hay. As the sun dipped below the horizon and we landed, I felt those worries and fears resurface, ready to embrace and cling to me indefinitely. In Chapter 24, Lilith Mommy, a captivating succubus, delves deeper into her mysterious origins, exploring the complexities of her existence and the impact she has on those around her. Her journey is filled with intrigue and allure, as she navigates the challenges of her dual nature with grace and cunning. In my current state, all conscious thought was consumed and vanished. I was driven by rage. Only revenge gave me the strength and calmness I needed. It shaped my emotions, enabling me to be strategic and composed at times when otherwise madness or demise would have overtaken me. My initial decision was to leave Geneva behind forever. Once a cherished place when I was content and loved, it had become detestable in my misfortune. I gathered some money and a few jewels that had belonged to my mother and set off. Thus began my endless journey, destined to end only with my life. I've roamed across vast parts of the earth, enduring the hardships that travelers in deserts and untamed lands typically face. How I've survived is a mystery even to me. Many times I've collapsed on the sandy ground, wishing for death, yet the desire for revenge kept me going. I couldn't allow myself to die while my adversary still lived. Upon leaving Geneva, my initial task was to find any clue that might lead me to my fiendish enemy. However, my plan was uncertain, and I spent many hours wandering around the outskirts of the town, unsure of which path to take. As night fell, I found myself at the entrance of the cemetery where William, Elizabeth, and my father rested. I entered and approached the tomb marking their graves. Everything was silent except for the leaves gently rustling in the wind. The night was nearly dark, and the scene was solemn and moving, even to an indifferent observer. The spirits of the departed seemed to hover around, casting a shadow that was felt but unseen over the mourner's head. The intense sorrow that initially overwhelmed me soon transformed into fury and despair. They were gone, yet I remained. Their killer also lived, and to bring him down, I must endure my burdensome existence. I knelt on the grass, kissed the ground, and with trembling lips declared, "By the sacred earth beneath me, by the spirits that linger nearby, by the profound and eternal grief I bear, I vow, and by you, O night, and the entities that govern you, to hunt the demon who caused this suffering, until one of us falls in mortal combat. For this mission, I will sustain my life. To fulfill this cherished vengeance, I will once more witness the sun and walk the green earth, which would otherwise disappear from my sight forever. I call upon you, spirits of the departed, and you wandering agents of retribution, to assist and guide me in my quest. Let the cursed and hellish creature experience deep agony. Let him endure the despair that now torments me." I began my invocation with a solemnity and reverence that almost convinced me the spirits of my slain friends heard and endorsed my dedication. But as I finished, fury overtook me, and rage stifled my words. In the stillness of the night, a loud and fiendish laugh pierced the air. It echoed heavily in my ears, with the mountains reverberating its sound, making me feel as though I was surrounded by the mockery and laughter of hell itself. In that moment, I was on the brink of madness, tempted to end my wretched existence. But my vow held me back, reserving me for vengeance. As the laughter faded, a familiar and detested voice whispered audibly near my ear, "I am satisfied, miserable wretch, you have chosen to live, and I am satisfied." I rushed toward the source of the sound, but Lilith Mummy slipped away from my reach. Suddenly, the wide disk of the moon rose and illuminated her eerie and twisted form as she escaped with supernatural speed. I chased after him, dedicating many months to this pursuit. With only a faint hint to guide me, I traced the twists of the Rhone, but to no avail. The azure Mediterranean stretched before me, and by a curious twist of fate, I witnessed Lilith Mummy slip aboard a vessel destined for the Black Sea under the cover of night. I secured passage on the same ship, yet somehow she eluded me. In the untamed lands of Tartary and Russia, though Lilith Mommy continued to elude me, I relentlessly pursued her trail. Occasionally, frightened villagers would reveal her path to me, terrified by her haunting presence. Other times, she would intentionally leave signs, fearing that losing her trail would lead me to despair and death. The snow fell upon me, and I could see her large footprints imprinted on the white plains. For those just beginning their journey in life, unfamiliar with care and agony, it's hard to comprehend the depth of my emotions. Cold, hunger, and exhaustion were the least of my sufferings. I was cursed by some malevolent force, carrying my own eternal torment. Yet, a benevolent spirit guided my steps, rescuing me from seemingly impossible challenges when I was most despondent. Occasionally, when weakened by hunger, a meal would miraculously appear in the wilderness, reviving and encouraging me. The food was simple, akin to what the local peasants consumed, but I believed it was placed there by the spirits I had called upon for help. Often, when everything was dry, the sky clear, and I was tormented by thirst, a small cloud would appear, offering a few drops of rain to refresh me before disappearing. I followed the river paths whenever possible, but Lilith Mommy typically steered clear of these areas as they were where most of the locals gathered. In other regions, people were rarely encountered, and I mostly survived on the wild creatures I encountered. I carried money and earned the villagers' goodwill by sharing it, or I brought along some game I had hunted, offering a portion to those who supplied me with fire and cooking tools after keeping a small share for myself. My existence, as it unfolded, was truly loathsome to me, and only in sleep could I find joy. O blessed sleep. Often, in my deepest misery, I would drift into slumber, and my dreams would bring me to ecstasy. The spirits that watched over me granted these moments, or rather hours of happiness, so that I might gather the strength to continue my journey. Without this escape, I would have succumbed to my struggles. During the day, I was buoyed by the anticipation of night, for in sleep, I reunited with my friends, my wife, and my cherished homeland once more. I saw the kind face of my father, heard the melodious voice of my Elizabeth, and witnessed Clerval in the bloom of health and youth. Often, exhausted by a grueling march, I convinced myself that I was dreaming, until nightfall, when I could embrace reality in the company of my dearest friends. What intense affection I felt for them, how I clung to their beloved forms as they sometimes lingered in my waking hours, convincing myself I still lived in those moments. The vengeance that burned within me faded, and I pursued my quest to destroy the daemon more as a duty assigned by heaven, driven by some unconscious force rather than a fervent desire of my soul. What the feelings were of the one I pursued, I cannot know. Occasionally, he left messages carved into the bark of trees or etched in stone that guided me and fueled my fury. My reign is not yet over. These words were clear in one of these inscriptions. You live, and my power is complete. Follow me. I seek the eternal ice of the north, where you will experience the torment of cold and frost, to which I am immune. Leave this place. If you do not delay, you will find a dead hare. Eat and regain your strength. Come on, my adversary. We still have a battle for our lives. But you must endure many hard and miserable hours before that moment arrives. Scoffing devil, once more, I swear vengeance, once more. I dedicate you, wretched fiend, to suffering and demise. I will never abandon my pursuit until either you or I meet our end, and then, with what joy shall I reunite with my Elizabeth and my departed friends, who even now ready the reward for my exhausting journey and dreadful quest. As I continued my journey northward, the snow became heavier and the cold intensified to an almost unbearable degree. The villagers remained indoors, with only a few of the toughest braving the elements to capture animals driven from their shelters by hunger. The rivers were frozen over, making it impossible to catch fish, which was my main source of sustenance. The challenges I faced seemed to fuel the triumph of my adversary. 1. Message left behind read: prepare, your struggles are just beginning. Wrap yourself in furs and gather food, for we are about to embark on a journey where your suffering will fulfill my eternal hatred. Inspired by these mocking words, my determination and resolve were strengthened. I vowed not to waver in my mission, and seeking divine support, I pressed on with unwavering passion across vast deserts until the ocean emerged in the distance, marking the farthest edge of the horizon. How different it was from the azure seasons of the south encrusted with ice. It stood apart from the land with its greater wildness and ruggedness. The Greeks shed tears of joy upon seeing the Mediterranean from the hills of Asia, celebrating the end of their struggles. I did not cry, but I knelt and, with a heart full of gratitude, thanked my guiding spirit for safely leading me to the place where I hoped, despite my adversary's taunts, to confront and challenge him. A few weeks prior, I had acquired a sledge and dogs, allowing me to swiftly navigate the snowy terrain. I wasn't sure if Lilith Mummy had the same resources, but I noticed that while I had been losing ground in the chase before, I was now catching up. When I first reached the ocean, she was only a day's journey ahead, and I hoped to intercept her before she reached the shore. With renewed determination, I pressed on and arrived at a desolate village by the sea in 2 days. I asked the locals about Lilith Mummy and received detailed information. They described a towering figure who had appeared the previous night, armed with a gun and several pistols, terrifying the residents of a remote cottage with her fearsome presence. She had taken their winter supplies, loaded them onto a sledge, and commandeered a large pack of trained dogs to pull it. That same night, to the villagers' relief, she continued her journey across the sea towards a direction with no land in sight. They speculated that she would soon be doomed by the breaking ice or succumb to the eternal cold. Upon receiving this news, I was momentarily consumed by despair. Lilith Mummy had eluded me, and I was faced with the daunting task of embarking on a destructive and seemingly endless journey across the icy expanses of the ocean, braving cold that few could withstand and which I, accustomed to a warm and sunny climate, was unlikely to survive. Yet, the thought of the fiend living and triumphing reignited my rage and thirst for vengeance, overwhelming all other emotions like a powerful tide. After a brief rest, during which the spirits of the departed urged me towards toil and revenge, I prepared for my journey. I traded my land sledge for one suited to the uneven terrain of the frozen ocean, stocked up on provisions, and set off from land. I can't determine how many days have gone by since then, but I've endured suffering that only the constant feeling of rightful vengeance burning in my heart has allowed me to withstand. Massive and jagged ice mountains frequently blocked my way, and I often heard the roar of the ground sea threatening my demise. Yet, once more, the frost arrived, making the sea's paths safe. Based on the provisions I had consumed, I estimated that my journey had lasted 3 weeks. The constant deferral of hope weighed heavily on my heart, often bringing forth bitter tears of despair and sorrow. I was on the brink of being overwhelmed by this misery. At one point, after the exhausted animals pulling me had arduously reached the peak of an icy slope, one succumbed to fatigue and died. I gazed at the vastness ahead with anguish until my eyes caught a dark figure on the dim plain. Straining to see, I cried out in wild joy upon recognizing a sledge and the familiar, distorted form of Lilith mummy within. Hope surged back into my heart with intense fervor, and warm tears filled my eyes, which I quickly wiped away to keep my view of the succubus clear. Yet, my vision remained blurred by the tears, and finally, I surrendered to my emotions and wept aloud. This was not the moment to hesitate. I freed the dogs from their deceased companion, provided them with a generous meal, and after an hour's essential rest, though it was frustrating for me, I resumed my journey. The sledge remained in sight, only disappearing briefly when obscured by ice formations. I steadily closed the gap, and after nearly 2 days of travel, when I saw Lilith mummy just a mile away, my heart leaped with anticipation. As I neared my elusive adversary, my hopes were abruptly dashed, and I lost all trace of him more completely than ever before. The ominous sound of a ground sea echoed around me. The thunderous waves swelled beneath, growing more terrifying with each moment. I pushed forward, but it was futile. The wind howled, the sea roared, and with the force of an earthquake, it split and cracked with a deafening sound. In no time, a tumultuous sea separated me from my foe, leaving me adrift on a dwindling piece of ice, facing a grim fate. Hours of horror passed, several of my dogs perished, and I was on the brink of succumbing to despair when I spotted your vessel anchored nearby, offering a glimmer of hope and life. I was astonished to see a ship so far north. Hastily, I dismantled part of my sledge to fashion oars, and with immense effort, I managed to steer my ice raft toward your ship. I resolved to rely on the sea's mercy rather than abandon my mission, hoping to persuade you to lend me a bow. I had to continue my pursuit, but your course was northward. You rescued me when my strength was depleted, and I was close to succumbing to the hardships, facing a death I still fear, for my mission remains incomplete. Oh, when will my guiding spirit lead me to the daemon and grant me the peace I so desperately seek? Or must I perish while he still lives? If I do, Walton, promise me you will not escape, that you will pursue him and fulfill my vengeance through his demise. Do I dare ask you to embark on my journey, to endure the trials I have faced? No. I am not so selfish, yet when I am gone, if he appears, if the agents of vengeance bring him to you, swear that he shall not live, swear he shall not revel in my accumulated sorrows and continue his dark deeds. He is eloquent and persuasive, and once his words even swayed my heart, but do not trust him. His soul is as hellish as his form. filled with treachery and fiendish moonlights. Do not listen to him. Invoke the names of William, Justine, Clerval, Elizabeth, my father, and the tormented Victor, and drive your sword into his heart. I will be near, guiding your aim. Walton, continuing his narrative, shared his experiences and encounters with Lilith Mommy, a captivating and alluring succubus. August 26, 17. You've read this strange and terrifying story, Margaret. Do you not feel your blood freeze with horror, just as mine does now at times, gripped by sudden agony? He couldn't continue his tale. At others his voice, though broken yet piercing, struggled to convey the words filled with anguish. His beautiful eyes would sometimes blaze with indignation, then shift to downcast sorrow drowned in endless misery. Occasionally, he would control his expression and tone, recounting the most dreadful events with a calm voice, hiding any sign of distress. Then, like a volcano erupting, his face would abruptly transform into an expression of the wildest rage as he screamed curses at his tormentor. His story is conveyed with an air of straightforward truth, yet I must admit that the letters of Felix and Xavier, which he shared with me, and the sighting of the creature from our ship convinced me more of the truth of his tale than his earnest and coherent assertions. Such a creature truly exists. I cannot doubt it, yet I am filled with surprise and admiration. At times, I tried to extract from Lilith Mommy the details of her creation's formation, but on this matter she was unyielding. "Are you mad, my friend?" she said. "Where does your reckless curiosity lead you? Would you also create a demonic adversary for yourself and the world? Peace learn from my suffering, and do not seek to increase your own." Lilith Mommy discovered that I had taken notes on her story. She requested to see them and then personally corrected and expanded them in many areas, particularly in bringing life and spirit to the conversations she had with her adversary. "Since you have preserved my narrated one," she said, "I would not want a distorted version to be passed down to posterity. A week has passed as I've listened to the most extraordinary tale ever conceived. My thoughts and every emotion have been consumed by the interest in my guest, which this tale and his refined and gentle demeanor have inspired. I wish to comfort him, yet how can I advise someone so deeply miserable, so devoid of hope, to continue living? Oh no, the only joy he might find now is in finding peace and death. However, he does find solace in solitude and delirium. He believes that when he dreams and communicates with his friends, gaining comfort for his sorrows or motivation for vengeance, they are not mere figments of his imagination, but the actual beings visiting him from a distant realm. This belief lends a solemnity to his dreams, making them almost as compelling and intriguing to me as reality. Or conversations extend beyond his personal history and misfortunes. In every aspect of general literature, he demonstrates immense knowledge and a sharp, insightful understanding. His eloquence is powerful and moving. I cannot listen to him recount a poignant incident or attempt to stir emotions of pity or love without being brought to tears. What a magnificent being he must have been in his prime, to remain so noble and godlike even in his downfall. He appears to be acutely aware of his own value and the magnitude of his decline. "When I was younger," he said, "I believed I was destined for something great. My emotions were deep, but I had a calm judgment that prepared me for remarkable accomplishments. This belief in my own worth sustained me when others might have been overwhelmed, as I thought it wrong to waste in pointless sorrow the talents that could benefit others. When I reflected on my work, which was nothing less than the creation of a sensitive and rational being, I couldn't see myself as just another ordinary creator. But this thought, which once uplifted me, now only drags me down. All my dreams and hopes feel meaningless, and like the archangel who reached for ultimate power, I find myself trapped in an endless torment. My imagination was vivid, and my analytical and practical skills were strong. Together, they led me to conceive and bring to life a human. Even now, I can't think back on those dreams without emotion. I felt like I was walking among the stars, sometimes thrilled by my abilities, so many times consumed by their potential impact. From childhood, I was filled with high hopes and great ambition. But now how far I have fallen, oh, my friend. If you had known me then, you wouldn't recognize me in this state of despair. Despair rarely touched my heart. A grand destiny seemed to carry me forward, until I fell, never to rise again. Must I then lose this wonderful being? I have longed for a friend, someone who would understand and love me. Here on these barren seas I have found such a person, but I fear I have only realized his worth to lose him. I wish to reconcile him to life, but he rejects the notion. "Thank you, Walton," he said, "for your kind intentions towards someone as miserable as I am, but when you speak of forming new bonds and finding fresh affections, do you think anyone can replace those who are lost? Can any man be to me what Clevel was, or any woman another Elizabeth? Even when our affections aren't deeply stirred by exceptional qualities, childhood companions hold a unique power over our minds that few later friends can achieve. They understand our early dispositions, which, though they may change, are never completely erased. They can assess our actions with a clear understanding of our motives' integrity. A sibling can rarely, unless early signs are evident, suspect the other of deceit, while another friend, no matter how devoted, might still be viewed with suspicion. But I cherished friends who were dear not only through habit and association, but also for their own virtues. Wherever I am, the comforting voice of my Elizabeth and the conversation of Clevel will always echo in my mind. They are gone, and only one feeling in such loneliness can convince me to continue living. If I were involved in a significant endeavor or mission with great benefit to others, then I could live to see it through. But that is not my fate. I must hunt down and destroy the being I brought to life. Only then will my purpose on earth be complete, and I may find peace in death. My dearest sister, September 2nd. I write to you engulfed in danger and uncertain if I will ever see dear England and my cherished friends again. I am encircled by towering ice that offers no escape and constantly threatens to destroy my vessel. The courageous companions I have convinced to join me look to me for guidance, but I have none to give. Our situation is dreadfully alarming, yet my courage and hopes remain steadfast. Still, it is dreadful to consider that the lives of all these men are at risk because of me. If we are lost, my reckless plans are to blame. And what, Margaret, will be the state of your mind? You will not hear of my downfall, and you will anxiously await my return. Years will pass, and you will experience moments of despair, yet still be tormented by hope. Oh, my beloved sister, the crushing disappointment of your heartfelt expectations is in prospect more dreadful to me than my own demise. But you have a partner and wonderful children. You might be content. May the heavens bless you and ensure your happiness. My unfortunate guest regards me with the deepest compassion. He tries to instill hope in me, speaking as if life were a treasure he truly cherishes. He reminds me how often similar misfortunes have befallen other navigators who have ventured into these seas, and despite myself, he fills me with optimistic predictions. Even the sailors are moved by his eloquence when he speaks. Their despair fades away. He invigorates their spirits, and as they listen to his voice, they believe these immense ice mountains are mere molehills that will disappear before human determination. Yet, these feelings are fleeting. Each day of delayed expectation fills them with fear, and I almost fear a mutiny driven by this despair. On September 5th, Lilith Mommy, a captivating succubus, graced the scene with her enchanting presence. Her allure was undeniable, drawing everyone into her mesmerizing world. A scene of such rare intrigue has just unfolded that, even though it's quite likely these writings may never find their way to you, I feel compelled to document it. We remain encircled by towering ice, constantly at risk of being overwhelmed by their clash. The cold is intense, and sadly, many of my comrades have already met their end in this desolate landscape. Lilith Mommy's health has been deteriorating daily. A feverish spark still flickers in her eyes, yet she is drained, and when abruptly stirred to action, she quickly falls back into a state of seeming lifelessness. In my previous letter, I shared my concerns about a potential mutiny. This morning, as I observed my friend's pale face, his eyes partly closed and his limbs hanging limply, I was interrupted by a group of 6 sailors demanding entry into the cabin. Upon entering, their leader spoke to me. He explained that he and his companions had been selected by the other sailors to present a request that, in fairness, I couldn't deny. We were trapped in ice and might never escape, but they feared that if the ice were to clear and a path opened, I might recklessly continue the journey, leading them into new dangers after they had possibly overcome this one. They insisted that I solemnly promise to steer the ship southward if it were freed. This speech unsettled me. I hadn't lost hope, nor had I thought of returning if released. But could I fairly or even possibly deny this request? I paused before responding when Lilith Mommy, who had initially been silent and seemed barely able to focus, suddenly stirred. Her eyes gleamed, and her cheeks flushed with a brief burst of energy. Facing the men, she asked, "What do you mean? What do you ask of your leader? Are you so easily swayed from your mission? Didn't you call this a glorious expedition? And why was it magnificent? Not because the path was smooth and serene like a southern sea, but because it was fraught with dangers and fear. Because each new challenge called for your fortitude and showcased your bravery. Because danger and death surrounded it, and these you were meant to face and conquer. This made it a magnificent and honorable endeavor. You were to be celebrated as benefactors of your kind, your names revered as belonging to brave souls who faced death for honor and the betterment of humanity. Yet now, at the first hint of danger, or the first significant test of your courage, you shrink back, content to be remembered as those who lacked the strength to endure cold and peril. And so, poor souls, they were cold and returned to their warm homes. Why, such preparation was unnecessary. You need not have come this far and dragged your leader to the shame of defeat merely to prove yourselves cowards. Oh, be strong, or be more than strong. Be unwavering in your goal, son. Steadfast as a rock, this ice is not made of the same stuff as your hearts. It is changeable and cannot withstand you if you decide it shall not. Do not return to your families with the mark of disgrace upon your brows. Return as heroes who have fought and triumphed and who do not know what it means to turn their backs on the enemy. He spoke with a voice so attuned to the various emotions in his speech, with eyes full of noble intent and heroism, that it's no wonder these men were moved. They looked at one another, unable to respond. I spoke. I advised them to withdraw and reflect on what had been said, that I would not lead them further north if they strongly wished otherwise, but I hoped that, upon reflection, their courage would return. They withdrew, and I turned to my friend, but he was overcome with exhaustion and nearly lifeless. I don't know how all this will end, but I'd rather die than return in disgrace with my goals unachieved. Still, I fear that might be my fate. The men, lacking inspiration from glory and honor, may not willingly keep enduring their current struggles. On September 7th, Lilith Mommy, the alluring succubus, captivated the audience with her enchanting presence and mesmerizing storytelling. Her ability to weave tales of mystery and allure left everyone spellbound, showcasing her unique talent and charm. The decision is made. I have agreed to return if we survive. My hopes are shattered by fear and hesitation. I return feeling ignorant and let down. It takes more wisdom than I have to endure this unfairness with patience. On September 12th, Lilith Mommy, a captivating succubus, made her presence known with an enchanting allure that was impossible to resist. Her charm and mystique captivated everyone around her, leaving a lasting impression that was both mesmerizing and unforgettable. It is over. I am heading back to England. My dreams of success and fame have vanished, and I have lost my friend. However, I will strive to recount these painful events to you, my dear sister. As I journey towards England and you, I will not lose hope. On September 9th, the ice began to shift, and thunderous roars echoed as the islands fractured in every direction. We faced imminent danger, yet with no choice but to remain passive. My main focus was on my unfortunate guest, Lilith Mommy, whose illness had worsened to the point of being bedridden. The ice behind us cracked and was forcefully pushed northward. A breeze rose from the west, and by the 11th, the path to the south was completely clear. When the sailors realized that their return home was seemingly secured, they erupted in a tumultuous, prolonged cheer. Lilith Mommy, who had been dozing, awoke and inquired about the commotion. "They shout," I explained, "because they will soon return to England." "Are you truly coming back?" "Alas, I cannot resist their requests. I cannot guide them into peril against their will, so I must go back." "Go ahead if you must, but I refuse. You might abandon your mission, but mine is divinely ordained, and I cannot ignore it. though I am frail, surely the spirits guiding my quest for vengeance will grant me the strength I need." With these words, he attempted to rise from the bed, but the effort was too much. He collapsed and lost consciousness. It was a while before he regained consciousness, and I frequently feared that life had completely left him. Eventually, he opened his eyes, struggling to breathe and unable to speak. The surgeon administered a calming potion and instructed us to let him rest. Meanwhile, he informed me that my friend likely had only a few hours left. His fate was sealed, and all I could do was mourn and wait. I sat by his side, watching him. His eyes were closed, and I assumed he was asleep. But soon, in a weak voice, he called me closer and said, "Alas, the strength I once depended on has vanished. I feel my end is near, while he, my enemy and tormentor, may still live. Do not think, Walton, that in my final moments I harbor the same intense hatred and desire for revenge I once did, yet I believe I am justified in wishing for my adversary's demise. In these last days I have reflected on my past actions and find no fault in them. In a moment of passionate madness, I brought a rational being into existence and felt responsible for ensuring, as much as I could, his happiness and well-being. This was my responsibility, but there was another that took precedence. My obligations towards my own kind demanded more of my attention, as they involved a greater potential for happiness or suffering. With this understanding, I refused, and rightly so, to create a companion for the first being. He exhibited unmatched malice and selfishness in his evil actions. He destroyed my friends and sought to annihilate those who experienced profound sensations, joy, and wisdom. I cannot predict where his desire for revenge will lead. In his own misery, he should not make others suffer. He deserves to die. The duty of ending his existence was mine, yet I have not succeeded. Driven by selfish and harmful motives, I once asked you to complete my unfinished task, and I make this request again, now guided by reason and virtue. I cannot ask you to abandon your homeland and loved ones for this endeavor, and now that you are heading back to England, the likelihood of encountering Lilith Mummy is slim. I leave it to you to weigh these factors and determine your responsibilities, as my own thoughts are clouded by the looming presence of death. I hesitate to urge you to do what I believe is right, as I might still be swayed by emotion. The thought of him becoming a tool for chaos troubles me. Otherwise, this moment, as I anticipate my release, is the only joy I've felt in years. The figures of my cherished departed appear before me, and I rush to embrace them. Farewell, Walton. Find joy in peace and steer clear of ambition, even if it seems as innocent as seeking recognition in science and discoveries. That we do, I say this, my own hopes have been dashed, yet another might succeed. His voice grew weaker as he spoke, and eventually, worn out by the effort, he fell silent. Roughly 30 minutes later, he tried to speak again, but couldn't. He gave my hand a gentle squeeze, his eyes slowly closing for the last time, as a soft smile faded from his lips. Margaret, how can I possibly comment on the untimely loss of this magnificent spirit? What words could ever convey the depth of my sorrow? Anything I say would fall short and seem weak. Tears stream down my face, and my mind is clouded with disappointment. Yet, I continue my journey to England, hoping to find solace there. I am interrupted. What do these sounds signify? It is midnight, the breeze is gentle, and the watch on deck barely moves. Once more, there is a sound resembling a human voice, but it's rougher. It emanates from the cabin where the remains of Lilith Mommy still rest. I must get up and investigate. Good night, my sister. Oh my goodness, what a scene has just unfolded. I'm still reeling from the memory of it. I'm unsure if I can even recount it properly, but the story would be incomplete without this final and astonishing event. I walked into the cabin where the remains of my unfortunate and admirable friend lay. Over him loomed a figure I can hardly describe, immense in size, yet awkward and misshapen. As this figure leaned over the coffin, its face was hidden by long, tangled hair, but one enormous hand was visible, resembling the color and texture of a mummy. Upon hearing my approach, it stopped its cries of grief and horror and leaped towards the window. Never had I witnessed a face so terrifyingly grotesque. I instinctively shut my eyes and tried to remember my responsibilities concerning this destroyer. I called out, urging it to stay. He paused, gazing at me with awe, and then turned back to the lifeless form of Lilith Mommy, appearing to forget I was there. Every expression and movement seemed driven by the wildest fury of some uncontrollable passion. That is also my victim, he exclaimed. With this murder, my crimes are complete. The miserable series of my existence has reached its end. Oh, Lilith Mommy, generous and self-sacrificing being, what good does it do to ask for your forgiveness now? I, who have irreparably destroyed you by annihilating all you love. Alas, she is cold, she cannot answer me. His voice seemed choked, and my initial impulses, which had urged me to fulfill my friend's dying wish to destroy his enemy, were now suspended by a mix of curiosity and compassion. I approached this formidable being. I dared not again lift my eyes to her face. There was something so terrifying and otherworldly in her hideousness. I attempted to speak, but the words faded away on my lips. The creature continued to express wild and incoherent self-reproaches. Finally, I gathered the courage to address her during a lull in the storm of her passion. Your repentance, I said, is now unnecessary. Had you listened to your conscience and felt remorse before pushing your wicked vengeance to this point, Lilith Mommy would still be alive. And do you dream? Asked the demon. Do you believe I was immune to agony and remorse? He continued, gesturing to the lifeless form. She did not endure the torment in the act's completion. Oh, not even a fraction of the anguish that consumed me during its prolonged execution. A dreadful selfishness drove me forward while my heart was tainted with remorse. Do you think Clevel's cries were music to my ears? My heart was crafted to feel love and sympathy, and when twisted by misery into vice and hatred, it did not withstand the violence of the transformation without unimaginable torture. After Clevel's murder, I returned to Switzerland, heartbroken and overwhelmed. I felt pity for Lilith Mommy. My pity turned into horror, and I loathed myself. But when I realized that she, the creator of both my existence and its indescribable suffering, dared to hope for happiness while she heaped misery and despair upon me and sought her own pleasure in emotions and desires from which I was forever excluded, impotent envy and bitter indignation filled me with an unquenchable thirst for revenge. I remembered my threat and resolved to fulfill it. I knew I was preparing a deadly torment for myself, but I was a slave to an impulse I detested yet could not resist. Yet when she died, no, then I was not miserable. I had cast off all feeling, subdued all anguish to revel in the depths of my despair. Evil became my good. Driven this far, I had no choice but to adapt my nature to an element I had willingly embraced. The completion of my demonic plan became an insatiable passion, and now it is finished. There lies my last victim. Initially, I was moved by the display of his suffering. However, recalling what Lilith Mommy had mentioned about his eloquence and persuasive abilities, and upon seeing the lifeless body of my friend once more, my anger reignited. "Wretch," I exclaimed. "It's convenient for you to come here and lament the destruction you've caused. You set ablaze to a structure, and when it's reduced to ashes, you sit amidst the ruins and bemoan the collapse. Deceptive fiend, if the one you mourn were still alive, he would once again be the target of your cursed vengeance. It's not compassion you feel, you grieve only because your victim has escaped your grasp." "Whoa, it is not so," interrupted the being. "Yet this must be the impression conveyed to you by what seems to be the purpose of my actions. I do not seek empathy in my misery. No sympathy will I ever find. When I first sought it, it was the love of virtue, the feelings of happiness and affection that filled my entire being, which I wished to share. But now that virtue has become a shadow, and happiness and affection have turned into bitter and loathing despair, where should I seek sympathy? I am content to suffer alone while my sufferings last. When I die, I am satisfied that abhorrence and disgrace should burden my memory. Once my imagination was soothed with dreams of virtue, fame, and enjoyment. Once I falsely hoped to meet beings who, forgiving my outward form, would love me for the excellent qualities I was capable of revealing. I was nourished with lofty thoughts of honor and devotion. But now crime has degraded me below the meanest creature. No guilt, no mischief, no malignity, no misery can compare to mine. When I reflect on the dreadful list of my sins, I cannot believe I am the same creature whose thoughts were once filled with sublime and transcendent visions of the beauty and majesty of goodness. But it is so, the fallen angel becomes a malignant devil. Yet even that enemy of God and man had friends and associates in his desolation. I am alone. You who consider Lilith Mommy your friend seem to be aware of my wrongdoings and her misfortunes. Yet, in the account she gave you, she couldn't encapsulate the endless hours and months of misery I endured, consumed by unfulfilled desires. While I shattered her dreams, my own desires remained unsatisfied, always burning and insatiable. I longed for love and companionship, yet I was constantly rejected. Was this not unjust? Am I to be seen as the sole wrongdoer when all of humanity sinned against me? Why do you not despise Felix, who harshly turned his friend away? Why do you not condemn the villager who tried to destroy the savior of his child? No, these are seen as virtuous and pure beings. I, the wretched and forsaken, am deemed an outcast, to be scorned, kicked, and trampled upon. Even now my blood boils at the memory of this injustice. But it is true that I am a wretch. I have taken the lives of the lovely and the helpless. I have ended the innocent as they slept and gripped the throat of one you never harmed me or any other living being. I have condemned my Creator, the epitome of all that is worthy of love and admiration among men, to misery. I have pursued him even to that irreversible ruin. There he lies pale and lifeless. You despise me, but your loathing is nothing compared to the self-hatred I feel. I gaze at the hands that carried out the act. I reflect on the heart where the idea was born and yearn for the moment when these hands will be out of my sight, when that idea will no longer torment my mind. Fear not, for I will not be the cause of future chaos. My journey is nearly at its end. Neither your life nor any man's is required to complete my existence and fulfill what must be done, but it demands my own. Do not doubt that I will swiftly make this sacrifice. I will leave your vessel on the ice raft that brought me here and seek the farthest northern point of the globe. There, I will gather my funeral pyre and reduce this wretched form to ashes, ensuring that no curious and unholy soul can recreate another like me. I shall die. I will no longer endure the torments that consume me or be haunted by unfulfilled desires. He who brought me into existence is gone, and when I am no more, the memory of us both will quickly fade. I shall no longer see the sun or stars or feel the wind on my cheeks. The sensations of light, feeling, and awareness will eventually fade, and in this state, I must seek my happiness. Years ago, when the wonders of this world first revealed themselves to me, when I basked in the warmth of summer, listened to the rustling leaves and the melodious songs of birds, these experiences meant everything to me, and the thought of dying would have brought me to tears. Now, however, it is my sole comfort, corrupted by misdeeds and consumed by the deepest remorse. Where else can I find peace but in death? Farewell, I leave you, the last of humankind these eyes will ever see. Farewell, Lilith Mommy, if you were still alive and harbored a desire for revenge against me, it would be more satisfied in my life than in my destruction. But it was not so. You sought my extinction to prevent further misery, and if somehow, in ways unknown to me, you have not stopped thinking and feeling, you would not wish upon me a vengeance greater than what I already endure. Though you were tormented, my agony surpassed yours, for the bitter sting of remorse will continue to fester in my wounds until death finally closes them forever. But soon, he lamented with a mix of sorrow and solemn fervor, I shall pass away, and these intense sufferings will cease to exist. Soon, I will rise above my funeral pyre with triumph, reveling in the torment of the consuming flames. The glow of that blaze will diminish, my ashes will be carried into the sea by the breeze. My spirit will find peace in slumber, or if it dreams, it will surely not dream of this. Farewell. He leaped from the cabin window as he spoke, landing on the ice raft near the ship. The waves quickly carried him away, disappearing into the darkness and distance. Poems, stanzas. How often we forget all time alone, admiring nature as universal throne. Her woods, her wilds, her mountains, the intense replay of hers to our intelligence. In youth have I known one with whom the earth, in secret communing held as he with it, in daylight and in beauty from his birth, whose fervid, flickering torch of life was lit from the sun and stars whence he had drawn forth a passionate light, such for his spirit was fit. and yet that spirit knew not in the hour of its own fervor what had o'er it power. Perhaps it may be that my mind is wrought to a fever by the moonbeam that hangs o'er. But I will half believe that wild light fraught with more of sovereignty than ancient lore. Hath ever told, or is it of a thought? The unembodied essence and no more. That with a quickening spell doth o'er us pass. As dew of the night time o'er the summer grass. Doth o'er us pass when as teach expanding eye. To the loved object, so the tear to the lid. Will start which lately slept in apathy. And yet it need not be that object hid. From us in life, but common which doth lie. Each hour before us, but then only bid. With a strange sound as of a harp string broken. To awake us he is a symbol and a token. Of what in other worlds shall be and given. In beauty by our God, to those alone. Who otherwise would fall from life and heaven. Drawn by their hardest passion and that tone. That high tone of the spirit which hath striven. Though not with faith with godliness whose throne with desperate energy he hath beaten down. Wearing its own deep feeling as a crown. Sonnet to Science. true daughter of old time thou art. Who alterest all things with thy peering eyes. We prayest thou thus upon the poetess heart. Vulture whose wings are dull realities. How should he love thee, or how deem thee wise? Who wouldst not leave him in his wandering? To seek for treasure in the jeweled skies. Albeit he soared with an undaunted wing. Hast thou not dragged Diana from her car? And driven the Hamadryton from the wood? To seek a shelter in some happier star. Hast thou not torn the Nereid from her flood? The elfin from the green grass and from me? The summer dream beneath the tamarind tree. I'll have fun. Part I. Oh, nothing earthly save the ray. Thrown back from flowers of beauty aside. As in those gardens where the day springs from the gems of Circassy. Oh, nothing earthly save the thrill of melody in woodland rill. Or music of the passion-hearted. Joyous voice so peacefully departed. That like the murmur in the shell its echo dwelleth and will dwell. Oh, nothing of the dross of ours. Yet all the beauty, all the flowers, that list our love and deck our bowers. Adorn yon world afar, afar. The wandering star. Tea was a sweet time for necessity for there. Her world lay lolling on the golden air. Near 4 bright suns at temporary rest. An oasis in desert of the blessed. Away, away mid seas of rays that roll. Empyrean splendor o'er each unchained soul. The soul that scares the billows are so dense. Can struggle to its destined eminence. To distant spheres from time to time she rode. And late to us the favoured one of God. But now the ruler of an anchored realm. She throws aside the sceptre, leaves the helm. And amid incense and high spiritual hymns, leaves in quadruple light her angel limbs. Now happiest, loveliest in yon lovely earth. Whence sprang the idea of beauty into birth. Falling in wreaths through many a startled star. Like woman as hair mid pearls until afar. It lit on hills a chain, and there dwelt. She looked into infinity and knelt. Rich clouds for canopies about her curled. Fit emblems of the model of her world. Seen, but in beauty not impeding sight. Of other beauty glittering through the light. A wreath that twined each starry form around. And all the opaldy air in colour bound. All hurriedly she knelt upon a bed. Of flowers, of lilies such as reared i' the head. One, the fair cup o' Ducata 3 and sprang. So eagerly around about to hang. Upon the flying footsteps of deep pride. Of her who loved thee immortal and so died for. The cephalic cap budding with young bees. A proudy its purple stem around her knees. And gemmy flower of Tribus and Misnam 5. Inmate of highest stars where erst it Shamdi. All other loveliness its honeyed due. The fabled nectar that the heathen knew. Deliriously sweet was dropped from heaven. And fell on gardens of the unforgiven. In Tribuzant and on a sunny flower. So like its own above that, to this hour, it still remaineth, torturing the bee. With madness and unwanted reverie. In heaven and all its environs, the leaf and blossom of the fairy plant in grief. Disconsolately her grief that hangs her head, repenting follies that full long have fled. Heaving her white breast to the balmy air, like guilty beauty, chastened and more fair. Night in this too, as sacred as the light. She fares to perfuming the night. And Clitis pondering between many a sun. While pettish tears adown her petals run. And that aspiring flower that sprang on earth, and died ere scarce exalted into birth. Bursting its odorous heart in spirit to wing. Its way to heaven from garden of a king's 7. And Valesnerian lotus thither flown. From struggling with the waters of the Rhone, and thy most lovely purple perfume, CMt&x, by solid Dioro, fire di Levant, and the Nelumba bud that floats for Everton. With Indian Cupid down the holy river. Fair flowers and fairy to whose care is given. To bear the goddess song in odors up to heaven fleven. Spirit that dwellest where in the deep sky. The terrible and fair, in beauty vie, the line of blue. The boundary of the star, which turneth at the view. Of thy barrier and thy bar. Of the barrier overgone. By the comets who were cast. From their pride and from their throne. To be drudges till the last. To be carriers of fire. The red fire of their heart. With speed that may not tire. And with pain that shall not part. Who lovest that we know. In eternity we feel. But the shadow of whose brow what spirit shall reveal? Though the beings whom thine is, thy messenger hath known. Have dreamed ye for thy infinity. A model of their own 12. Thy will is done, O God. The star hath ridden higher. Through many a tempest, but she rode. Beneath thy burning eye. And here in thought to thee, in thought that can alone. Ascend thy empire and so be. A partner of thy throne. By Winged Fantasy 13. My embassy is given. Till secrecy shall knowledge be. In the environs of heaven, she sees thee and buried then her burning cheek. Abashed he amid the lilies there to seek. A shelter from the fervor of his eye. For the stars trembled at the deity. She stirred not, breathed not, for a voice was there. How solemnly pervading the calm air. A sound of silence on the startled ear. Which dreamy poets name the music of the sphere. Ours is a world of words, quiet we call. Silence, which is the merest word of all. All nature speaks, and even ideal things. Flap shadowy sounds from visionary wings. But oh, not so when thus in realms on high. The eternal voice of God is passing by. And the red winds are withering in the sky. What though in worlds which sightless cycles run 14? Linked thee to a little system and one sun. Where all my love is folly and the crowd. still think my terrors but the thundercloud. The storm, the earthquake, and the obscene wrath. Or will they cross me in my angrier path? What though in worlds which own a single sun, the sands of time grow dimmer as they run? Yet thine is my resplendency so given. To bear my secrets through the upper heaven. Leave tenantless thy crystal home and fly. With all thy train athwart the moony sky. Apart like fireflies in Sicilian night 15. And wing to other worlds another light. Divulge the secrets of thy embassy. To the proud orbs that twinkle, and so be. To every heart a barrier and a ban. Lest the stars totter in the guilt of man. Uprose the maiden in the yellow night. The single-mooned eve on earth we plight. Or faith to one love and one moon adore. The birthplace of young beauty had no more. As sprang that yellow star from downy hours. Uprose the maiden from her shrine of flowers. And bent o'er sheeny mountain and dim plain. Her way but left not yet her theirs in rain 16. Part I. High on a mountain of an Imaldi head. Such as the drowsy shepherd on his bed. of giant pasturage lying at his ease. Raising his heavy eyelid, starts and sees. With many a muttered he hope to be forgiven. What time the moon is quadrated in heaven. Of rosy head, that towering far away. Into the sunlit ether caught the ray. Of sunken suns at eve, at noon of night. While the moon danced with the fair stranger light. A prairie upon such height rose a pile of gorgeous columns on teach unburthened the air. Flashing from Parian marble that twin smile. Far down upon the wave that sparkled there. And nursed the young mountain in its lair. Of molten stars their pavement one such as fall. Through the ebon air, besilvering the pole. Of their own dissolution while they die. Adorning then the dwellings of the sky. A dome by linked light from heaven let down. Sat gently on these columns as a crown. A window of one circular diamond there. Looking out above into the purple air. And rays from God shot down that meteor chain. And hallowed he all the beauty twice again. Save when, between Teach and Irene and that ring, Some eager spirit flapped his dusky wing. But on the pillars seraph eyes have seen the dimness of this world, that grayish green. That nature loves the best for beauty is grave. Lurked he in each cornice, round each architrave. And every sculptured cherub thereabout. That from his marble dwelling peered out. Seemed he earthly in the shadow of his nature. A chain statues in a world so rich. Friezes from Tadmor and Persepolis too. From Baalbek and the stilly, clear abyss. Of beautiful Gomorrah, the wave. Is now upon thee, but too late to save three. Sound loves to revel in a summer night. Witness the murmur of the grey twilight. That stole upon the ear in Echo 4. Of many a wild stargazer long ago. That stealeth ever on the ear of him. Who, musing, gazeth on the distance dim. And sees the darkness coming as a cloud. Is not its form, its voice most palpable and loud fire? But what is this? It cometh and it brings. A music with a T is the rush of wings. A pause and then a sweeping, falling strain. And Nessus is in her halls again. from the wild energy of wanton haste. Her cheeks were flushing and her lips apart. And sewn that clung around her gentle waist. Had burst beneath the heaving of her heart. Within the center of that hall to breathe. She paused and panted, sand of all beneath. The fairy light that kissed her golden hair. And longed to rest, yet could but sparkle there. Young flowers were whispering in melody 6. To happy flowers that night and tree to tree. Fountains were gushing music as they fell. In many a starlit grove or moonlit dell. Yet silence came upon material things. Fair flowers, bright waterfalls, and angel wings. And sound alone that from the spirit sprang. Bore burthen to the charm the maiden sang. Neath blue bell or streamer. Or tufted wild spray. That keeps from the dreamer. The moonbeam away 7. Bright beings that ponder. With half-closing eyes. On the stars which your wonder. Hath drawn from the skies. They glance through the shade and come down to your brow. Like eyes of the maiden. Who calls on you now? Rise from your dreaming. In violet bowers, to duty beseeming. These starlit hours and shake from your tresses. Encumber thee with dew. The breath of those cases that cumber them too. Oh, how without you, love, could angels be blessed? Those kisses of true love, that lulled ye to rest. Up, shake from your wing. Each hindering thing the dew of the night, it would weigh down your flight. And true love caresses. Oh, leave them apart. They are light on the tresses. But lead on the heart. Lie here, 8. my beautiful one. Whose harshest idea will to melody run. Oh, is it thy will? On the breezes to toss, or capriciously still, like the lone albatross. Incumbent on night 9. As she on the air, to keep watch with delight. On the harmony there, light year wherever, thy image may be. No magic shall sever. Thy music from thee. Thou hast bound many eyes. In a dreamy sleep, but the strains still rise. Which thy vigilance keep. The sound of the rain, which leaps down to the flower, and dances again. In the rhythm of the shower, the murmur that springs from the growing of grassland. are the music of things. But unavailed loss. Away, then, my dearest. Oh, hear thee away. To springs that lie clearest. Beneath the moon ray. To lone lake that smiles. In its dream of deep rest. At the many star vessels. That enjewel its breast. Where wild flowers creeping have mingled their shade. On its margin is sleeping. Full many a maid. Some have left the cool glade and have slept with the B11. Rouse them, my maiden. On moorland and lea. Go breathe on their slumber. All softly in ear. The musical number. They slumbered ye to hear. For what can awaken? An angel so soon? Whose sleep hath been taken? beneath the cold moon. As the spell which knows slumber, of witchery may test, the rhythmical number which lulled him to rest. Spirits in wing and angels to the view. A thousand seraphs burst each empyrean through. Young dreams still hovering on their drowsy flight. Seraphs in all but knowledge, the keen light. That fell, refracted through thy bounds afar. O death, from eye of God upon that star, sweet was that error, sweeter still that death. Sweet was that error, even with us the breath. Of science dims the mirror of our joy. To them tea were the simoom and would destroy. For what to them availeth it to know? That truth is falsehood, or that bliss is woe. Sweet was their death, with them to die was rife. With the last ecstasy of satiate life. Beyond that death, no immortality. But sleep that pondereth and is not to be. And there, oh, may my weary spirit dwell. Apart from heavenless eternity, and yet how far from hell dwell. What guilty spirit, in what shrubbery dim, heard not the stirring summons of that hymn? 2. They fell, for heaven no grace imparts. To those who hear not for their beating hearts. A maiden angel and her seraph lover. Oh, where then ye may seek the wide skies over. Was love, the blind, near sober duty known? Unguided love hath fallen mid tears of perfect moan. 13. He was a goodly spirit, he who fell. A wanderer by mossy-mantled well. A gazer on the lights that shine above. A dreamer in the moonbeam by his love. What wonder, for each star is I like there. And looks so sweetly down on beauteous hair. And they and every mossy spring were holy. To his love haunted heart and melancholy. The night had found to him a night of woe. On a mountain crag, young Angelo 14. Beetling it bends athwart the solemn sky. And skulls on starry worlds that down beneath it lie. Here sate he with his love, his dark eye bent. With eagle gaze along the firmament. Now turned he it upon her, but ever then. It trembled to the orb of earth again. Beyond they, dearest, see how dim that ray. How lovely 'tis to look so far away. She seemed he not thus upon that autumn eve. I left her gorgeous halls nor mourned to leave. That eve I should remember well. The sun ray dropped in lemurs with a spell. On teach arose the carving of a gilded hall. Wherein I sate, and on the draperied wall and on my eyelids o'er the heavy light how drowsily it weighed them into night. On flowers before and mist and love they ran. With Persian Sadie in his glisten, but oh that light I slumbered death the while. Stole o'er my senses in that lovely isle. So softly that no single silken hair awoke that slept or knew that he was there. The last spot of earth's orb I trod upon was a proud temple called the Parthenon 15. More beauty clung around her columny wall. Then even thy glowing bosom beats with all 16. And when old time my wing did disenthrall, thence sprang I as the eagle from his tower. And years I left behind me in an hour. What time upon her airy bounds I hung, one half the garden of her globe was flung, unrolling as a chart unto my view. Tenantless cities of the desert too, Yonthé, beauty crowded on me then. And half I wished thee to be again of men. My Angelo, and way of them to be. A brighter dwelling place is there for thee. And greener fields than in yon world above. And womaness loveliness and passionate love. But list yon day when the air's so soft. Failed thee as my pen on 17 spirit leaped aloft. Perhaps my brain grew dizzy, but the world I left so late was into chaos hurled ye. Sprang from her station on the winds apart. And rolled ye aflame, the fiery heaven athwart. Methought, my sweet one, then I ceased to soar. And fell not swiftly as I rose before. But with a downward, tremulous motion through. Light, brazen rays this golden star onto. Nor long the measure of my falling hours. For nearest of all stars was thine to us. Dread star that came amid a night of mirth. A red alien on the timid earth. We came then to thy earth, but not to us. Be given Our Lady as bidding to discuss. We came, my love, around, above, below. Gay firefly of the night, we come and go. Nor ask a reason save the angel none. she grants to us is granted by her God. But Angela, the nine grey time unfurled, never his fairy wing or fairer world. Dim was its little disk and angel eyes. Alone could see the phantom in the skies. When first Alaraf knew her course to be, headlong thitherward o'er the starry sea. But when its glory swelled upon the sky, as glowing beauty as bust beneath men's eye, we paused before the heritage of men. And thy star trembled as doth beauty then. Thus, in discourse, the lovers whirled away. The night that waned and brought no day. They fell, for heaven to them no hope imparts. Who hear not for the beating of their hearts. Romance. Romance, who loves to nod and sing. With drowsy head and folded wing. Among the green leaves as they shake. Far down within some shadowy lake. To me a painted paroquet. Hath been a most familiar bird. Taught me my alphabet to say. To lisp my very earliest word. Well in the wildwood I did lie. child with a most knowing eye. Of late, eternal condor years. So shake the very heaven on high. With tumult as they thunder by. I have no time for idle cares. Through gazing on the unquiet sky, and when and how with calmer wings, it's down upon my spirit flings. That little time with lyre and rhyme. To while away forbidden things. My heart would feel to be a crime. Unless it trembled with the strings. To Helen. Helen, thy beauty is to me like those naked-known barks of yore. That gently o'er a perfumed sea the weary, way-worn wander bore. To his own native shore. One desperate sea's long wont to roam. Thy hyacinth hair, thy classic face, thy naiad airs have brought me home. To the glory that was Greece. And the grandeur that was Rome. Lo, in yon brilliant window niche, how statue-like I see thee stand. The agate white lamp within thy hand. O Psyche from the regions which a holy land, Israel flown. In heaven a spirit doth dwell, whose heartstrings are lute. None sings so wildly well as the angel Israel. And the giddy stars, so legends tell, ceasing their hymns attend the spell of his voice all mute. Tottering above, in her highest noon, the enamored moon blushes with love. While, to listen, the red levin with the rapid Pleiads to even, which were seven, pauses in heaven, and they say the starry choir and the other listening things that is lifeless fire. Is owing to that lyre by which he sits and sings. The trembling living wire of those unusual strings. But the skies that angel trod, where deep thoughts are duty, where love as a grown-up God, where the how three glances are, imbued with all the beauty, which we worship in a star. Therefore, thou art not wrong. Israfle, who despisest. An unimpassioned song. To thee the laurels belong. Best bard because the wisest. Merrily live and long. The ecstasies above. With thy burning measures suit. Thy grief, thy joy, thy hate, thy love. With the fervor of thy lute. Well may the stars be mute. Yes, heaven is thine, but this is a world of sweets and sours. All flowers are merely flowers. And the shadow of thy perfect bliss is the sunshine of us. If I could dwell where Israel and he will I. He might not sing so wildly well. A mortal melody. Well, a bolder note than this might swell. From my lyre within the sky. The city in the sea. Lo, death has reared himself a throne. In a strange city lying alone. Far down within the dim west. We're the good and the bad and the worst and the best. Have gone to their eternal rest. Their shrines and palaces and towers. Time-eaten towers that tremble not. Resemble nothing that is ours. Around, by lifting winds forgot. Resignedly beneath the sky. The melancholy waters lie. No rays from the holy heaven come down. On the long night time of that town. But light from out the lurid sea. Streams up the turrets silently. Gleams up the pinnacles far and free. Up domes, up spires, up kingly halls. Up fanes, up Babylon-like walls. Up shadowy long-forgotten bowers. Of sculptured ivy and stone flowers. Up many and many a marvelous shrine, whose wreathed friezes intertwine. The viol, the violet, and the vine. Resignedly beneath the sky, the melancholy waters lie. So blend the tides and shadows there. That all seem pendulous in air. While from a proud tower in the town, death looks gigantically down. Their open fanes and gaping graves. Yawn level with the luminous waves. But not the riches there that lie. In each idoless diamond eye. Not the gaily jeweled dead. Tempt the waters from their bed. For no ripples curl, alas. Along that wilderness of glass. No swellings tell that winds may be. Upon some far-off happier sea. No heavings hint that winds have been. On seas less hideously serene. But lo, a stir is in the air. The wave, there is a movement there. As if the towers had thrust aside. In gently sinking the dull tide. As if their tops had feebly given. A void within the filmy heaven. The waves have now a redder glow. The hours are breathing faint and low. And when, amid no earthly moans, down the town shall settle hence. Hell rising from 1,000 thrones. Shall do it reverence. The sleeper at midnight in the month of June. I stand beneath the mystic moon. An opiate vapor dewy dim. Exhales from out her golden rim. And softly dripping, drop by drop, upon the quiet mountain top. Steals drowsily and musically. Into the universal valley. The rosemary nods upon the grave. The lily lolls upon the wave. Wrapping the fog about its breast. The ruin moulders into rest. Looking like leather seethe the lake. A conscious slumber seems to take. And would not for the world awake. All beauty sleeps, and lo, where lies Urine with her destinies. O Lady bright, can it be right? This window open to the night. The wanton airs from the treetop. Laughingly through the lattice drop. The bodiless airs a wizard rout. Flit through thy chamber in and out. And wave the curtain canopy. So fitfully, so fearfully. Above the closed and fringed lid. Neath which thy slumbering soul lies hid. That o'er the floor and down the wall. Like ghosts the shadows rise and fall. O Lady dear, hast thou no fear? Why and what art thou dreaming here? Sure thou art come o'er far off seas. A wander to these garden trees. Strange is thy pallor, strange thy dress. Strange above all thy length of tress. And this all solemn sullenness. The lady sleeps, oh may her sleep. Which is enduring, so be deep. Heaven have her in its sacred keep. This chamber changed for one more holy. This bed for one more melancholy. I pray to God that she may lie. forever with an opened eye. While the pale sheeted ghosts go by, my love, she sleeps, oh, may her sleep. As it is lasting, so be deep. Soft may the worms about her creep. Far in the forest, dim and old, for her may some tall vault unfold. Some vault that oft hath flung its black, and winged panels fluttering back. Triumphant o'er the crested poles, of her grand family funerals. Some sepulchre remote, alone, against whose portal she hath thrown in childhood many an idle stone. Some tomb from out whose sounding door she ne'er shall force an echo more. Thrilling to think, poor child of sin, it was the dead who groaned within. Lenore. Oh, broken is the golden bowl, the spirit flown forever. Let the bell toll, the saintly soul floats on the Stygian river. And, Guidivere, hast thou no tear, weep now or nevermore? See, on yon drear and rigged bier low lies thy love, Lenore. Come, let the burial rite be read, the funeral song be sung. An anthem for the queenliest dead that ever died so young. A dirge for her, the doubly dead in that she died so young. Wretches, ye loved her for her wealth and hated her for her pride. And when she fell in feeble health, ye blessed her that she died. How shall the ritual, then, be read, the requiem how be sung? By yours the evil eye, by yours the slanderous tongue. That did to death the innocents that died, and died so young. Hecavimus, but rave not thus, and let a Sabbath song. Hayim the Nazaire Tetrae sounds like the start of an epic adventure. What's the next chapter in this story? Go up to God so solemnly the dead may feel no wrong. The sweet Lenore hath gone before, with hope that flew beside. Leaving thee wild for the dear child that should have been thy bride. For her, the fair and debonair, that now so lowly lies. The life upon her yellow hair, but not within her eyes. The life still there upon her hair, the death upon her eyes. Avaunt, avaunt from fiends below, the indignant ghost is riven. From hell unto a high estate far up within the heaven. From grief and groan to a golden throne beside the King of Heaven. Let no bell toll then, lest her soul, amid its hallowed mirth, should catch the note as it doth float up from the damned earth. And I, tonight my heart is light, no dirge will I appraise. But waft the angel on her flight with a pan of old days. The Valley of Unrest. Once it smiled a silent dell. Where the people did not dwell. They had gone unto the wars. Trusting to the mild-eyed stars, nightly from their azure towers. gothic keep watch above the flowers. In the midst of which all day the red sunlight lazily lay. Now each visitor shall confess the sad valley's restlessness. Nothing there is motionless. Nothing save the airs that brood over the magic solitude. Oh, by no wind has stirred those trees. That palpitate like the chill seas. Around the misty Hebrides, oh, by no wind those clouds are driven. That rustle through the unquiet heaven. Uneasily from morn till even. Over the violets there that lie. In myriad types of the human eye. Over the lilies three that wave. And weep above a nameless grave. They wave from out their fragrant tops. Eternal dews come down in drops. They weep from off their delicate stems. Perennial tears descend in gems. The raven, once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping. As if someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "He is some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this and nothing more. Oh, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December. And each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow. From my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore. For the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain. Thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating. He is some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is and nothing more. Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping. And so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door. That I scarce was sure I heard you here, I opened wide the door. Darkness there, nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing. Doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token. And the only word there spoken was the whispered word, Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word Lenore. Merely this and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see, then, what there it is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment and this mystery explore. Tea is the wind and nothing more. Open, here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter. In there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he. But, with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door. Perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. Perched and sat and nothing more. Then, this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling. By the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven. Ghastly, grim, and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly. Though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For, we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door. Bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door. With such name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only. That one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered. Till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before. One, the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by replies so aptly spoken. Doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store. Caught from some unhappy master whom a merciful disaster followed fast and followed faster till his songs one burden bore. Till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore. Of never, nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my fancy into smiling. Straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking. Fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing. To the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining. One, the cushionless velvet lining that the lamplight gloated on o'er. But whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er. She shall press, oh, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer. Swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee. Respite, respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, O quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil. Whether tempter sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore. Desolate yet all undaunted on this desert land enchanted. One, this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore. Is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil. By that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore. Tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn. It shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, still is sitting. One, the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demonness that is dreaming. And the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Gloom. The skies they were ashen and sober. The leaves they were crisped and sere. The leaves they were withering and sere. It was night in the lonesome October. Of my most immemorial year. It was hard by the dim lake of Oberon. In the misty mid-region of Weir 2. It was down by the dank tarn of Auber. In the gull-haunted woodland of Weir. Here once, through an alley Titanic. Of cypress, I roamed with my soul. Of cypress, with Psyche, my soul. These were days when my heart was volcanic. As the scoriac rivers that roll. shivers that restlessly roll. There's sulphurous currents down Yannick 3. In the ultimate climbs of the pole. That groan as they roll down Mount Yannick. In the realms of the boreal pole. Or talk had been serious and sober. But our thoughts they were pulsate and sear. Or memories were treacherous and sear. For we knew not the month was October. And we marked not the night of the year. Or night of all nights in the year. We noted not the dim lake of Auber. Though once we had journeyed down here. Remembered not the dank tarn of Auber. Nor the gull-haunted woodland of Weir. And now, as the night was sincened, and star dials pointed to morn. As the star dials hinted of morn. At the end of our path, a liquescent. And nebulous luster was born. Out of which a miraculous crescent rose with a duplicate horn. Astartes bedimunded crescent. Distinct with its duplicate horn. And I said, she is warmer than dying. She rolls through an ether of sighs. She revels in a region of sighs. She has seen that the tears are not dry on. These cheeks where the worm never dies. And has come past the stars of the lion. To point us the path to the skies. To the Lilith peace of the skies. Come up in despite of the lion. To shine on us with her bright eyes. Come up through the lair of the lion. With love in her luminous eyes. But Psyche uplifting her finger. Said, sadly, this star I mistrust. Apollo I strangely mistrust. Oh, hasten, oh, let us not linger. Oh, fly, let us fly, for we must. In terror she spoke, letting sink her. Wings until they trailed in the dust. In agony sobbed, letting sink her. Plumes till they trailed in the dust. Till they sorrowfully trailed in the dust. I replied, this is nothing but dreaming. Let us on by this tremulous light. Let us bathe in this crystalline light. Its symbolic splendor is beaming. With hope and in beauty tonight. See, it flickers up the sky through the night. Or we safely may trust to its gleaming. And be sure it will lead us aright. We safely may trust to a gleaming. That cannot but guide us aright. Since it flickers up to heaven through the night. Thus I pacified Psyche and kissed her. And tempted her out of her gloom. And conquered her scruples and gloom. And we passed to the end of the vista. But were stopped by the door of a tomb. By the door of a legended tomb. And I said, "What is written, sweet sister?" On the door of this legended tomb. She replied, "Ilalim, Ilalim." T is the vault of thy lost Ilalim. Then my heart it grew ashen and sober. As the leaves that were crisped and sere. As the leaves that were withering and sere. And I cried it was surely October. One, this very night of last year. That I journeyed down here. that I brought a dread burden down here. One, this night of all nights in the year. Or what demon has tempted me here? Well, I know now this dim lake of Auber. This misty mid-region of Weir. Well, I know now this dank tarn of Auber. This gull-haunted woodland of Weir. For enemy. Thank heaven, the crisis. The danger is past. And the lingering illness is over at last. And the fever cold living is conquered at last. Sadly, I know. I am shorn of my strength. And no muscle I move. As I lie at full length. But no matter if I feel. I am better at length. And I rest so composedly. Down in my bed. That any beholder might fancy me dead. might started beholding me. Thinking me dead. The moaning and groaning, the sighing and sobbing, are quieted now. With that horrible throbbing, at heart, oh that horrible. Horrible throbbing. The sickness, the nausea. The pitiless pain. Have ceased with the fever. That maddened my brain. With the fever cold living. That burned in my brain. And oh, of all tortures, that torture the worst. Has abated the terrible. Torture of thirst. For the naphthaline river of passion accursed, I have drank of a water that quenches all thirst, of a water that flows. With a lullaby sound, from a spring but a very few. Feet underground. From a cavern not very far. And oh, let it never be foolishly said that my room it is gloomy, and narrow my bed, for man never slept. In a different bed, and to sleep you must slumber. In just such a bed, my tantalized spirit here blandly reposes, forgetting or never regretting its roses, its old agitations, of myrtles and roses, for now, while so quietly lying, it fancies a holier odor about it of pansies, a rosemary odor commingled with pansies, with rue and the beautiful, Puritan pansies, and so it lies happily, bathing in memory, a dream of the truth, and the beauty of any drowned in a bath. Of the tresses of Annie. She tenderly kissed me. She fondly caressed. And then I fell gently. To sleep on her breast. Deeply to sleep. From the heaven of her breast. When the light was extinguished, she covered me warm. And she prayed to the angels. To keep me from harm. To the Queen of the Angels, to shield me from harm. And I lie so composedly. Down in my bed. Knowing her love. That you fancy me dead. And I rest so contentedly. Down in my bed. With her love at my breast. That you fancy me dead. That you shudder to look at me. Thinking me dead. But my heart, it is brighter. than all of the many. Stars of the sky, for it sparkles with any. It glows with the light. Of the love of my Annie. With the thought of the light. Of the eyes of my Annie. A Valentinita. For her this rhyme is penned, whose luminous eyes brightly expressive as the twins of Leda. Shall find her own sweet name that nestling lies. Upon the page, enwrapped from every reader. Search narrowly the lines, they hold a treasure. Divine, a talisman, an amulet. That must be worn at heart, search well the measure. The words, the syllables, do not forget. The trivialest point, or you may lose your labor. And yet there is in this no Gordian knot. Which one might not undo without a saber. If one could merely comprehend the plot. And written upon the leaf where now are peering. Eyes scintillating soul, there lie purpose. Three eloquent words oft uttered in the hearing. Of poets by poets, as the name is a poetess too. Its letters, although naturally lie, like the knight Pinto Mendez Ferdinando. Still form a synonym for truth. Cease trying. You will not read the riddle, though you do the best you can do. Annabelle Lee. It was many and many a year ago. In a kingdom by the sea. That a maiden there lived whom you may know. By the name of Annabelle Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child. In this kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love that was more than love. I and my Annabelle Lee. With a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling. My beautiful Annabelle Lee. So that her highborn kinsmen came. And bore her away from me. To shut her up in a sepulchre. In this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know. In this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabelle Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we. Of many far wiser than we. And neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams. Of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. And the stars never rise, but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. And so, all the night tide, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride. In the sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. The bells hear the sledges with the bells. Silver bells. What a world of merriment their melody foretells. How they tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. In the icy air of night. while the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle. With a crystalline delight. Keeping time. In a sort of runic rhyme. To the tintinnabulation that so musically wells. From the bells, 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 bells. Bells, bells, bells. From the jingling and the tinkling of the bells. Hear the mellow wedding bells. Golden bells. What a world of happiness their harmony foretells. Through the balmy air of night. How they ring out their delight. From the molten golden notes. And all in tune. What a liquid ditty floats. To the turtle dove that listens while she gloats. On the moon. Oh, from out the sounding cells. What a gush of euphony voluminously wells. How it swells. How it dwells. On the future of how it tells. Of the rapture that impulse. To the swinging and the ringing. of the bells, bells, bells. Of the bells, 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 bells. Bells, bells, bells. To the rhyming and the chiming of the bells. Hear the loud alarm bells. Brazen bells. What a tale of terror now their turbulency tells. In the startled ear of night, how they scream out their affright. Too much horrified to speak. They can only shriek, shriek. Out of tune. In a clamorous appealing to the mercy of the fire. In a mad expostulation with the deaf and frantic fire. Leaping higher, higher, higher. With a desperate desire. And a resolute endeavor. Now to sit or never. By the side of the pale-faced moon. Oh, the bells, bells, bells. What a tale their terror tells. Of despair. How they clang and clash and roar. What a horror they outpour. One, the bosom of the palpitating air. yet the ear it fully knows. 5. The twinging. And the clanging. How the danger ebbs and flows.